Good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on your time zones, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the VCT CN community stream. Myself, Mad Dante, and joining me, it's Amike. How are you, my man?
I'm doing great. I'm gonna be honest, I woke up half an hour ago, but it doesn't matter because I'm hyped for this game. We have Billy Gaming versus Wolf Esports, and what a match. I mean, we can talk about both of these teams for hours, but I'm just gonna do it concisely. Billy having the first seed, going 4-1, only losing to Trace in the group stage, and now them going against Wolves Esports, who previously yesterday won against Titan Esports Club. They're going against each other today. It's gonna be, I don't know what the result is gonna be, but it's be clear it's gonna be a fun match.
Yeah, no, I think that much is going to be guaranteed. We do see, so in terms of the run back there, we see Billy and Wolves there. So Billy have been, yeah, as you said, a pair of a run so far. Wolves then, managing to beat out Titan yesterday. For anyone that then watched Titans versus DRG, a much closer set than I think a lot of people thought it would be, and actually it ended up with DRG taking the victory just barely. So that is Titans unfortunately relegated. And speaking of that relegation, this is for everything. This is either you go to Toronto or you have to do the losers run of a lifetime. I think it's 3 back-to-back W's without any real breathing room, which I don't think any team would ever want to try.
Yeah, you have the fortunate situation that at least 3 teams are going to Toronto, so it's not quite as strict as maybe what was it, Bangkok earlier this year. Yeah, but still, it's gonna be tough. But at least for both of these teams, just get yourself 2 maps, preferably in a row, and then you're already going to Toronto, and you're just chilling all the way through until then.
At that point, then the vibes can fully begin. You are just sitting comfortably, waiting. You can start either pulling the notepads out if you want to do some immediate training on some potential opponents, or you do want to sit back because that is well deserved. I can only imagine, though, with the level of effort these teams have been putting in, the level of composure that we have seen, there will likely be very little of a break. There will likely be, during the trips to Toronto, maps being visualized in players' heads. I'm sure that the Twitch copy pastors have said that enough that some players do not actually have their monitors turned on, and I imagine they will try to reflect that even during their travel time. And we've seen, a lot of these lineups here. Rush has always been a phenomenal kind of character to look at. Knight as well. So the lineups both for Billy and Wolves has been pretty astounding, it's got to say.
Yeah, and you gotta think about it. I mean, they were in the same group, so Billy and Wolves have already played against each other a couple of weeks ago, and Billy won that time. It was 2-1. It was quite close. I mean, at least the first half, the first map. Then it was 13-4, 13-5. We don't talk about that. It doesn't work. Doesn't matter. That never happened. But yeah, I want to see how, in what sense the map pick has changed, because I mean, after losing 13-5 and 13-4 on both Ascent and Haven, Wolves maybe want to go for a different strat.
Yeah, no, it's possible. That's whenever you start pulling out kind of maybe the Fracture, the Lotus and such as well, because Fracture does kind of operate, quite similarly to the bigger maps. And here we go, we get to see it indeed. So I believe that is, so the first blood picker, so the pistol rounds, that's 55%. Wolves, I believe, are second actually in the entire bracket for the pistol rounds, which is absolutely insane. That is definitely something that you want to be an excelling force at, because this pistol rounds are so easy to convert. I do want to quickly point out, Thrifties have been showing up a lot more in this circuit than you would maybe expect.
Yeah, I mean, but it's still, look at the stats. It's basically, if you look at this in a simple way, it's 2-2. So definitely closer than you'd expect, considering the record as well. But nevertheless, both these teams going in, and you can see Juicy and YZ, both stars of this team, both duelists here. Although Juicy did play Omen a couple of rounds, a couple of maps ago, I believe. But still, tell me a bit about the stats here.
So in terms of, I mean, we get kind of the ACS, you know, that damage per round. I believe the 17%, I believe, is the clutch percentage, and 28, I believe, is the headshot percentage. I could get corrected on those, and then of course we see the agent picks. One thing I want to really point out is Wizzy obviously has just been running the Yoru Neon. That is super meta. Meanwhile, we still see the Raze coming through on the other side for Juicy, which is a bit of a detriment depending, just because of how strong Yoru and Neon have been. The movement, the teleportation, the site control is absolutely massive. And then we move on to the maps here, which we have seen Fractures being picked up a lot, but not actually somewhere Wolves are excelling.
Yeah, no, Fracture has been a tough time for them, especially maybe you think like Fracture is a bit of more like the EMEA, NA type of maps because you really need to not only coordinate, but then having to have tough calls and having 4 sides to 4 lanes to take the side where you normally only have 2 or 3. But yeah, I still believe they can do it. Obviously, I'm a big Wolves fan. I'm not going to deny this. And as we get in here, Wolves Esports will have their point of fame. Juicy coming out. You can see him here.
Oh, yes. And Wolves really, you know, they want to end the loss streak to BLG. They cannot afford to walk away. If you know, deal with this. Like, Billy are feeling probably a little bit confident. You know, you've done this before. In theory, the book has been written. You have read the book. You have seen the end. You have seen how this story goes. But are Wolves going to manage to pull out themselves, make a few addendums to it, create their own narrative, quite literally, and be able to pull this back? So a bit more stress and tension on Wolves for what is already a very, very important matchup for them. So we'll have to wait and see if they've done their homework, if they're taking this as seriously as, let's face it, we know they are.
Yeah, and you have to consider Billy already, even though it isn't quite the same team with the same players as a couple of years ago, but they already have international experience. So Wolf is coming in here in this game and being like, okay, you had your turn, now it's our time to shine. We have to go to Toronto, and let's be honest, it's their best chance ever.
Oh yeah, this is, you know, this is that. I'm sure none of them are taking that for granted right now. This has been so much preparation, so much coverage. It has been a phenomenal effort. I do want to quickly say, to get this far and to have the performance that the teams have had is phenomenal, but let's face it, I don't think either team is happy with where they're currently at whenever that those horizons look oh so bright.
Yeah, but that could always change. I mean, who knows? Both of these teams, excuse me, have the chance to go, well, as Sideshow has said, go on a run. And I mean, in Toronto as well. I mean, considering you have 3 teams from all regions, that would make 12 teams. Wolves or Billy, they both have a chance to really do some damage there.
Oh, that's true, and to be able to put yourself, you know, on that map as well. I mean, Russia in particular, I do want to say for Billy has been doing a lot of good work. K-Knight as well has been doing stuff, something similar. So nice to get them both kind of showed up to the stage right back to back, because they have been basically back to back this whole time. Anyone that's watched Billy play, you see one, you likely are going to be seeing the other. And one very small thing I do just want to pick back up with the agent select just for a second. For anyone that watched the series yesterday, we were seeing a bit of a kind of an unsolid performance from T-Virus Luke on the Raze, just because Raze, the map pools don't really fit that. And we did see, obviously, Juicy still opting for the Raze, whereas Wizzy going for that Neon, and Yoru so fully opting in to that meta pick, which is understandable. We'll have to see if that has any sort of impact now getting into this series.
Yeah, that's a good question, especially, I mean, BLG, look at these player names, YZ, Knight, and Nev. These are all players that we already know. And maybe it feels like they have a bit of a mental advantage there. You always have to talk about the mental game, especially when it comes to a match like this. Match so important, and let's face it, you talked about it earlier. If they lose this, it's such a tough draw to get back into the top 3 to get to Toronto. But this is basically just win 2 maps, win 26 rounds, that's all you need. And then you're already going to Toronto.
You know what, actually, I do like 26 rounds, that's it. You don't need to worry about anything more. You win 26 rounds, you are done here. Unless, of course, overtime gets into it for anyone that's seen the series as last. yesterday. Oh my days, we had some overtime, but yeah, neither team wanting to relive that series at all. They want to be making this clean. They want to make this as executable as possible. Obviously, everyone in the chat and such, get your predictions and things in as the huddle goes through. And well, you had mentioned already, Mike, you know, who you were more hoping for to take this, but can I get a prediction in terms of round differential or in terms of map differential? I guess we'll start with.
Honestly, I kind of want to wait for the map pick, because, I mean, if they go for another Haven and Ascent... Okay, let's see this. We have Wolves picking Split, and then BLG picking Haven, and then Icebox. So you definitely see that Bilibili have done their homework in picking Haven. That hasn't really gone their Wolves' way the first time. But with Split and Icebox, honestly, I'm honestly not sure, but I still want to root for Wolves.
So, yeah, I mean, in terms of it, Haven, you're going to be seeing quite a lot in these pulls. Yeah, I think we've seen Haven probably one of the highest pick rates along with Ascent over these best of threes, just because people are confident, they know what they want to do. You had brought up kind of the EMEA scene earlier as well, Miguel, and I do want to go back to that, where the CN and just kind of the Asian scene as well, they always seem more kind of hero play focused and a bit more kind of, you know, just one-off positioning and then just a solid spray down to get like 3s or 4Ks. You see it all the time from this kind of series. So the fact that Icebox is there as your last one isn't actually as big of a surprise for me, because it's less, like, it's very execute heavy, don't get me wrong, but EMEA very much works off of the, we have a plan, you have the same plan, it's just who executes it better.
Yeah, exactly, especially on Icebox. I don't know if you saw the game yesterday. I believe it was C9 versus... I don't know who it was, but C9 just went versus G2. And I think G2 won like 13-4 because C9 were just slamming it into A like 12 rounds in a row. It honestly, it reminded me of Luminosity Gaming 2022, the first time that Icebox came out. So I always like to see VCT and Pacific, because they always have such a different game plan. They try to do things that other teams would never think of. I mean, we really have to look at Icebox and how many times the teams go into mid, because I guarantee you that it's gonna happen like quadruple the times that any EMEA or NA team would dare to go into that no man's land, basically.
Oh yeah, no, true. No man's land's a way to put it. But right now we're in Split. We look at the setups here. Very standard from BLG. We've watched the Taeho Breach essentially just become the new, you know, tried and true bread and butter combo. We then see the double controller on Rashia and Levius. Of course, Viper still, despite the fact she has been nerfed, I think by far, Chamber maybe being the only exception. She has been nerfed by far the most in Valorant since the game came out. Meanwhile, then we do look towards Wolves. They're actually opting for, instead of going for the Breach, they're opting for that solo Taeho. They're opting for the Raze, and they're opting for the Cypher as well, which is going to be quite interesting. So Raze, Cypher being swapped out for Breach Yoru is quite interesting, that's got to be said.
Yeah, I mean, Breach always gives you the explosiveness that you can really combine with the Taeho or with, funnily enough, a Raze. So I thought we'd maybe get a mix of both, where we get the Taeho, the Breach, and the Raze, but we get the Yoru that, I mean, let's be honest, Yoru has had basically a renaissance these last couple of months, having the pick rate skyrocketing, and with players such as, I mean, in many... teams, like for example, you could talk about the Jogamo, you could talk about Forsaken, all these legendary players showing what they can do in Yoru. It's difficult to say. This is also maybe kind of a bit of a new style versus old style. The Raze, maybe the quintessential, let's say like 2023, 2024 comp, but obviously both teams still going with the Taeho.
Yeah, I mean, Taeho has just proved such a pivotal point. You know, the salvo is just so strong. His stun, you know, quite strong and can perform quite like a Neon's relay bolt. So that's why we've maybe seen a bit less of Neon kind of come through, because Taeho can cover that. Whereas, you know, Neon can do it a bit more aggressively. And speaking of doing it aggressively, a very aggressive defense here coming from the Wolves. BLG trying their best. They're just going to push through this garage anyway, try and force that space out, and they are going to force the Wolves to back up just for the minute.
Yeah, it seems like they want to go for this one way where they leave just a sliver in case they can get any picks, but the TP through, they don't expect YZ to be in the back.
And that's one, that's two. Oh, Levy is following it back up as well. That's a beautiful TP play and a beautiful backup as well. That could have easily been BLG just kind of trapped on his own, but instead the backup is very much there. Levius and Wizzy on an absolute run through right now this site. Now it's all on the Yuiko. Gets one, gets two. Ghost runs out of bullets now, 2 versus 1.
Knight at 4 HP, this could be dangerous, but they still have a pretty good crossfire. Yuiko has to call, look at so many angles, and he doesn't even get the one. Nice try from Yuiko, but Billy take the pistol round, and you can already see how good Yoru is on this map. I mean, it doesn't matter, you can smoke me off as much as you want, I'm just gonna TP behind you, and I'm just gonna get 2 kills and open the round completely.
Yeah, as well. And the Yoru, that capacity for Yoru as well, I mean, we'll be seeing it once defense side hits as well, but, you know, that is in quite a fair few rounds from now. Just that mobility, that idea that of the control that Yoru can really pose, in particular in such a small map as well. You know, Split, obviously, by far the tiniest map. We do now get to see the buy-up, of course. No buys at all from Wolves. We had maybe seen some force buys, some attempted to kind of force that second round because it can really create a lot of difficulty. Again, maps like Split, where the shorties and such that you see from Juicy can be a bit more effective, and now a bit slower, a bit more spread out for BLG.
You can see the explosiveness. I'm already running in, and Spring, you can't do anything. You cannot play in vents against this comp. K-Knight having the easiest kill of his life, and that's 1 player down.
Oh, and it's a big player as well. No more Viper Wall online, no more Viper Orb. Nothing that you can really do to hide with 1 controller down and the other one now having to try and take the control from Heaven. All members basically towards, but look, Wizzy's already, again, at that bus stop. The flashes are all set up. Little bit of a team flash there, so can't swing off of it initially, but with the gun advantage, it's actually Juicy to take the first one.
Gets one with the pistol, I don't know how, but it will be a spray down by K-Knight. That's an easy kill, and it will just be Yuiko left. Nothing for him to do here. K-Knight with the 3K, and they take the anti-eco.
Yeah, pick those up. It should be pretty fair, you know. It's very uncommon, but as I said, there have been more thrifties than expected in this series, and we get to see, yeah, like, look at this setup. That is from no visual contact. Tejo can do that from mid without having to peek his head out. Breach can do that without having to peek his head out. It's very concerning to deal with that, and as you said, Mike, basically you cannot live in those vents.
Exactly. Now as we come into the next round, you can see the buy is still quite good. I've always been a fan of Bulldogs. I mean, especially over the Guardians, to be honest. But still, you can see full Vandals and full Phantoms from the side of Wolves. And our Wolves are going into this round being like, we want to minimize our fight fatalities and just win this as cleanly as possible.
Yeah, get those first bloods, disengage, get the map control, and then go from there. If you give Wolves any sort of, you know, space or control at all, they're going to absolutely pounce on that, and you do not want to get stuck in those jaws. Do also want to quickly point out that neither BLG nor Wolves have actually had a win on Split, so not only are they obviously trying to add a point to this very contested best of 3, but it does mean that they will be able to finally break that curse as well. Obviously, BLG trying to break the curse against Wolves.
Talk about breaking the curse, they're not breaking the strip, which doesn't get killed. Russia gets one, and YZ's just pushing through CT. He doesn't expect Superfat BB. Superfat Baby is still on site. He's holding it down and gets the second one. Now 3 people on site. This has to be a 3v3 retake.
Yeah, indeed, and it's probably going to come down to this Heaven pick, this fight here. The flash comes through, no swing off of it, the aftershock to buy as much time. Juicy, a very aggressive push. Love the enjoyment there, love that aggression, but just not going to work. Fake TP from Lysor, and with this 2 versus 3 and the spike ticking down, it's not looking likely for the Wolves.
Oh, they're trying to go through their own smoke, but you know Levius is already there, propped and waiting, and even with the fault line there, and they're just gonna peek it, and wait! Lysor still gets one, but it doesn't matter. Superfat Baby will get taken out from the back. It looked dangerous for a bit. Superfat Baby with the 3K once again. It seems so typical for all these games, but nevertheless, Billy go up to 3.
Yes, indeed, as well, the position in there. Wolves doing quite a bit of damage, though. I mean, we do see that 4 kills are taken. The frags do come out, but unfortunately for them, it's not just going to be quite enough. as well. I do just want to clarify that, of course, talking about wins on, wins on this map for both these teams, that is, of course, referring to wins on the stage. Of course, the teams have obviously won split. It would be a pretty brutal record if you had a map that you had just never taken a W on. And, of course, teams of this caliber, that will never, ever really be the case. Spring's still opting for vents. This is I don't know if optimistic or maybe foolish. We'll have to wait and see how that works.
I mean, VCT China is characterized by maybe not quite knowing the line between brave and foolish. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe we go 10 seconds into the future and Spring has already aced with the Sheriff. You can see the TP already going in, him finding a bit of info, and now, okay, this time it's just gonna be the fake TP. No trap played in the mid this time.
Yeah, indeed. And that with that TP gone as well, though, that means there's no push into the back of B, which has been really successful for Wizzy, which has been really, really solid for BLG, and in fact, pretty just like core to how their impacts have been getting. We even see, actually, it looks like Juicy trying to commit the paint shells already, and yeah, oh my days, the paint shells and the salvo, you're not going to get away with that anymore. The frags do look to go the way of BLG, but at the very least, the Wolves do look awake, and they do look like they have counter plays.
Exactly. Unfortunately, Yuiko once again left in a 1v multiple, has no chance. You can still see, I mean, the BLG is still won the round, and it was against an eco, to be fair, but Sufet Baby being aware of what their take is and being aware of what they need to do to counter it. And well, with Tejo, it's just as easy as, well, let me just take my guided salvos, click into backside, and well, you're already going to be that by the time you get onto site.
That is pretty unfortunate for Wizzy, but to be honest, using both the paint shells and the salvos, there may be a bit of a miscommunication from the side of the Wolves. You want to have one of those ready for Garage main to obviously slow down the initial push. Committing both of those does mean that BLG were able just to kind of walk in. Yes, okay, they lost Wizzy, but Wizzy still did his job, which was gaining space. That's what they really want from Wizzy at the end, and he still managed to do it even if he had to sacrifice his life.
Exactly. Now with this round, once again, when it comes to guns, we're quite equal, but look at the ults from Billy Gaming. You can see the dimensional drift and then breach ult, anti-ult. I mean, this could be an explosive round when we're already talking about an explosive comp, and just breach and Teo together. I mean, just both of them pressing X and you have an easy side take. But that being said, YZ will decide to go for the side take with the dimensional take. You will see no one here, maybe even spot the trip, and just as easy as this should be a 5v3 take.
Yeah, try not to get caught up just yet. It all depends if Yuiko is able to find themselves an angle. The trip is still online. Wizzy hasn't gotten it. Trying to get the spray. Not quite going to find anyone. They're rolling Thunder now, but it gets both members actually, and Yuiko is able to walk away. The aftershock, no, you're not siding in that corner. Armageddon falling as well on screens as the frags towards heaven are going, but that plan still going to go down the neural theft. Given the information, Russia, no love for Juicy trying to jump out of that smoke at all. We've seen it before, and this time being shut down even faster.
Yeah, the question is, okay, K9 getting the first one, doesn't get the second one, it's still equal. A bit of health advantage here for Wolves. That is probably the best chance they've ever had, but you can see Billy just grouping up. They want the double the firepower, and if Lysor tries to peek into that, it's going to be tough. And he will but he gets the first one, can he get the second one? Oh, what a beautiful shot! Lai soaring through the sky, fitting to his name, and finally, after 5 tries, Wolves will get their first round.
trying to get the crowd on their side, trying to build that momentum. Of course, on a stage like this, having that support, having that backup is absolutely pivotal. We see the aftershocks come through. Yeah, look at this, just how quickly Juicy gets shut down. Russia has absolutely been online for it. A shame they couldn't get Lysor, but at the very least, that is going to put Wolves 1 up. And for anyone worried about any sort of biases, the only bias I have is that we get a good game to watch. So currently, I'm absolutely biased for Wolves. If they start taking the lead, Wolves, I don't know who they are. BLG have always been my kings.
And sitting in a nutshell. Anyways. Whoa! Okay, that's what you get for talking. Juicy just immediately going down. Just a blind kill through the smoke, something, the Chinese region is quite familiar with. And now immediately down to a 4v5 Wolves. I mean, the good thing is they do still have the guns, and they took away all 3 ults from Billy from last round. So you can see Billy once again I mean, fitting their game plan and their round style to the old management. They're just going through here. They have the setup still on side. One will be spotted out, but still, you can see they're just taking their time.
Yeah, be patient. You don't need to at this point. To be honest, that's been the mistake that Wolves have been doing. These have been super aggressive defenses, and they're not able to make them work. Neither are they able to make it work. If K-Knight can just find Spring through it, that is absolutely heartbreaking. With 2 members down and still all 5 up for BLG, yeah, they can happily rotate. They know Cypher's on A, so they got to understand that there's got to be at least less defense leaning towards this B site, and it's just Lysor.
If I had a penny for every time BLG got a kill while blindly spraying through smoke, I would have 2 pennies, which, to be fair, is 1 more than you'd expect. But still, you can see they coming to a bit of opposition here. Maybe not quite the right answer, and with 30 seconds, it's going to be close. Lysor, what are you doing? You're looking at the wrong side, but he still gets the kill. And now the boots on the other foot, they need to plant.
They're going to be able to get it down just barely, but Yukon, they don't know where the plant is, but actually, Shufat Baby has been the pivotal. Yeah, thinking it's in default. It is not. It is just underneath heaven. Beautifully played. Yeah, just a bit of a slow rotate, honestly. They had the numbers advantage. They could have had the positioning, but Shufat Baby and that hold just was not enough on it all of a sudden. And because of that, that spray there initially and Lysor to win that fight towards Levius, that was absolutely pivotal. And that means now the Econ looking a little bit more damaged for the side of BBG.
Yeah, and I mean,
BLG.
Exactly, but you can still see maybe a bit of a lack of patience from BLG, not quite letting the smoke bloom, and then, well, you put down the smoke, you get sprayed down, and then you want to spray back, but suddenly there's a smoke in the way, so absolutely no chance. And Lysor as well on the sides, getting so much space and just trying to isolate the fights and wasting so much time. And in the end, you saw they only had 6 seconds to plant, so they basically had to plant in very weird situations with the tail guided salvo as well. But nevertheless, it was the second round for Wolves. They're trying to get a third, and now you can see a bit of a stack here, a bit of a combo on B. I wonder what they're trying to do.
I mean, to be fair, Wolves have had, or BLG have had this kind of initial aggression towards B. It's nice to see Juicy is backing up a little bit and actually is going to get baited with his team as well. The support's there. That's the flash. Oh, it does get baited out. Pops the showstopper in panic, but now BLG are still kind of
still there. He gets the triple.
Why are you doing that? Just get out of the smoke, BLG. Or unless Juicy's going to have you smoked. That is beautiful, but to be honest, more of a blunder from BLG than anything else.
Served on, at this point, it isn't even a silver platter. It's a gold platter with emeralds. I mean, the easiest 3K of your lives with the showstopper. Just aim it through the smoke. Honestly, it looked like it missed for a bit, but still getting the 3K. And it's one of those plays where you know, okay, in 2 seconds, the round is already going to be over. Levius and Russia are just going to, like vultures, they're trying to pick the last things they can, but you can see no chances, and they're going to go for the save.
I'm really lost there as to why BLG just sat in garage. Like, I'm trying to work it out. Maybe because of the Tejo drone, it didn't get to see Juicy because Lysor was doing an excellent job distracting it on the right side. So maybe when they heard the showstopper, they thought it was like more towards heaven.
But he shot the Euro clone, so they knew there was someone in that corner.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's right. So yeah, well, okay, in that case, then I was trying to bail them out with some sort of excuse, but you are right. Yeah, there's nothing there. I mean, look at that. Yeah, that's just a big. There you go. You see, the coach is even a little bit surprised, and because of that, now I believe our first timeout being called by BLG.
Yeah, trying to stop the bleeding here. It's already 4-3. Quite a bit less dominant than it looked in the first 4 rounds, considering it was 4-0 at some point. And to be honest, I'm trying to find a way to figure out what the thought process for Billy was there. But maybe they thought the ult was from mid, but I don't know why you're just still huddling up as 3. I mean, I get that it's in the past, but considering we're already so confused, that's definitely a huge mental shot for BLG.
Yeah, it's as you said, though, it is in the past. Hopefully now they just they shake it off. They've still got that round advantage right now. Wolves are trying their best to bring it back and equalize it, and so far they're doing a pretty decent job of it. But with that timeout now sorted, it is 25 seconds into this 8th round. Very back and forth, but the ult economy now, probably very much don't think we've seen too much from BLG at this point. Yeah, a lot going to be coming online, so we see them. Their econ's a bit shattered, so in theory, Wolves are going to want to push that advantage, but we, again, as I keep saying, seen so many thrifties in this series.
Yeah, and you cannot count out the Stinger. There are teams like G2 where it feels like they have even a higher win rate with Stingers than without. You can see they're already pushing it out here. And what is Wolves doing? They're already leaving mid, but Spring has a perfect chance to get a 1 kill here, makes it a second, and YZ, I mean, a bit of an maybe an upgrade here, but Lysor shuts them down. And with 2 players just left there, this should be an easy cleanup. Juicy with a 2K, and well, it's one of those rounds that is over before it started.
Yeah, I mean, that's an any percent speed run, really. I mean, you had mentioned it, I guess. I believe that, again, this is coming from the initial frag from the Taeho utility in the breach stun. I believe that just set up BLG, that they believed just that vents would be cleared, that Spring had learned their lesson. Yeah, I was going to say, because we've seen this fight for Lysor and K-Knight towards Garage. I wondered if there was any sort of visual or if that was just a fortunate spray. Fortunate spray at the end of the day, but regardless, the stats don't reflect how lucky the shots are. The stats just reflect you got the round.
Now they immediately want to go explosive in here, the dimensional drift around that we have seen before. This time Yuko, however, playing on side. He even parks the second cage. I don't know if he got spotted by the Euro. He is in backside pretty much, but he is stunned up. Yuko can't do anything. Levius getting the free skill of his life, and Super Baby from inside the smoke has absolutely no chance.
And we hear now the from the shadows being popped as well. For anyone, it's just straight up a relocation, but not exactly the most useful in a lot of cases, just because it is quite loud and you do end up making yourself quite weak. Speaking of quite weak, stuck on that rope, K-Knight, beautiful lurk, making sure no flanks are coming through. This Viper's Pit still online. At the moment, Levius, though, just waiting for it, deciding to keep it up and alive in 3 versus 1. Lysor could maybe make it work, but Levius just a bit faster.
Yeah, you can see once again, maybe funnily enough, when we talk about the way BLG go together like a pack, I mean, maybe there's some sort of pun here with let's say Wolves Esports and fighting like a pack, but I don't know. So someone else can come up with that. But you can see them already once again using the dimensional drift, going back to what they know, and Lightthrower maybe also with an unfortunate TP whiff doesn't quite get into the Viper's Pit like wanted. And I mean, just 2 rounds later, after already having a timeout, Wolves wants to counteract this.
I was gonna say, I think this is definitely one of the quickest kind of back-to-back timeouts we have seen. It seems both teams are very much respecting each other. They're understanding, you know, again, this is not the first time we've seen this matchup. They know how serious they have to take this. They know that any sort of mistake, any sort of slip-up is going to likely result in a snowball and it running away from them. So the respect being shown here to immediately, and the knowledge to go, okay, no, we've already had a timeout, sure, we need another one right now just to see what's working, because Billy have been in the driver's seat, but the Wolves are only a round behind.
Exactly. It seems like maybe I don't know how to say. You're right. They've been in the driver's seat. They have been, I mean, technically more dominant by a round. But Wolves, even in the rounds that they lost, you see they don't stop fighting. They really go into every round being like, it doesn't matter if it's a 1v5. We're gonna try our very best. Now 4v5, just 3 rounds left on this attacker side for BLG. What can they do?
We will have to wait and see. The econ as well looking a bit rough towards Wolves. Not looking great for BLG, but slightly better. And as well, very quickly, with no jets, with no chambers and such. Oh, with no breach, if you're going to get a shot like that through the smoke. With no econ cheating, there's very little that you're going to have to work with on those more thrifty rounds. You can try and commit those ultimates, but that is a massive risk if you don't get those frags, if you don't work off of it, especially with a worse buy. Then you're sacrificing ultimates and all that positioning. But Spring refusing to sacrifice anything as such. Walks back into that wall, nearly gets pre-fired again by K-Knight. Russia getting a bit aggressive, it has to be said. Knight, though, with the refrag and the space-controlled Wolves are just dancing between these sites.
Yeah, Billy just crumbling, falling apart a bit here. You can see, I mean, none of the players maybe quite knowing how to get through the choke point, either on site or in heaven. That's the first round where I'm like, okay, that is maybe not quite the BLG that we know. But I mean, to be fair, when you're going against Spring, like nothing is guaranteed, and he can always just do something like this, where he gets a 2K basically out of nowhere. And by the way, I believe we're up to 4 pennies now regarding kills through smoke. So maybe at some point we can buy something.
We get, what, 95 more, and you get an ice cream back in 2004, whenever they were actually called 99s for a reason. But that's enough back in my day from the old man here. And speaking of, Wizzy already popping in to that shop to post office there to try and gather that space. Very much given up for free. Heaven's got nothing right now. We've only got Lysor towards that up top, and Juicy, because of it, takes down Wizzy. And now the push through the smoke. The flash is not good. Shufat BB is going to absolutely clean up Levius and co towards this Heaven site, dancing around each other. But the frags, it's all green. It's all easy pickings for the Wolves.
Yeah, and BLG once again, I don't quite know what their game plan was. Just going through a smoke with the breach flash with the only util, and then you still have the crossfire on the other side. I mean, I don't know quite what they were expecting. To be fair, one wasn't even flashed, and even the other ones, I mean, breach flash is one of those flashes where at this point you expect these players to just dodge them. So the side, maybe, I don't know if they just didn't have the util or they just decided to brute force it. Either way, it hasn't worked, and Wolves, for the first time this game, they have the lead.
Indeed, they do, and we are on to the last round of the half, so use or lose these ults. If you do, we immediately see them getting popped. Lysor just sitting in the smoke, though. Very fitting for the Omen player, Juicy. Then backing it up, Armageddon falls onto this garage site. We see the Viper's pit towards mid, but that's already going to dissipate. So a lot of utility being burned in these early seconds. 30 seconds have already passed, and I believe 4 or 5 ultimates have been used.
And Wolves is looking so comfortable. Not only are they in a 4v3 man advantage up, but you can see Yuriko just on the other side. He's just chilling. He's on vacation. He's just waiting for the enemy team to come there. And well, I mean, fitting to the name, quite a bit of a herd or pack mentality. The 3 players, just 2 holding that B side and the other one holding Heaven. It seems like Spring will be the first one to have contact here.
Yeah, they're trying to keep this split here. They do like this lurk for Garage. I do like it. Russia is actually causing a bit of a distraction. Does mean BLG can get this control towards Heaven, which is pretty massive. You now have both members of the Wolves in Shufat BB and Juicy sitting there. You've got Yuka not really aware of what's going on the other side. So now it will end up a 1 versus 1 post-plant scenario with 20 seconds, unless this is the fastest rotate known to man.
Yeah, he cannot stop the plant here, but still, Yuriko, I mean, so far hasn't been in this round. This is your first time to do it, and you have the perfect read, the perfect sliver through the smoke, and this will be the easiest round for Yuriko, easiest 1v1 of his life, and 7-5, considering we were down, considering Wolves were down 0-4, this is definitely a respectable scoreline.
Yeah, no, that is very, very clean as well. 7-5 split. A lot of people, basically every map in this game is defender-sided just because, you can hold the angles and you can, force those kind of fights to happen on your terms. But split is, in my opinion, the one exception of if the executes are clean, if the aggression is there, you can very much just force that space control, force that site control, and then make the defenders really kind of struggle. So with the Wolves actually taking that defensive half 7-5, that's exactly what you want to see. But now Billy doing the exact same thing, and with a Yoru who can be on both sites at once, that's going to be frustrating.
Bit of a audience cam here, just seeing. I believe this is not which agent they like most. I think this is maybe which spray, but I mean, could be either way. But it seems like, yeah, all of them going for Clove. I don't blame them, considering. Honestly, first up, the spray is just cuter, and on the other hand, Deadlock has had a very rough time in this year's meta, and almost, yeah, it's pretty much a sweep 5-0. Everyone wants to go for Clove. But yeah, as you said, now Wolves on attack. They have, instead of the Euro, they have the Raze. You can still see the explosiveness, but to be fair, it's not quite as safe as with the Euro TP. You can see there was already one round where he got absolutely domed just trying to satchel. Maybe that could happen a couple of times. We know that VCT CN is known also for having incredible aimers. But yeah, we're going to see as soon as we get into the second half.
Yeah, indeed. How do you adapt to the second half? How do you change things up? Because again, that Yoru, as you'd mentioned it, and again, do want to talk about the power that Yoru has. It was the same as like this is a couple of years back now, but old Reina being able to force an encounter and then get away for free. Same with you know, the jet dash, being able to take a fight, dash out, basically means you cannot ever have a refrag because the agent's there, gets the kill, and then is out. And Yoru has started filling that as well. Juicy, unless your satchel placement is absolutely god tier, you're not going to do the same thing with Raze. And even if you are able to do that, it takes an extra second or two, which at this level, a half second or two makes all the difference.
You can see both of these teams wanting to do something in mid. This time it's not the clone, it's actually just Wisey going down. I mean, not going down the ramp and just taking out everybody else. Yuriko will have to contend with only one. But I mean, no util whatsoever, just them picking up 2 clean kills.
Yeah, very, very good to see. And another point as well, just very quickly, you know, Yuiko opting with that Cypher as well and getting 7 rounds on the defense. That's something you would really kind of hope. Cypher does struggle a bit more on the attacking side. He has a great flank watch, don't get me wrong, but Split is quite a small map with things like Omen as well. You've got the TPs past the trips, so can be less effective in that regard. We'll have to wait and see. But in terms of pure gun and aiming, Yuiko has left nothing to be desired right now. Same with Spring, who again landed on that kill feed so sharp.
Nav, when he's together with 2 other teammates, I don't quite know why he decides to solo peek that. And they know there's already one more in B because he spotted the Viper with the cam. So now the question is going to be of timing. Russia gets the kill, but it's down to basically 1 HP. Lysor can do so much here.
Oh, dancing around the boxes right now. It does have a feeling knows where Levius is, but that's a beautiful double swing. And now Spring has been located. Levius looking a little bit confused at first, but now the Viper diff, the headshot there. Levius doesn't actually stick. Spring didn't have the information there, so could have done it. The taps are there. The dancing around. You only need 1 body shot. In theory, surely this goes the way of Spring. And it absolutely will. It seems to be getting a bit warmer for the Wolves.
Levius did have a chance there to go maybe for a bit of a half defuse. You could see it was pretty much stuck there. Spring didn't have line of sight. I honestly wish he had played a bit more with that. But nevertheless, it was a bit messy. But in the end, Spring will get the Viper div. And an easy round for Wolves. They're up 8-5, and slowly the dominance is once again building up. I believe this has been a couple of rounds in a row, technically using the last rounds of the first half.
Yes, it is. We can see so 3 rounds in a row right now. It's also a big thing to point out that BLG had won their pistol round first of all in this first half. So Wolves doing that and carrying this momentum over is nothing short of phenomenal for them. We've seen there the pistol round win rate for Wolves, I believe 48.6. So in theory should have went the way of BLG. Of course, though, that is in theory. And now with the gun advantage for the side of the Wolves, the aggression from the side of BLG to try and cheat out an encounter, cheat out a contact and try and steal a gun away, but not going to go their way.
You can see typical FBX spy here from Wolves. Spring just has the ghost, and at this point, I actually don't mind if he goes down if he goes in first. I mean, technically he still has a wall, but you can see this is still such a good read from BLG. 4 players on this B side. If they want to go through this, it's definitely gonna be tough against the opposition.
Yes, you've got the tail drone to tie and make it work. I believe the scan was there, the salvo drones and the shorty as well. Juicy just donating his life and nothing more. And you want to talk about the power of Tejo. I think that's really just goes to show exactly what he can do.
Oh, Nev with his newfound gun gets another one. I mean, these are the thrifties that we're talking about. Yoko has a chance to get here, but will he clear the corner? I don't believe he will. K-Knight has a perfect chance here. But I mean, he still gets one, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Both teams, I mean, they're corralled in B main. Lysor is going to try his best, but Levius is going to levitate his team back to a thrifty round, 8-6. Well, and talking about the dominance of Wolves, well, that just happened.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's very quickly how quickly you can crumble in Garage, specifically the shutters almost falling onto the necks of the Wolves there. An absolutely brutal hold for BLG there. Little bit of a fortunate spray from Neff, but you'll absolutely take it. K-Knight super tucked, having to lose one of his teammates, but whenever you're trading up the Marshall for like a Ghost or something, absolutely. And now the Econ on both sides kind of struggling. For the Vandal, but again, super aggressive defense from BLG. We actually seen it from both sides of Wolves and BLG, and already Sufat BB just given a little bit of a smooch towards Levius.
Yeah, a bit of a smooch there. That's what you love to see in YZ with a very, very messy spray. But in the end, we have to talk about the results. And the result is that Yuika has fallen, and they only have this hero rifle. Well, now Spring, it might be my favorite season, but at this point, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything here with this hero rifle. It's definitely going to be tough. And now you can see all the players individually trying to go for something. You can see the 3 stack on A side, but then again, Sufat BB trying to do something on his own with only the classic.
Oh, yeah, indeed. I mean, the classic, that right click has been the folly of more men in a VCT in a clutch situation.
Oh, the timing.
But K-Knight, yeah, that timing, as you said, is absolutely perfect. Spring gonna fall, move all the way back to winter, which is definitely how the weather has reflected. But if you do see this lurk, this smoke from K-Knight, he's actually opting to go towards screens. Lysor, the beautiful first frag on a Wizzy there. Juicy trying to take all the control he can. Knight with the stun, but the smoke, the popping is absolutely perfect. It means the Wolves can just dance in and out. 1 versus 2 now for Sufat BB. Only 12 seconds remaining.
And with the Viper's Molly coming out as well, but the just doesn't quite hit. Levius once again saving his team, and in the end it looked pretty dangerous, going for a bit of a I don't know, passing down the Vandal to whoever could get it next, and Lysor getting a couple of kills there. But in the end, BLG, you can still notice that they had the gun advantage, and to be fair, also the armor advantage, shield advantage. So they still clean up the round after a bit of a messy mid-round.
Yeah, that is exactly a solid way of putting it, a very messy mid-round. But I do think you'd brought it up earlier, Mige, in terms of, like, even whenever the rounds do go kind of one way, it's always been fairly close. I don't think we've had a thrifty. I don't think we've even been near a flawless yet. It's very much kind of blow for blow, round for round, and that's what you want to have holding bench. You want that Yoru who can TP out. You do not want your Viper who has to just take all of that to the face. Wizzy gets spotted out, gets util dumped, but is immediately all the way towards this A site, maybe picking up Uicod, depending how this swing goes. Very patient. Uicod just waiting for the rest of his team, but someone's eventually going to have to swing, and that's going to be a big frag.
But he doesn't TP out? Oh my god, he couldn't TP out, but still it means that he can stay on the line, and now he probably is going to get it traded, but still you can see how much damage he's already done. And Lysor, once again, it seems like the team is just stuck in the choke point just before site, and in 2v3 this is still definitely possible. But Lysor and Juicy, the tag team, what can they do together? Teo on site, he's just tucking in, and he's trying to just go for a bit of a delay. Now Juicy could get the timing here, and he does! Neff just doesn't quite hit the headshot. And now on a 2v2, they could pounce on K-Knight, who's alone on site.
That's exactly what they do. K-Knight hiding in that elbow, even dropping the Armageddon to buy himself as much time as possible. Really do like the smokes actually being popped, deciding that no, we're going to get this plan before the timer runs even less in our favor. But Juicy unfortunately falls, and now 1 versus 2. Lysor has been able to do something like this. The salvos get popped because that cooldown is exceptional. That's 1. Only needs 1 more as they dance around these screens. Pops the second smoke, still no contact, and now with an extra angle, it's all going to come down to the swing from K-Knight, and it's Lysor to walk away with it. Beautiful stuff.
Lysor with his wings, lifting his team to new heights. A beautiful 1v2 there.
Yeah, that's really hype.
And once again, he just wants the crowd on his side. Unfortunately, we don't have a crowd mic, but still, you can feel the energy. And once again, a bit of a chaotic round there. You really feel like a BLG with a numbers advantage should have gotten that. And Juicy even gone out, but unfortunately, Lysor is there to save them, getting the 1v2. And with K-Knight just walking through the smoke, just running there, he still gets the kill. What a beautifully done from Lysor, who's now top fragging for his team as we get into the next round.
Yeah, indeed. Very quickly, I think Neff maybe going to be beating themselves up about that frag that Juicy got on them was just absolutely pivotal. Speaking of a frag, Spring already there, ready for the TP play as well. The stinger from Neff, though, even with the Viper's wall decaying some of that HP, he is more than confident. What arguably should have been an over-aggression instead was a beautiful, beautiful retrade, but still 2 for the price of 1. I think Spring's pretty happy.
Exactly. The Cypher ult will come out, and now they will know where the stack is. So maybe they might just decide to go to A here. You can see Juicy already pushing out, and he might just catch Russia. He will do so, and with the From the Shadows, this should be the easiest plant of their lives.
Oh, but Levius dancing around. The breach stun as well does catch Juicy, forces him back down into these vents. But we've seen the showstopper. Specifically, we have seen this showstopper from Juicy do a lot of work. Waits up for Yuiko, but Levius doesn't seem to understand that anyone's quite lurking in that vents just yet. Neff now with the backup, the stinger, but the timing just isn't there. That's heartbreaking. Juicy makes him fall in the double swing. Levius falls as well, and Wolves 2 digits on that 10-7.
Yeah, Juicy and Yuiko together, just you can see the beautiful shoulder peek and then the double peek. There was absolutely no chance to get out of there alive. And once again, you see the Spring play here. Once again, one of those plays where you're like, okay, 10 seconds and the round is basically just over in a 5v3. Still winnable for both teams, to be fair. But for Wolves, getting into a 1v3 just because Spring decided to activate in the beginning of the round, that's a good way to start.
Absolutely, isn't it, Justin? Again, we already see the timeouts coming through. Yeah, BLG haven't really been able to get around on this board. I think it was 5-7 the half started, so the fact that you've only got 2 rounds on this attacking half is a bit rough. It has to be, or on this defensive half, sorry. Wolves just very much living it up in split right now, splitting the difference, splitting BLG apart. It does kind of have to be said. Just any time there's a little bit of space granted for BLG, Wolves are just more than happy to eat it right back up.
Yeah, and it's 10-7. I mean, honestly, it looks like it's way more dominating. BLG had a bit of a momentum on the beginning of the round, but since then, it really seems like it was a flawless half from Wolves, basically. And now they're up 10-7. If they continue with this momentum, this should be an easy map for them.
Yeah, it really should be. But again, should be and theoretically, I think have been my 2 go-to phrases of VCTCN. And of course, I have been proven wrong oh so many times. Spreading misinformation over the internet is apparently my new pastime. But until then, the new pastimes for either of these teams should be that trip to Toronto if they can make it work. A very patient push this time from both members. Usually BLG would be down mid or Wolves would be happy to run it down as well. This time, just pure patience.
Which works perfectly against Yoru because you can see the TP already going out. So now no chance to rotate. It seems like they really counted down for the TP here. And now they're trying to group up. And now if they want to go into the YZ, now, to be fair, he doesn't have an op. He's still as deadly, but he does not have an escape plan.
We're just going to have to wait and see now how it goes. It's a good point. I'm glad you mentioned it because that Yoru TP is 30 seconds and we have started to see some teams just happily sacrifice 30 seconds just to let that TP get away. And speaking of how valuable that TP is, Juicy does gather a decent bit of space with the showstopper, but with no frags, that's pivotal. Never mind, Spring puts 1, puts 2 on the board in K-Knight and Levius. That's no Teho, that's no Viper to worry about. That is brutal if you're BLG.
Spring cold like a trap. And just as lethal, and now they have to try to force their way through this, and Sufet BB won't allow it immediately with the 2K, and this is a flawless round. I mean, what can you say about this? The sides have turned, Wolves are looking dominant.
Yeah, I mean, genuinely, we've been talking about Lysor, and yeah, it really has to be said. Spring, though, has just been phenomenal here. Good for 1. That spray is solid. Sufat, baby. Every member of the Wolves has really shown up at a different point, done something that is so pivotal that has really, really like cemented the Wolves snowball that we are currently seeing, because with only 2 rounds left and a judge being bought from Wizzy, you can feel BLG getting a little bit desperate.
Exactly, and I mean, basically all the China teams have these players, have basically all players that are really locked on and at any point can get a 3K. There's also something very special about this region because, I mean, look at, for example, Americas. I don't want to call out players, Finesse, but there are some teams where maybe you feel like they don't just never have the chance to frag, and which isn't the case, especially with this Wolves team.
No, every member has been doing something phenomenal. Spring with the Viper's Pit as well can basically lock down this mid should they choose. Likely will wait for one more round, just entirely break the economy of BLG and then pop the Viper's Pit. Arguably, the worse your econ is, that worse the Viper's Pit gets because every gun is close range, which you can absolutely see is the case from Wizzy just sitting here waiting for the collapse, waiting for the engagement, and with that salvo lined up from Sufat BB, it should be on its way. Actually, it's the Armageddon that's going to fall.
Yeah, we will catch the first one, but it's only the Omi who TP out, but now welcome to my world with the judge taking him out, but still it doesn't really matter. The problem is you still have 4 other players to contend with. The Breachel coming out, trying to isolate the angle, but Sufat BB just doesn't care with already a triple. And Yurko on the other side, K-Knight expects it, but he doesn't get the kill. It's match point for Wolves on split.
I mean, yeah, the Rolling Thunder there just trying to seal the deal, ensure that heaven control was still kept, which I really like. The idea is there, the theory is absolutely beautiful. The execution, unfortunately, just not working out. The frag does go through, but Yuiko then not giving heaven up without a fight. And now again, only Bulldogs, one judge from Wizzy. It didn't work last time, and with ultimates expanded, you know, that Rolling Thunder's been used. That from the shadows, the Armageddon was dropped. You know, that's quite a decent bit, and we've still got the Viper's Pit from Spring, which of course is going to fall on that mid.
Yeah, a play that we're also familiar with, especially with teams like Karmine Core last year. But you can see this time Yuko is so ready for this. He's just backing up, and that's basically -1 ult for BLG. No info found, nothing here. Yuko even picking up the same angle again.
Yeah, no, to be honest, I mean, sacrificing that dimensional drift with a judge in hand and not getting anything from it is brutal. The paranoia is going to find Spring. K-Knight not actually fighting though. Rusha trying to get the TP. Wizzy does manage to pick up Yuiko on that other A site. So that is your Cypher down. No position granted or gained for the Wolves. And with Levius just sitting here, oh my days, it would be an absolute heartbreaker to get a random headshot through a Viper's Pit, but we've seen it more times than we can count.
Once again, they're trying to go for a couple of kills through the smoke here. Nothing yet. Sufat BB even going with a bit of a weird angle just in case they try to spam back. And now they want to go back into this A side. YZ hasn't upgraded. That means he's still on the judge and still just as deadly, especially with this flash prime, but it means he has to solo peek. That's what is happening. His teammate left him, and now, okay, he takes out the judge. What can he do?
Oh, died of paint shells, it looks like. Okay, manages to barely walk around them, but that damage is coming through. The regen shield has ran out. That's 1, that is 2. That's how you play off of a Viper wall. Neff actually was the one to pick up Spring, and with the read onto Juicy, it's now Sufat BB all the way stuck on that B site, making all the noise. Should be going down to K-Knight, but just gunning him down. Should be able to keep this gun here, trying to push Levius as well. Picks up another frag and keeps the econ looking a bit tragic for BLG.
But still, I mean, Wizzy and a judge, name a more iconic duo. Something that we've seen for years, and still whenever it comes out, if he knows how to play it, then he can absolutely just win around just as quickly as that. Maybe with a bit of help there from Neff, but honestly, it wasn't even needed. And once again, the thing I was talking about, even if it's a 1v5, Wolves still Sufat BB trying to go for all the kills he can, and then obviously getting himself, I think it was like 3 or 4 kills that map, that round.
Yeah, it was a big number, which as well does mean Armageddon is likelier to fall. Life Sword, no, you can't be making those types of mistakes. Like, yes, you've got some rounds under your belt, but we've seen a comeback like this. We've seen a comeback like this yesterday, in fact. I believe it was legitimately 12-8, and then Titans brought it to overtime. So they're very capable of doing that, and I have BLG more than capable of doing it too. The fact that you've already given away one. Wolves needs to get this pick. Okay, Juicy, very solid, gets fence control, gets a very solid angle, but Wizzy still sitting here, plays off the stun. Excellent, only 5 HP. It's Yuiko to try and back it up, and now with a minute left, this A-site push has to come through from BLG.
And K9 deciding to go back into side. He even gets a smoke from his teammates just to get a bit of control there, a bit of safety. And you can see K9 once again going for the peak, but he doesn't want to die here. As soon as he dies, the A side is completely open. So it's really down to Levius and Rusha.
Yeah, it is. No, that's absolutely the point. But we do see now with BLG pushing towards this A side, trying to gather the space. Juicy gets the frag, and now Wolves are happy. Yep, we've created all the space we want. We've made you rotate, and now we're going to push B, our actual plan all along. We already see Heaven being fully controlled by Juicy. Immediately actually dropped those, so K-Knight and Russia are now able just to get these holes, to get these swings. The timing's going to come down, but Juicy just so clean with it. Puts Wolves 13-8 on their attacking side. Very solid work. Unfortunate for Billy, but Wolves putting on a clinic on that attacking half.
They came, they prowled, they conquered. Wolves go up 1-0 on their map split, on map pick-off split, excuse me. And I mean, let's be honest, thanks to all of the players, but especially Juicy, I mean, looking flawless on that race and winning them single-handedly, basically, that round.
Yeah, especially as well, to prove me wrong. I'd mentioned about, obviously, you know, Yoru having that ability to kind of cheat those engagements, get out for free, which we had seen. Wizzy was, you know, those initial attacks that we'd seen from Wizzy were very solid at the TPs in the backline, were very solid at gathering the space, but just as it went longer and longer, Wolves just seemed to actually really have that adaptation, really understand what they needed to counter, and then the attack was just clean as. And speaking of clean, Rush's shot there, and this, the biggest blunder maybe for BLG, that triple showstopper.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't know quite what they were thinking, but it doesn't really matter. And I mean, I'm looking at all the rounds here, and considering they started off 4-0, BLG started off 4-0, they only get another 4 rounds, they only managed to double the scoreline until the end. Wolves look absolutely dominant on both sides of this map.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You know, BLG had that initial starting point. They did seem confident that the homework had been done, but just, I want to say, maybe just a bit too over-aggressive. And honestly, both sides, the defense is there so you can force those angles, so you can force that more awkward positioning, so you can force the enemy to swing into you. And we had seen both Wolves and BLG in a lot of different scenarios, pushing stuff that, even when they made it work, it was risky. It was maybe an unnecessary risk. Even if you are able to convert it, as you get further on, as the teams get more and more comfortable, as the teams just get better, those risks have more of a consequence. That shot is filthy from Wizzy, man. I was so glad that you pointed out he couldn't even TP out as well, but that only meant Sufat BB fell as well.
You can hear the energy in their comms.
I'm just waiting, yeah. Even when it's patient, you can hear kind of how fast-paced they are. They want to make sure they're getting that information. That as well, Juicy has made an absolute gem of this round. It has to have been said. We hear that, yeah. Them trying to capitalize.
It's the 1v2 clutch, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. There's K-Knight swings, Russia gets Juicy here, and then yeah, the 1 versus 2. Quite wild to hear how much chatter there is with only 1 player left, it must be said. Full silence.
Yeah.
It's wild, we know what happens and it's still a bit...
The energy immediately picks up after getting that clutch. You can see they're absolutely feeling. And Juicy, I mean, getting the MVP, well deserved, with almost 300 ACS and 1.6 KD. That is crazy.
Yeah, multi-kills as well, 6 of them. That is quite astounding, it has to be said. Look at this as well. K-Knight, though, popping off on that Taeho. Not even too many assists. You're used to seeing Taeho get a lot of assists with the stun or with the salvo, but very much fragging out. See Wizzy then just struggling behind. Honestly, a very good showing from BLG. Even the players with kind of the more mid-lane KDs, beautiful number of assists. You know, we see 10s, 11s, and things. Meanwhile, Wolves were just clean with it the whole time.
Yeah, and I really want to talk about Sufat BB as well, because he had 20 kills, so basically just 1 kill off of the MVP from Juicy, but still, he had so much impact on so many of these rounds, and especially on an agent that basically only has one piece of utility that gives him an advantage in a 1v1, in still so many multi-frags from him, so many 3Ks, and I mean, well-deserved getting that 20 bomb as well.
No, absolutely. I mean, solid work. Very, very clean. Very, very solid indeed. For anyone that was just kind of curious on those stats as well, it was the last stat was multi-kills. 4th was flawless, and the 2nd was clutch. The first one was multi-kills, and the last one was the flawless. So we only had 1 flawless that entire set, which for a 12-8 game going 20 rounds, that's pretty surprising. That does show you that both teams are very much going toe-to-toe, are very much prepped to go against each other, are very much reading each other solidly. The only misread I think we would have was Unicom maybe sitting on that A site a bit too long, but then he just walked back onto B and just shot, Rusha just right in the head, and then just diffused anyway, so it didn't really matter.
Exactly. And while we're on the page of stats, I want to say that there was also, I don't know exactly what round it happened, but there was a counter that we got to 2100 Guardian kills in VCT CN. So also you can see the love for the Guardian coming out. We haven't seen it quite a lot. I believe the teams have slowly realized that on maps like Split, a Bulldog is just generally better, and we have seen so many crazy spray downs from both of these teams on this map. But still, I mean, what a momentous occasion. More than 2,000 kills on just the Guardian is crazy, especially considering how young the VCT China scene is.
Yeah, exactly. The Outlaw and things, I think, have kind of taken over as well in terms of that, just that higher impact. But speaking of high impact, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping just a short wee break, 4 or 5 minutes, just let the teams get fed, watered. My throat's already going, and we potentially have 2 more games to go. Haven will be back after this short wee break. Do not go anywhere. It has been a pleasure, and we cannot wait to have you back in just a few short moments. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Well, we can't really do too much of an intro to this because we are already in the match, as you can see. Myself, Mad Dante, joining me, of course, it's Mike. Very quickly, Mike, if you want to give us a rundown of the first map, because this is map 2, but we got to make it quick because we're 10 seconds from the pistol round.
Okay, I'm gonna try to make it quick. Billy go up 4-0, but then only win 4 in other rounds. In the rest of the match, it goes 13-0. Wolves look amazing, and now we have to go into the next map.
Yeah,
I did my best.
Pretty damn solid. Yeah, that was it. We've seen Spring on Viper, so actually moving over towards that Neon is quite a surprise. In fact, Juicy dropping from the Raze, now going towards that controller on Omen. Wizzy, of course, on that Yoru that we'd seen previously. Didn't quite work out for BLG on that last map, so we'll have to make it see. So we'll have to wait and see if that works out right now. Beautiful aggression. We've seen a full mid push actually from BLG, which we have seen that aggressive defense before, and now the fight's immediately going down one way each. Juicy sitting in this smoke, just chilling and waiting. Gets the right click on the K9. The TP, the flashes are beautiful from Sufat BB.
I mean, when was the last time you've seen a 2K with one classic right click? There you can see it. Well, Rusha showing a bit of opposition here. We're down to, unfortunately, only 47 HP, even spotted down by the drone. With only a paranoia, not even a smoke, this really looks like a stun. He's trying to stick it. He doesn't get caught up. Oh, I thought the dart missed, but in the end, no. Juicy, a bit of an Omen diff here, and you can see then going for the pistol round. And I'm sorry, I quickly just want to talk about how there was a point in this round where if you freeze frame it, it really looks like Wolves was defending and BLG was attacking. They're just all like, I think 4 people going from flank. Then that was just hilarious, but you can see them weathering the storm and in a 2v1, them getting the pistol round.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was so speedy. Again, BLG, we have seen that aggressive defense from them, again, from Wolves as well. Trying to make that work, just running it down B. But with Wolves basically then running it down A, you end up a conga line situation, and then the side switch basically happens as you had brought it up, Mike. So now with that, a bit more control, we can actually talk about things a little bit. So Spring opting for the Neon instead of the Yoru. Wizzy still on that Yoru, of course. Yuiko actually jumping over to Breach and letting Lysor, who was the Omen, take over Cypher. So quite a lot of role change here, which is not something you typically see from a team. I believe it is a bit more common in Wolves just because they have that flexible, that super flexible roster that all of them can work with. The aftershock comes through, the stun, Levius falls because of it, and the Bucky, such a nightmare. The fire rate is so low when you've been stunned out, but that's been enough. That frag, Wolves are happy to walk away with it and nearly pick up Wizzy on that rotate.
I don't know how you don't get a kill from that point with a Bucky. Spring down to 10 HP, but still, it's a 5v4, and YZ will maybe just even get spotted out here, but now they decide to all go through long. That might kick them in the butt in a couple of seconds, but still, you can see the danger is here, and Lysor is checking it. Wizzy, absolutely no chance, and it's still with 4-5 players alive. Well, make it 4. Caster curse. I don't know why you spam that when you're at 10 HP on Rusha going through with the Bucky. Now it's looking way more dangerous. And together with his teammate Neff, what can you do here? It's 13 seconds and you still need to plant.
Oh, it's in the very least 2 versus 1, but yeah, 7 seconds. The plant's got to go down, so it's 1 versus 1. Neff has managed to make this ghost work before. Can they do it again? Oh, the panics, the shots not quite landing. Lysor having to be the nail in the coffin of Neff, and Scrappy, I believe, is an understatement for that round, and I'm not talking about the Scooby-Doo character.
Hot take, if they all play Bulldogs instead of Guardians, I think they win that round basically flawlessly. Like, you can see that maybe also a bit of nerves there, just spraying a bit too hard, a bit too fast on the Guardian, and in the end they do get the round, but it's not without any losses, and you can see the impact with Ghost and a Frenzy on Wolf's side now.
Yeah, no, and it's going to hurt your econ a lot, apparently. Oh my days, that's also going to hurt your econ a lot and give you a bit of a headache to think about. Wizzy's able to get that first pick, basically shutting down Juicy. You've got no controller to push on Ascent, which is really, really brutal. That is exactly what you want to see. It's going to make Sufat BB and Yuka. These flashes are going to be so pivotal, and we'll have to wait and see. The cam goes down to try and beat out Wizzy. The stun is there. Wizzy's managed to get out, but the shock darts and everything. This corner's going, and even with the stun, he still makes it out alive. Takes the frag, dances around the aftershock, dances around the bullets from Lysor as well. Gets scanned out, finally goes down.
with the 3K already here, finally going down. Levius, it will be 1-for-1 trade. And Shufat, well, our favorite fat baby in a 1v2. And with a Guardian and not even full HP, this is going to be a tough task. You can see BLG already grouping up as 2. They have all the time in the world. They can just wait for the plant.
40 seconds left, Shufat BB. Just a little bit. I mean, you would be lost in this scenario here, trying to make sure that we can see him creeping. He has no clue where these members of BLG currently are. He has no clue when this contact's going to start. Of course, we know it's all down to timing. That drop should have been heard. The sonar drone, the RO coming through. The positioning is just absolutely clean from K-Knight. And Wolves not allowed to put a 0-4 like BLG did last time. So in theory, bit closer.
Yeah, but still, you can see the impact. I mean, in the second round, only 2 people survived. Now in this third round where you would expect, because of the impact, oh, I mean, that is crazy from Wizzy. But because you expect the impact from the second round to compound into the third round, but it was completely the other way. Now only 2 players of BLG surviving. And now our first round, this time, interestingly enough, Rusha going for the judge. I don't know quite why. Maybe Wizzy just, with the game plan, just doesn't want to go for this close range gun.
We had seen RB, I believe. Oh my days. We'd seen RB in a previous set do some wacky things with the teleport, and maybe Russia just feels confident enough. Both breaches already down. And speaking of confidence, speaking of aggression, that neural theft of getting popped and basically forcing what would have been a phenomenal flank from Wizzy to be cut short. He's still lurking towards that mid, still being a thorn that Wolves very much have to consider. Fast lane drops, but there's no commit just yet. The short control has been made. But 3 members of BLG are going to shut this push down hard.
Yeah, unless K-Knight just decides to solo peek like that. Well, Lysor down to 1 HP, but he still survives and gets the kill. Now 4v3, we have the advantage on side, and Rusha, well, there's nothing you can do there. Even the Hunter's Fury coming out, but never mind. No? Are you kidding me? Levius getting 3K out of nowhere. And Sufat BB against Wizzy. What can he do? He doesn't quite expect the angle. What was this round?
Over-aggression is what this round was. You have Levius getting annoyed by the Hunter's Fury, and the theory behind it there is obviously if you're pushing Levius while Levius is running to try and dodge it, but hopefully we'll get to see it from his position. He's happy to take the first one. Yeah, like, it doesn't matter if he's running. He understands he's dead anyway. He knows that people are going to be swinging off of the Hunter's Fury, so he stands his ground, doesn't get any running inaccuracy, and manages to walk away with 3 and manages to make Sufat BB just burst that ultimate immediately. That's 4 for 1 if you include the ultimate.
K-Knight going for the guy with the salvos, trying to get that ult point, and now Spring is already up to short, and it seems like, yeah, I mean, considering this is an eco, maybe short, going long isn't the right decision, but K-Knight still, I mean, to be fair, he didn't spot Spring, he did now finally with the shoulder peek, and you can see the players already grouping up on the A side.
Yeah, you can. Speaking of the A site very quickly, you'll notice that no one is on that heaven window just because the stuns have got to the capacity in this game where you can't really hold it. You get salvoed out, you get aftershocked, you get all of this being thrown at you that you can see, and now dancing around each other, dancing around the site. It's just a pinstripe of back and forths, bulldogs, frenzies, ghosts, all showing up on that kill feed, but actually going the side of Wolves, who now have the guns to pick up, now have the positioning and the man advantage.
On Lysor going with that kill, and look at all the upgrades that they have for Sufat BB, even going basically into the spawn just to pick it up, and now with the Bulldog and 2 Vandals, and Wizzy, I mean, he has been great basically since he started playing this Euro, but still this looks a bit too hard for him.
Oh, it's going to be close to BB on that graffiti, and nearly, but Wizzy will be the one to fall, and yeah, that advantage being immediately regained, and it was just so, again, scrappy is the word. You were seeing how volatile these fights on A are now that Window's essentially not being dealt with, not being covered. You see the Cypher cages, the smokes, everything being dropped out. Lysor with a running gun on the Stinger is beautiful, and that angle from Sufat, the Thrifty being popped, maybe the only one we'll actually see in this series. I believe the first one we've seen at least of this set.
There was a flawless in map 1, but you're right, so far nothing here. And you can see once again the economy has flipped completely. Rusha going for, interesting, I don't believe he dropped the classic, so he might just have the shorty, but still deadly in his hands. And now they see there comes an eco, and it seems like they just want to go on a bit of a B crunch here. Neff already out with his fault line, but there's really nothing that he can do on the back of that.
Honestly, I'm not fond of it. I don't like whenever we go for B and it's quite like staggered. Now everyone's grouped up and ready to push in, but when you're going for this B push and your econ isn't that great, we do have Juicy holding it, making sure no one can flank through garage. Doesn't look like any members of BLG are going to bite just yet. They have managed to get that plant. Unfortunately for them, the rare part, they've actually managed to get out. There's no flanks they have to worry about. This positioning is so good if you're Wolves.
Yeah, and well, it's easier to spam when you have fully guns. That being said, okay, they do get the first one. Dimensional Drift coming out. I'm not 100% sure, especially with Levius falling. And to be fair, they get one. It's maybe looking a bit more doable, but still Wizzy didn't get any value from the ult. They have to go for this. I mean, there's no chance. They do get the Teo ult out, and it does get a bit of damage, and it's now down to the 2v2, but the spike is ticking, the time is ticking, and Lysor immediately shuts it down. Nev, without any smokes, really has to go for the strike fight, and there wasn't even a chance to begin with. Wolves take this round.
Yeah, no, you're not walking away there. That one way is just really, really strong. There's no angles you can cover there. A lot of economy, honestly, used there. And we did see the... Oh my... Okay, well, Russia didn't see that. The only thing he saw was the bullet going through him. But look at the ultimates being popped here. You see the Rolling Thunder. You see Armageddon fall. That's quite a lot expended if you are the side of BLG. And the fact that you didn't walk away with that is pretty rough. You look at this now. Wolves took the round, have the econ advantage, and nearly every ultimate online aside from that Hunter's Fury. So really all to work with for the Wolves.
Spring deciding to pop the overdrive. Does get, I mean, he doesn't. Yuko is there to help him, but still it doesn't matter. Rusha getting one first troubles, but nothing more, and they already pincing onto sides. Neff does kill the ult Neon, but he will be taken out, and Levius just has to dry fight this, and absolutely no chance. And this is the explosiveness that we're talking about, especially with a Teo and Neon comp. Just, I mean, at this point, 20 seconds and the round is already over.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the overdrive and the neural theft as well is basically your ideal two ultimates to pop there. You've still got Hunter's Fury coming close to being back online. This position in here, this play, a little bit aggressive from K-Knight. It was understandable why, but with no real backup, I mean, actually, you know what? I go back on that. It wasn't understandable. K-Knight had just pushed into A-Long all on his own, didn't have the support, didn't have it, and we see the Aftershock pushed him out. There was no one swinging from ramp to try and back him up, and he kind of just left himself for dead. And with the back of that, actually, BLG now opting for the timeout. I think this is a really, really wise decision.
Exactly, they've been struggling quite a bit in this first half so far, and maybe a bit of momentum carrying even from the first map of Split. But now that we're in Haven, and considering, I believe the last time that Wolves played Haven, I believe it was either like 13-4 or 13-5. So that means that they already have the rounds that they got on the entirety of the map the last time they played it, and Wolves is looking great. They have the energy on the side, they have the momentum on their side, and it doesn't hurt when you have people like Juicy and Sufat BB on your team.
Oh yeah, it really doesn't, in the sense that they are absolutely terrifying to go against. They have been just showing up again and again. You see Sufat BB on that 9-3, Juicy 5-4-5, and Lysor has actually been the man on the mission there. That is a beautiful KD spread. The neural thefts, like the ultimate pops, have been phenomenal as well. Looking back to it now with 2 seconds left, Levius and Rusha, not much to work with. They've got the neural theft, they've got the from the shadows, but let's face it, that doesn't really open much. Those are more your defensive reactive ults, and I have to immediately get out of shop if they don't want that garage spray to collapse on top of them.
Exactly, and you can see Wolves is cycling through their ults. Sufat BB is one off, and they still have the breach, what is it called? The Rolling Thunder, exactly.
Rolling Thunder, yes.
Spring trying to look for something here on the B side, but Wizzy is just tucked, especially considering he only has a Sheriff. And now look at all, considering they're on an eco, BLG has a lot of space, especially on A.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. BLG have played this aggression, but they are just pushing through.
Oh!
The timing on the drone, but no, the timing is walking into the blender. That is juicy. Getting no pulp involved at all. That is just pure juice indeed. Sufat BB picks up another as well. Neff, good for one, but that's going to be it. And K-Knight now with the positioning. So from Lysor there, but actually getting picked up by the run and gun stinger, but doesn't matter when your refrags are on point and ready to go.
You can see the difference in the stinger quality. Nothing against Russia, but he definitely struggled to get that kill, and then K-Knight just deleting the Wolves player there. And yeah, definitely a bit rough, but nevertheless, considering it was basically a full eco, definitely also an expected outcome.
Yeah, exactly. I believe a flawless, they're very, very close. No, very close to flawless. I think K-Knight had actually crushed the dreams of it being a flawless with that cheeky stinger. Oh no, no. Okay,
Delete the bot. No one saw that.
It's fine. Wolves are currently winning. They've got a map up. Their mental can't be that, so Spring should hopefully forget about it. But if that were BLG's side, that may have very well just ended the entire series. Just the mental completely collapses from something like that. That's unfortunate.
I mean, it was in the first 5 seconds on a round on an angle where he couldn't be really killed, so it doesn't really matter. You can see YZ once again just pushed up here. He could definitely catch the Sova off guard, and that is exactly what he does. Full C side, and you can see Wolves contrarily going onto the A side trying to push this, but you can see K-Knight already just waiting there, and the rest of the team will follow suit.
K-Knight has been an absolute pain. Lysor does clear, but doesn't clear the other angle, and now being surrounded, this pincer here, it's down to Spring to do quite a lot of damage here. Manages for it. Armageddon being walked around is going to delay the plant. Unicall, beautiful knowledge. The TP just not quite working out for Juicy. Russia falling because of it, and this Neon slide is not going to be enough to catch Levius out. You got to wake up a decent bit earlier in the morning to catch that out, and BLG finally are able to put a round back on the board.
A bit of a misplay from Wolves there. They killed one person in short. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that they spotted out the Teo as well, who was in short as well. So he just waited there, waited to pounce on the right moment, and then kills the last two players basically together with his teammate. And you can see there was absolutely no chance. You can see K-Knight there from short, taking down Yurko, and then with his teammate getting the other player. Honestly, that looked like a scene from a movie where it's like the cool guys are looking explosions, and he just... takes off, he puts on his glasses.
Oh yeah, well, I mean that's everyone getting it super serious. If anyone, you know, if you've watched tournaments before, you know, fighting games or anything like that as well, you know, when the hat gets taken off or the headphones get taken off and it's like a serious moment, that's what we've currently got now. Everyone getting super serious, because again, if BLG can't take this map, and Wolves do, Wolves go to Toronto and BLG are put into the losers to do a hell of a run back. Speaking of a hell of a run back, the Rolling Thunder, but it hits your own teammates. You can't be doing that. Lysor though, the mid lurk is absolutely peak. Neff goes down, ready for the garage swing, but not ready to take the shots.
Definitely, you look to see maybe a bit of miscommunication or Spring. I mean, normally we see him quite comfortable on the Neon. Maybe it's not the case in here. The Cypher ult already coming out, the neural theft, and now they want to go through this. He jumps down, but he gets caught out, and together with Hunter's Fury, Sufat BB stopping this retake even before it started, and you can see Levius down to 5. I mean, together they have 50 HP, and they have to go for the save at this point.
Yeah, no, you're not walking away with those guns, and BLG not quite. Wolves, as you'd mentioned, have been very much happy just to take the fights regardless, Mike, but BLG understanding that no, okay, they need to keep this saved. But the hunting is coming from Spring here. Was he not going to miss that? Not going to miss BB either. That's huge, in fact. Manages to take 2 out, wanting more potentially. Maybe backing out. No, he wants it. He nearly gets the lineup. Nearly walks away with a 5k, but Wizzy will be happy enough with a 4k regardless.
The most unimportant 4k of his career. Getting that and even falling in the end. I mean, to be fair, I would have preferred him not to peak, but with a player like Wizzy, if his confidence is up, that is all you need. And if that confidence comes in form of a 4k that he gets after the round, honestly, I don't mind that, and that is great for the BLG fans.
I mean, it keeps the momentum going. It does get the dimensional drift online. He is opting for the sheriff rather than trying anything greedy with a shorty, which is a bit of a surprise. But when you see Russia sitting in that really close angle, that never really gets cleared because you're used to sitting very close. Yeah, on that box, we see one, we see two. Super Levy is then finding another through that smoke. A bit fortunate, but that's already, as you've been a fan of saying, the round is over, Mike, before it's even began.
Exactly, you can see the power of the Cypher here. Oh, I didn't even realize Woise had pushed out, but you can see all the upgrades basically on the C side. It seems like they just don't want to quite go for it. You can see the respect they have for a player with a caliber like Juicy. I mean, they're just completely waiting. They still have a minute. And at this point, honestly, BLG, with the way this map's going, they might just take this minute to maybe take a breather. Just give yourself time. You know that Juicy has to do the first step. He has to first pick up the spike and then find a way to plant it. And I mean, unless he picks up the ult op or he gets one, he doesn't even have his ult online.
That's the thing. He may be considering right now if he goes towards A site. To our knowledge, the A orb is still up, so he can pick up an A without giving away too much information. That is closing though as Neff. We do see rotate towards that heaven site. The spray comes through. They know with the paranoia that Juicy is still here. We're going to see if he's going to try any cheeky teleport plays. Wizzy is snapping close these jaws on the other side. So now Juicy's just saying here, I mean, you can't really say you're trapped more than that fish in a barrel, and Wizzy is going to come collect that salmon.
Yeah, you can see Wolves, they really got trapped on. He had absolutely no chance in the rest in the 4v1, but funnily enough, I mean, you can see the difference in when one player is saving on BLG versus when one player is saving on... We don't talk about that. Doesn't matter. Versus one player saving on Wolves and one team just one team going for the kill and just trying to get as much damage as possible. And BLG, I mean, considering they are known for their explosive style, and especially in places like Champions a couple years back, they still just wait for the last guy, for Juicy to do anything. They know he's one of his ult, so they really don't want to give him any kills. And now talking about kills, Spring is just running into B. The full side is free, but once again, it was looking rough the first time. Let's see if BLG can do something different.
Yeah, that garage hold, but no one coming through this time. No one biting the bullet. The extra, the dimensional drift coming through from Wizzy to try and keep the control. Rolling Thunder's popped as well. Aftershock, you call good for one. The Aftershock does pick up Spring. That corner very difficult to get out of. Neff suddenly coming online. Haven't seen as much of them this half, but now when they need it most, BLG as well. This is the last round, by the way, so people are going to need to burn all their ultimates that they can. The frags are good, comes out online. Juicy to start with, but K-Knight continues to do it, and with this defuse, that's going to put BLG at the very least 5-7 as the side swap.
Especially considering what a difficult task it was to get that diffuse. They decide they don't want to go for the tap like they did the previous the round before that when they went B as well. But instead they just fully plummet everything. I mean, this is one of the rounds where I wouldn't mind Adriel saying once again everything that he sees, because there were like 10 pieces of util at the same time. You can see in the end, unfortunately, even with Juicy getting the 2k, K-Knight gets the last 2 kills. And 5-7, a scoreline that we're quite familiar with. Exactly the same one as on Split, but still Wolves, even though they faltered a bit in the end, they have the advantage.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. BLG managing to get those rounds back. Haven, a very even type of map as well. So like because of that 3 sites, it is arguably more attacker sided. So the fact that Wolves were able to get those rounds is a bit less of a surprise. Their attacks have been phenomenal, don't get me wrong, but now BLG are going to try and get that back. Again, what spray is your favorite? I'd imagine since Chamber has been less oppressive, he may win out there. Which sticker would you go for personally, Mike?
I don't know. I feel like I resent everything that's Reyna. I personally, this is not the opinion of the stream, but I believe that anyone voting for Reyna should just instantly get permabanned. But once again, that is my own opinion. You can see the Chamber winning out as he should, both in terms of the spray and just the the agent.
I mean, that's fair. Reyna has been a pain since she's came out in terms of either just completely destructive or kind of just nowhere to be seen. So it does make a little bit of sense. I myself have had my opinions on Chamber since he's came out. If anyone wants to know a little bit of a side eye there from the Wolves as well. They know this is getting serious. Well, it's been serious this whole time, but they know how serious they are taking it. They know how badly they want this. Again, it's this time BLG have to bring this back to bring it to Icebox, and if they don't, they are going to the losers.
Now Wolves here on the defense side, we see now the double cypher compared to the compared to Split, and you can see still, I mean, Wolves, considering they have a cypher, it's definitely looking great for the defensive side, but you can see they still have the aggression on par, as you can see the push out from Spring there on C side, but it doesn't really matter, they have no info, as the rest of BLG is just purely 5-man on A.
Yeah, and what we've got to point out now is Wizzy can basically get to any site he wants. He can teleport around the back like he did Split. It will be Juicy trying his best to make sure no one can come through, but everyone's coming through. Sure, this is a pretty much picture-perfect push onto the A site from BLG. Not a single foot wrong. All the frags are there. All positions are held. All angles are covered. And now 2 versus 5 retake scenario here for the Wolves. It's possible, but it's going to be tough.
A bit of damage done onto the BLG players, but it really doesn't even matter if you don't get a single kill, and it will be a flawless from BLG. And I mean, considering their comp, considering their players, considering now they're on attack side, this is a great way to start that off.
I mean, as I said, we'll get to see it again. Clinical display from BLG on how to take an A site here. 2 members on long, or 2 members on short, 3 on long. You get your Yoru to teleport around the back site. Everyone commits. They know they don't have to worry about full util. They know that you're not going to have to worry about Wizzy getting salvoed or anything just yet, especially if you get that read that Tejo isn't on that A site. So phenomenal play. We see the util come through immediately. They really want this control towards the A, but this time Wolves have made that raid. 4 members sitting there comfortably.
Unfortunately, at a certain point, it doesn't even matter if you have all 5 players here, since they also have pistols. Spring decided to go for this frenzy, but now it's a gloom, it's a smoke fades. They decide to fight through this, and they have absolutely no chance. I mean, everything was so long range that the classic and not even the frenzy could have done anything there. They have to contend with only 1 player going down on the side of BLG. And Surfat BB, I mean, what can you do? You only have 1 shock dart and 1 classic at this point. You might even just die to Spike.
Yeah, I think they're dying to Spike here. You might try and go for the exit, and oh my days, you can see how bloodthirsty BLG are. They do not want this. The BL in BLG very much standing for bloodthirsty gaming right there. Is exactly what you would surmise them as. Incredible stuff. The push there gets the ult orb on, gets the ult orb as well on the on for the side of BLG, because if they don't get it and you die to the spike, then the only person that gets is obviously the man that dies to the spike. This push here from Wizzy gets 2 towards the exponential drift, dies as well, so that's a 3rd. And then we see, oh my days, it was Rusha actually picking up that frag. That's a beautiful shot onto BB, and now equalized as fast as the rounds have been.
Yeah, and now BLG going with the motto, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Once again, going for this A, going for A control in the beginning of the round. They can see already Sufat BB has to back out, has to go into the side, but this time they have the Cypher as well, so a bit more control. You can see Levius going just to break this trip, doesn't quite find it, but he gets it on the other side finally. So you can see BLG once again. I like this from BLG, stopping the chaoticness and going for a bit of let's just open all the avenues that we can, put as many question marks into the Wolves' heads, and still you can see they've opened up B, but they still want to go to the true and tried method of just running A.
Oh, but this time it's Lysor waiting, gets the Yoru clone, so no concerns there, just waiting to pop the cage. We see the TP coming through from Wizzy as standard, the stun as well, dodges the paranoia. The positioning from Lysor has been absolutely beautiful. Unfortunately for Sufat BB, still going to get found out by K-Knight. Paranoia, very solid, and Lysor off of nothing but the audio from the smoke, picks up a second, gets himself a 3rd. Spring on the other side is harvesting, as it would just be Levius having to run back through the sewer.
Yeah, if you manage to take down a player like Wizzy, who is on 16 kills right now, especially with, I mean, beautiful positioning from Lysol there, going into his cage just in case he TP'd, and then even dodging the paranoia, that means he can go and get the easy kill on Wizzy TPing. Yuko will get the cleanup, and you can see, I mean, once again, he's just standing up. He wants the energy. He knows the crowd, a lot of people are going to be on his side, and he is feeling good.
I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, why really wouldn't you? Indeed, this positioning here, very solid. Lysor here has just absolutely put on a clinic. It is a bit fortunate, but you know what? We'll still take those shots, absolutely. And then finally, Yuiko as well. Everyone seems so warmed up and good to go now. And of course, you have to be split. If you want to say it was a button check, if you want to say it was that warm-up, but for BLG, it could have been the beginning of the end as they take this first time out.
Yeah, as you saw, of the 3 kills he got, 2 were through the smoke. But I mean, I don't know exactly how the saying goes. You miss all the shots that you don't take, right?
Oh,
so
yes.
even though you've got a Vandal, just spray it. And I mean, to be fair, as soon as Wizzy got taken down, his team was maybe just a bit too far to really help get a trade or do anything there. So they already had the advantage there. And with with Lysor getting the other 2 kills. And what can you do? He is top fragging on the Cypher as well for his team, which is absolutely crazy. I believe he has the same amount of skills as Lysor, and considering as Wizzy, and considering Wizzy is on the Euro, that's a crazy stat.
No, it really is, and it's going to show how, you know, like how much, because normally anyone that's, you know, kind of interacted with Cypher, you do get those games where it's just you never are on the site that's correct, you're never holding the place that gets pushed, so you just don't end up getting that value. Lysor has been doing phenomenal in terms of very much adapting. You can't guarantee where Lysor's going to be on this Cypher. You cannot guarantee if he's setting up on that A. You cannot even guarantee where his trips were. Whenever they were Wolves were on attack, you couldn't guarantee that his trips were in the same spot. And speaking of on attack, that is exactly what BLG are with that garage clear.
Yeah, but they use so much util, and in the end it doesn't even matter that they know that they're not going garage. They immediately instant reclear, and Lysor now being basically the top frag on the entire server with 17 kills. And there's no chance that you can ever stop him. They still want to go on this side, but together with Super BB, and they don't even TP in there. Wizzy still gets one, but it's a quick trade. Knight as well, taking down Lysor finally. But with the aftershock taking down Levius, it's a 3v2, making it 3v1, and K-Knight has to contend while being on 5 HP in this 1v2.
Oh, this is a tall order in theory. 2 bullets is all K-Knight really needs to make this work, just 2 headshots, but with that Phantom as well, the range difference. Juicy sees the elbow, but of course going to be spotted by K-Knight as well. And now, you had mentioned this, Mika, in terms of just very happy to wait, very happy to play it patiently. I mean, Knight gets the plant almost certainly, but even if you cut to Knight, we can see he's just kind of chilling under heaven right now, just waiting, seeing if there's any sort of over-aggression, of over-commit. But until you've got that spike planted, Knight, Wolves don't have to move.
Exactly. Something we have seen from both Billy and Wolves in this case, especially when it comes to a prolific match as this. He finally goes for the plant. They still use the fault line. He has one maybe. I mean, I was talking about the positioning wasn't great, but still, I mean, it's a 2v1. If one dies, it doesn't even matter. You can see both players from either side going for the 3K in this round, and which really shows you how good these players are. But nevertheless, Wolves shut down the attack from BLG and get another round.
Oh my days, yeah, and Wisely here just absolutely popping off. It was a good flash, but the refrags there, the trades are just so solid, it has to be said. And Yukon does nearly go down there. That double swing is solid. You can hear the hype from the players, but it could have easily, had K-Knight just gotten that transition shot, maybe would have been heartbreaking for them. We could have easily have seen an 8-8 for BLG, but instead, Wolves get to take it away. The econ looking a bit rougher for BLG, and potentially a 10th round on the board as this super aggressive A hit yet again.
Yeah. Wizzy with 70 kills really wants to look for more. He is hungry. He wants to pounce on the side. But nevertheless, I mean, you have to contend with Sufat BB. Once again, the paranoia not hitting him, and he doesn't even go for the TP. So that means that they haven't even gone on side. Now with the day ult behind the day ult, they will finally do so. K-Knight getting one. Will he try to get another one? Yes, he can with the running gun and the stinger. It's left to a 4v3.
I mean, look at the dancing behind the smoke as well. You heard the flash. K-Knight has been absolutely wearing his dancing shoes, or at the very least been going to some after evening lessons. The footwork and the play style that you've been dealing with against a Stinger is nothing short of phenomenal. And now, speaking of a Stinger, Lysor is going to be in the back, does manage to get it in the Neural Theft Online. That is an absolute pivotal pick. Now, the members of Wolves know where the last member of Rush is, and because of that, Yuiko picks up both, and that is enough to put them onto a 10th round. That fight may have just sealed the deal, put BLG all the way home, or all the way to the losers bracket, and put Wolves all the way to Toronto.
You just look at this guy stuck in the middle with Yuko, getting the 2K. And what a flick on the first guy. That is crazy. You can see there's a reason he's so good. He's the second top frag from his team. And now 10-7, it's looking precarious for BLG. They at least still have a good buy. But I mean, look at the shields, look at their money. If they lose this, they don't even have ults. Just a dimensional drift and the way they've been using it, I don't see it any going another way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if they would have, they nearly did put that round on the board, and it would have been, I think, close to a Thrifty, if not a Thrifty, which would have been massive. And now, speaking of the Wolves, the aggression actually here, taking a little play out of BLG, but meanwhile, Juicy's just walked in through Garage, essentially for free, takes out Levius, swings in to YZ there, but who will immediately fall down to Spring. Yuko as well has not been missing these shots. Neff shutting him down, but already you're down to 1 versus 3. And if you're dealing with Neon just dashing around in your face like that, that's a tough shot to land.
And this looks like the beginning of the end. I mean, BLG need a miracle at this point, but it seems like they really won't get it. Wolves, I mean, they make moments. They just make these things happen, and they look so good, so dominant, and so confident as well on this map. And Spring, yeah, even with the dash, you can see there was absolutely no chance for Neff there. And Wolves going up to 11, just 2 rounds away from going to Toronto.
I mean, listen to that crowd. The Wolves are very much here for it. You can hear the hype, you hear the excitement. The crowd are loving every second of it. So BLG are really now properly on the back foot here. Their attacks have been very solid. Their position gain has been incredibly good, but the minute you're dealing with Lysor on that on that site with you, that's the crumble. I say their attacks, like their positioning has been phenomenal. It's been okay, especially like the initial push, the initial commitment to the util has been solid. But again, with people like Lysor, with people like Yuiko, with people like every member of Wolves, to be honest, needs a shout out for their ability just to keep the positioning, to keep that push. And Juicy, speaking of, good for 1 as he TPs out.
They get the one, a bit of damage on both Yuko and Juicy, down to basically 1 HP from any rifle, but still they have the man advantage in the 4v5, and with the duelist gone, I wonder if they're just gonna have to go to the side. They try to brute force this, they get the first one, K-Knight, but he has to dodge flash. Now finally Spring doesn't even get one. This is great if you're a Billy fan. This is, I mean, the breach ult finding a teammate there, but it really doesn't matter in that case. Wolves have to regroup and go for this retake.
Indeed, they do. If they decide to, I mean, they can put this to a 12th round, but if they do let this slide, then all of a sudden BLG can claw their way back. The HP not great for Russia, and the pre-fire from the logs does get a bit of damage towards K-Knight, not enough to get it fully down. The salvo's pulled out, but this timing might be incredibly rough. Neff's able to be good for 1. The salvo does actually pick up Lysor, and Neff follows it up yet again. Wolves not quite able to force either a win or an OT yet. Billy still in this.
Considering they had 3 players alive at the end and 61 HP for all 3 of them, I mean, that looked rough at the beginning. Even it seems like the Wolves could get a second blind kill through. So yeah, here you see Lysor almost getting K-Knight, but you can see they still managed to stop the bleeding. They get their 8th round, and you can see still quite a bit of fight left from the side of BLG.
I mean, they can't let this go just yet, surely. We've got an icebox that they very much not only want to fight the Wolves in, but in theory store them in that loser's bracket. You do not want to cool off just yet. You want to keep running for it. The aftershock comes through. They know some members are stacked towards that cubby. Spring trying to pull out the overdrive to make something happen, but it's not going to. It's all on Juicy, who can only get 2. Lysor now, we've been mentioning these 2 specifically. It's 2 versus 1. The spray's not great. K-Knight, and it's going to be Super BB who makes sure there is not going to be any stories left to tell for Billy as we move on to what could be the last round of the set.
Big plays, big impact. Super BB is here to win. They get themselves onto match points. Serious point, and at this point, I mean, how do you call it? Canada point?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess so. I mean, that overdrive maybe just a little bit overcooked, unfortunately, and now with very little to work with here. for the side of Spring, for the side of BLG, I should say. The overdrive wasn't enough, but at the very least that's something. But with no full buys, with no ultimates really, Armageddon's there, but you don't have the dimensional drift, you don't have anything else just yet. We'll have to wait and see how this potential last round goes. The flag comes down, 5 versus 5.
They decided to go for the Super BB, immediately getting the first one out. Now he has to try to do anything here, but Yuriko can, finally getting traded out. But together with the Hunter Spirit, they're just disrupting everything. But Levius doesn't care. He holds down the line. The first tap coming out, and the neural theft will see that there's no one in there. But still, he decides to peek Glycer. Beautiful shot, but it's not enough. 2v2. K-Nut and Levius. K-Nut even with the Spectre, not great for spamming such long range.
But that spike is beeping. The salvo's going to kill time, but it does give away the position. K9 now just trying to dance around. The shots do go through. Do they have the time? It's going to be close, but yes, they do. The Wolves are going to take it 13-8. BLG go to the losers, and Wolves are off to Toronto.
From the shadows they hunted, with a pack they struck, and now the world will hear them howl. Wolves Esports are going to Toronto, their first international event, and look, they're looking absolutely elated.
Meanwhile, looking very fittingly eliminated. BLG not out yet, but just have to do a hell of a loser's run that, as we've pointed out, I don't think anyone would want to do. Look at the relief for them. Look at the commiserations there. You can tell this wasn't the way Billy wanted it to go down. A solid performance from them, but the Wolves they were just a cut above.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, it was a 2-0. You can still see that they're human. They do bleed. And BLG did get a lot of maps from them, but I mean, it's still a dominant 2-0. And Wolves, they've got to feel great, not only because they're going to Toronto, but because they're now absolutely chilling. Okay, first seed would be great, and if they win this entire thing, that's even better. But still, the entire weight has lifted from their shoulders, and you can see Wolves finally able to breathe, finally able to take their time to indulge in this moment. And you can see the 5 players together with the coach.
Oh yeah, enjoy it, soak it up. Everyone in the chat that was rooting for the Wolves, soak it up, enjoy this moment. Look at this on stage, look at the happiness there. Commiserations if you are Billy. They did put up a fight, but if anything, that just means the rivalry grows and Billy should fire back even harsher.
Michael, do you know if we have an interview translation?
I believe, there we go, yeah.
All good. Take your time.
肯定也是最功不可没的一位。那能不能也给我们聊一下你眼中的几位小伙子，包括这阵儿他们训练的成果，他们训练的表现都是什么样的呢？
训练表现没这么好，可是他们成长我们一步一步看在眼里嘛，大家都在进步。然后我也希望能好好为中国，然后为 CN 队伍打得好好，在多伦多。
是的，可以代表 CN 赛区去拿到更好的成绩，让全世界认识到狼队，看到狼队。感谢教练 ，Juicy。作为队里的新人，在加入到狼队的第1年，现在就和队伍一起进入到了多伦多，是什么样的心情？
很开心，
很开心。是的，那你觉得你的加入给狼队带来了怎样的改变呢？ How did they help your team after you joined?
And he's like, yeah, he's like helping everyone play.
大家玩得比较舒服吧。
玩得比较舒服，确实是非常关键的一位选手，也是今天第一张地图的 MVP。那咱们再一次把掌声献给 Juicy 好不好？在接受采访的时候还是稍微有点害羞的，但是比赛里表现大家都是可以看得到的。小肥，其实今天真是你们第一次进入到季后赛，同时也是你们第一次的世界赛之旅。 赛前其实你也说到，这阵儿以来是一直在压力和挑战中不断去成长的。那现在收获了最甜蜜的果实，是什么样的感觉和心情呢？
就是，OK。
现在心情还是有点激动。
And he's like, I'm very happy.
我觉得最开心。第一，我真的很谢谢教练的信任。
And it's like been
或许就是我跟贝里合作了也一段时间。 但他对我是非常的严格，
然后
我也很谢谢他去推动我，然后我很谢谢我的队友，他对我是100%的信任。我觉得最甜是什么？就是你在正常的时候，你的队友对你是100% 的信任，这个是无价的。 然后我们来到今天就是来到这一把，我们士气很高，我真的很开心。包括对于支持我的人，然后我刚刚赛前也说嘛，喜欢我的、讨厌我的、说我的，我很谢谢他们。真的是他们把我带到我的心态是另外一个层面。我觉得 OK， 我坚持做我自己。
And he really enjoys something.
对，就是我很享受跟他们一起打吧。
是的，无论什么时候，其实对于队友对于你的支持以及无条件的信任，都是你每次敢于操作最大的动力。还想问一下小肥，麦克风先不要急着交出去。
Sorry.
So Silva's parents are
今天小肥的家长、父母也来到了现场来支持你的比赛，有没有什么话是想要对家里人说的？
And he said, I really thank them for that.
我很谢谢他们，就是对我无限的支持。
Like to like pursue like
让我在我最青春的时候做我喜欢做的事情，因为他们一直跟我说，哎，不要有压力。
And they didn't give any pressure.
不要有压力。就是一直鼓励我、支持我，无论他们多忙也好，也会过来看我。然后我7年前跟他说，就我7年前刚踏入电竞这个职业路的时候，
when he started playing
希望有一天我进了世界赛，能带你们去
told them that he really wanted to
你的儿子在台上发光发亮。然后爸爸也一直去教导我怎么样心态要平稳啊，怎么样面对所有的事情。就是我真的很感谢他们，没有家人，没有今天的我。所以我觉得
he will like display himself.
我想说的就是我会用行动跟成绩直接去回报给我的家人
and he believes
对
like
我的
that's
支持。这个是对于他们来说，我相信是最开心的。
是的，小肥也在今天实现了7年前的诺言。真的是很幸福的一位选手，有队友的支持，同时有家人的陪伴。接下来问一下刘一手，因为其实，在队里，你和 YU 也是一个
because
羁绊，曾经都是 FunPlus 队员，23年也曾经共同征战了全球冠军赛。对于你们2个来说，辗转队伍，最后同时参加了这回的世界赛，这一切的经历对你来说意味着什么呢？
很幸运吧，然后也很开心能跟兄弟们一起走到今天这一步。然后怎么说呢？其实我也想说的，我一直很感谢各位粉丝，那么在背后对我的支持。然后吧，其实有一个事情我真的想说，就是当初he was like kind of 说了一些
after he left FPX
怎么说比较激动的话，我不小心伤害到某些粉丝了，不好意思大家，我这人没有恶意，我想跟大家道个歉。
其实我觉得，在很多时候，大家的一些表达都是表达自己当下一些比较真实的感受。但我想，所有的粉丝也都会理解你们所思所想，你们在做什么。而且今天也用最好的成绩证明了你们的选择，你做的一切都是没有错的。感谢刘一手。接下来小春，那其实除去 YU 和刘一手，你和小肥也是队里另一个比较独特的羁绊。因为从23年世锦赛当时你们在 FIP 是败者组半决赛输给了 DRG 之后，那个时候是错失了联赛的机会。到24年你加入到狼队，当时有想过仅在1年多之后你就可以有机会站上世界赛的舞台吗？
其实也都是有想过的吧，因为我跟小肥就真的跟兄弟一样，我们都互相信任、互相支持的。然后我们也知道我们彼此的实力都很强劲，所以我相信有这么一天的。
相信会有这么一天的。其实刚才小肥的情绪也是有一点激动的，有没有什么话还想对小肥说的呢？
谢谢你，你的指挥帮助我突破很顺利吧。
真的，谢谢大家。这是独属于你们兄弟之间特殊的情谊，也是大家互相的理解、支持以及信任，才让狼队今天拿到了这么好的成绩。接下来 YU， 那这个赛季 YU 的表现也是让人眼前一亮，从常规赛开始一直到现在。想问一下，对于你来说，你自己的收获和成长又有哪些？
我觉得主要是多个位置的轮换吧，因为我有时玩少，有时玩先锋，所以在站位啊，还有选择打法上会有很多不同，所以我学习到就是在场中的时候怎么调整吧，在这2个灵活调整，对。
在位置轮换的过程中，也为队伍做出了很多的牺牲。那现在门票告一段落了，但是我们还有非常关键的北京的季后赛，会用怎样的心态面对接下来的比赛呢？
就是已经拿到多伦多的门票了嘛，所以我们可能压力就比较小了，所以后面就是 享受游戏，享受比赛。
享受游戏，享受比赛，也让所有观众继续享受你们的表现。感谢 YU。那再一次感谢狼队接受我们的采访。竞技场上其实从来没有轻而易举的胜利，也再一次恭喜狼队拿下了第1张门票。现在我们看到比赛现场的枫叶开始飘落了，接下来请各位选手一起来记录下属于你们的胜利时刻。咱们教练和选手都可以往镜头中间聚一聚，留下这珍贵的一刻。同时，请台下的观众们将你们手中的多伦多大师赛灯牌挥舞起来。选手们可以把台下一直支持你们的粉丝带入到镜头中，我们拍一张大合照。我们也看到观众手里举起了紫色的枫叶，那让这片代表多伦多大师赛征程的枫叶，和我们一起期待狼队在多伦多大师赛的继续表现。再一次感谢大家，感谢狼队接受我们的采访，让我们稍事休息。接下来，让我们把镜头交还给解说席。辛苦大家。
Thank you again, Beatles, for translating. And you can really see in these players all the emotions coming out, especially Sufat Bibi. And you could see his parents even in the crowd. And it's always nice to see when your family, when your friends support you in everything that you do. And you could really see with the hugs, the team is really coming together. And we really hope that they manage to do the same when they're in Toronto.
I can only imagine. So unless during the unless like the travel arrangements get them at each other's throats, maybe, because that is something that we have seen. But yeah, phenomenal stuff. Building off of that is always nice. Shout out to the families and stuff that support everyone, whether it is like production stuff as well and the casters. So big shout out. You're all loved and much appreciated. But speaking of loved and appreciated, it was a solid series as we get through these highlights. Some incredible gunplay. No real. Unless, if you can correct me, Mike, no real whiffs, no massive, like, oh dear.
A couple misplays, but whiffs in the traditional sense, not really.
Okay, no, I think that's about right. We've seen, I don't know, maybe I'm a bit more optimistic, so I don't like I also am sitting here and not on that stage, so I always feel like, whenever I criticize plays, it's like, I think it's because I can see the mini-map and I'm omniscient.
The casters basically just playing God and commentating on everything that they do, criticizing every little play, but you're completely right. And in this case, I mean, honestly, even if Wolves won both maps, like 20-18, it doesn't matter. The result is the same. They're going to Toronto. They're feeling absolutely great about it. Now we can see the team comes once again, and you'll see probably a lot of high energy here.
You do, yeah, that passion. We get to see, I think this is the overdrive getting popped, yeah, but Wesley having no shenanigans about that, just making sure to shut that down entirely. Phenomenal stuff.
And the energy is absolutely crazy. You knew they were just on the verge of winning the series and qualifying. And once again, I mean, not once again, but Lysor, once again, the player that we've talked so much about MVP with almost 300 ACS and 2.0 KD while playing Cypher.
81% kill participation as Cypher. That's not... You shouldn't be able to do that. You should have like 30% because your site isn't getting pushed. That's the rule. When you play Cypher, you are engaged in about 30% of the time. But no, Lysor very much commanding his own space, very much taking it over. Phenomenal stuff. And look at this scoreboard that we get. You know what, Mike? You take us through this.
I mean, look, I want to talk about Spring, who didn't even scratch the 10 kill mark. But honestly, it doesn't even matter. Not only because you have so many good teammates. You can see 23, 19, 15, 14 kills. I mean, but the fact that you have the Cypher player on top, then the Breach player, then the Omen, then the Sova, and at last you have the Neon. I mean, it really shows you that even though Spring maybe had a bit of a tough time, it really didn't matter, and he did his job. And that is the most important part. And but I also want to say, considering it was 8-13, looking at the side of BLG, K-Knight still with 20 kills, that, I mean, now you can see the team stats. They're looking a bit more skewed on the side of Wolves, but Billy still, they do have a tough time ahead of them, but I believe they can still do it.
Yeah, so going from bottom up, it's flawlesses, so Wolves didn't need any. Billy walking out with 2 is good. Spike conversions, so we see 7 out of 8. We're going for the Wolves. 3 out of 6, which I think is actually quite characteristically low. Billy is usually pretty confident once they've got that spike down. First bloods, though, literally double for the side of Wolves is wild to see. That's impressive to say the least.
Yeah, you can see and that shows you that maybe while they don't necessarily have they do still have individual moments, but it's not like an Aspas, it's not like a Jogamo, where they can just drop 40 and the rest of the team can drop 5 and they still comfortably win the round. It's everyone is doing what they need to do. Everyone is participating in the team, doing what they need to do on the agents that they're playing, and well, the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, the results absolutely do. A phenomenal set. So, well, unfortunately, at least for us, that is the end of it. A beautiful series, though, it does have to be said. There will be another series. If I can just get up, actually, unfortunately, it is escaping me who that will be.
It's EDG versus XLG.
CVG versus, there we go. Thank you very much, BK. Well, just before we do pass it over, should be about a 20 or so minute break just while that series gets up. Less I'm being told, so hopefully maybe 10 or so. But Mike, any kind of last words for our lovely audience just before we head off and pass it to our super special surprise casters?
I mean, to the audience, thank you so much for watching. This is quite a new project, and we appreciate everyone being here, even though I assume half of them are going to be Magnum alt accounts, but we don't talk about that. But to everyone watching, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. I hope you enjoy Easter with either friends or family. I wish you the best of luck for your future endeavors. Remember, just like the players on the stage, you are loved.
Oh, yes.
If not by your parents, then by your friends. If not by your friends, then by me. I love you. And I also want to say, talking about these wonderful people, again, thank you to Beatles for translating. Thank you for Magnum for basically being the mastermind. And obviously, a huge thank you to my fellow co-cast, the other side.
I'm the same.
Yeah, to my fellow co-caster. That was our first cast together, and it was absolutely wonderful, an amazing experience. And I have no one to thank but you.
Yeah, no, Mike, same right back to you. This has been phenomenal. Thank you to the production. Thank you, everyone. But yeah, we will jump off, let you all get fed and watered, and then we will be basically right back with a Series 2, but with 2 fresher faces on the caster side and 2 fresher teams. Do not go anywhere, but thank you so much for your time.
Bunhanda, everyone, welcome back to the VCT China stream here at Project Horizon. I'm Charlotte, joined by Volt, and we are very excited to take you through this match. It's the World Champions EDG taking on plucky upstarts XLG for a spot in Masters Toronto.
Hey, Char, you know, you call them plucky upstarts, but really XLG are taking everyone by storm. Render-wise in Ascension. And for EDG, you know, there's been a lot of the drama at the camp. Everything is a little bit rugged. So them at least guaranteeing their qualification to Toronto probably be a big boon for the team, for morale, to at least stabilize everything before they make it to the international stage. That is, if they even do it, because, you know, we were talking about it a little bit before we actually went to the air. XLG are a very formidable team, and they can definitely cause an upset. There is a consensus that maybe XLG can actually do this in the middle of the storm. It's happening around EDG.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, EDG, they are champions for a reason, though, right? They've won basically every stage of China kickoffs included, and last stage they're the ones that eliminated XLG in the lower bracket, and like XLG, they kind of awoke the beast that is Edward Gaming, it feels like. Started them off on a run with 2 13-0s on Haven back to back. So, you know, that it just shows that when EDG want to show up, they absolutely can.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And they've had some stellar performances as well, but it's primarily those shaky games that makes you worry about EDG. You know, it's always the post VCT curse. You know, like once you won champions, you're the world champion, everybody else has been like really struggling after that. EDG have actually been doing pretty well up until now, but maybe it is catching up to them, and it might take a toll. But I don't think that's actually really going to be the case. I think that they're still looking pretty solid. It's just the fact that Group Omega has really been quite an enigma, because, you know, there hasn't been any crossplay between the two groups. It's been the group that at least is kind of solidified in the way that it is structured. You know, XLG were always second place, but in reality, one of the main things that is going to dictate this kind of game probably going to be the map picks. And, you know, we were actually talking a little bit about the Waylay, because there was a graphic on the main Chinese stream that was talking about Waylay pick rate, and actually both Rarga and Kang like to pick that guy.
Yeah, they absolutely do. They've both played it in the past. To mixed success, I would say. I still think Waylay is an agent that really have to be confident in it. I feel like this is not really the game to be pulling that out between both of these two duelists. I mean, they both have very impressive stat rates. Kang is the top ACS in China this stage, and Raga is third. YZ was top until that BLG lost to Wolves earlier on today. So Kang has gone up the rankings a little bit, but even still, both of these players are very much peaking at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one of the things that aren't actually at the peak for Kong Kong, which is like one of the things that will be a primary talking point, has got to be the Yoru. You know, Yoru is one of the agents that everybody is really talking about how strong they are. Raga has been playing it. Even Chichu, when they were on an interview, they were talking about how Yoru is the best duelist right now in the game, but it's actually feels like out of the pocket of Kong Kong. And the one time that we've seen Kong Kong try to put it off, it wasn't really that good looking in comparison to his usual suspects of like the Neon. Even the Waylay was a whole lot better, and of course the Raisin.
Yeah, for sure. It's honestly a little bit concerning that Kang maybe isn't able to step up into this meta, but at the same time, I think it's Kang we're talking. He's a superstar for a reason. I'm so excited for this matchup, Volt. Just all of the storylines that run through it as well. Obviously, that rematch from last stage.
Yeah, absolutely. That was in kickoff, of course. That was 2-1 for EDG. It was actually quite a close game in maps 1 and 2. It was overtime in map 1. I think 13-10. On map 2 was Haven. That was a complete crash out for XLG. It was 13-0. They just felt like they completely lost the plot once they got to map 3. But I don't think that's going to be the case this time. You know, XLG has been showing a lot better of the resilience in the turn that the game has been played. And I feel like a big part of this, especially for me when I see EDG and XLG play, is that their clutch potential is incredibly high, whether you're talking Smoggy, Chichu, or of course on the other side, it's usually, I would say, Varga. Is actually very good on the clutch, and Happy Way is immaculate as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm very excited for what can happen in this game, and just the last point on this sort of this matchup, because that's one of the main things that we're looking at, is in the last series that XLG played a couple days ago against Nova. That 13-2 win for XLG on Ascent, Raga picked up a 346 ACS. Plus 15, he was 21-6 in the KD. Absolutely crying. It just so we know, this is going to be a battle of the Titans. But yeah, you wanted to talk about a couple other players as well.
Yeah, you know, of course, you know, it's a lot of storylines for EDG. You know, it's a storied organization, the Chinese scene. And they've been fighting for a few years, but when I really want to look down to it, you know, I look at the side of XLG and I think, okay, you know, YOU and Coconut and that initiator battle, really the main thing against, of course, is Nobody and Chi. It really drives a lot of points in the way that the game is played, because I feel like maybe Coconut has been one of the players that, you know, he's just been a very silent soldier. He like marshals on, uses their utility well, doesn't really shine a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. But maybe this is actually going to be the battle of the initiators for me. Everybody else on both teams, whether you're talking controllers, duelists, sentinels, I feel like all of them really got a lot of value and all of them got a lot of name credit. But probably for me, I want to see Coconut stepping up a little bit here in this kind of game, because this is where it all counts, of course. Masters Toronto on the line, and at the end of the day, if you can't pull through now, some questions will be asked of you later when you drop down to that grueling lower bracket, where both 4 seeds, by the way, both Trace and, if I am not mistaken, on the other end it was actually Dragon. You know, both of them actually won their games in the lower bracket, and they're pretty hungry whoever's gonna fall down.
Yeah, absolutely. The team that wins this are already qualified to Toronto, of course. That's the big storyline. But the other thing as well, if you lose this, you then have to win the next 2 series in a row. So that's quite a long way to try and fight back from. It's going to be a difficult challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be a difficult challenge, but you know, you got the chance right here. It's 1 best of 3. That's all you really need, especially if you're EDG, where you put yourself in the first place and everything feels pretty good to you. So, you know, that's just where EDG maybe are going to have an advantage. They only need to play 1 BO3. They don't need to show a whole lot. But on the other end, though, XLG are the team that already played 1 BO3, and they were looking stellar last time around when they were actually here. Of course, that was their 2-0 win against Nova. And XLG looked good, but Nova looked kind of shaky. So maybe I'm not actually taking that as a true benchmark of how this one is gonna go.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been really interested in what we're going to be apps, because it feels like this series could go anywhere. I mean, EDG, just this stage so far, they have picked Fracture, Haven, Icebox, Lotus, and Split. All 5 games they've had a different map pick. So, I mean, the map pool for them is pretty broad, and the same kind of says for XLG. They've also had quite a few successes, but they've only really been picking Lotus, Icebox, and Fracture. So
yeah,
maybe some target bans could come in. I'm definitely expecting the Lotus to go. It's EDG's permaban. The only time they played it, they lost 13-8 to Tech. So Lotus is gone, right? We can just kind of say it's XLG's best map. It seems to be one of EDG's worst. They keep permabanning it, and they've lost it once. So if we see Lotus, I will be very, very shocked.
Yeah, I'm not expecting to see Lotus, but that actually leaves some of those other maps, of course, out in the open here. I feel like Haven is probably going to be an option. Icebox is one of those maps, though, that I'm not really sure if either team want to actually commit to it. Of course, you know, those stats that we see are pistol win rate, attack, defense, and post plan for the final. And most of those statistics are actually in advantage of the side of EDG. And that's the duel that Yushar are actually really harping on. That duelist v duelist head to head. It's like second and first place for the duelists in the league. Of course, Kang is a household name, but Ararga has been the one that, at least for my own books, is the most impressive, because you don't see a lot of duelists being that proficient on the Euro as Ararga is right now. I think he's like top 3 Euro in the entire world. Maybe between him and Martin, and I will toss up the 3rd place. So that's actually one thing that I feel like will be a big factor for XLG's map picks, because they might just want to play the maps that Euro is excellent on, and then EDG are going to be at a disadvantage when that happens.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. I've been looking at the numbers. I've been trying to predict what the map veto we're going to see is, because it really could go anywhere. But I reckon XLG, they're going to have to ban either one of Haven or Icebox. It's looking more likely that it'll be Haven, considering they've banned that map 3 times. They've banned Icebox 0 times. And then EDG would probably pick into the Icebox. I'm already assuming that the Lotus is gone. XLG then have a few different options. It could be Ascent, it could be Fracture, it could be Pearl. Yeah. But realistically, the sort of things that we're looking for is Fracture, Pearl, and Split are looking to be what the decider would be. And then XLG would probably either pick Ascent, Fracture, or Pearl. And again, that Haven or Icebox, whichever one doesn't get banned by XLG, is looking likely to be the map that EDG pick. If they don't pick Ascent, I'm a bit worried, because Ascent EDG have lost it twice. It's not looking too good for them, and it's the map that XLG just won a couple days ago, 13-2 against Nova. The only thing is it's also their most banned map.
Yeah, but on the opposite point, of course, you know, in this current meta of Ascent, that's the one thing that I'm very worried about. You can pick the map, but if the other team have already adapted to the new meta, like defense sides can be horrific. We've seen 12-0s on defense. That can tell you like exactly how the meta is. I don't like Ascent, that's my personal opinion, but I think it's going to be a very powerful map pick for XLG for the reasons you stated. It's not really something that I feel like EDG have actually pivoted fully into. And that puts EDG in a weird place. Like you're probably gonna ban the Lotus, as he said, since it's the permaban anyways. But where do you go from there? Do you just accept that you're gonna be playing the Ascent, and hopefully they've scrimmed it enough and improved enough that they're gonna be able to bring up a better map, or is it actually going to be the other? And it seems like the Chinese desk actually slightly in agreement. You know, they're also talking about the Ascent and whether or not it will be floated to a decider, maybe try to force a second ban out of EDG by leaving it open, and that can be a real possibility. And honestly, when I look at the veto in general, when I look at the 7 maps, I feel like it should be slightly in favor of XLG, just because they have more maps to pick from. EDG are specialists in their own map picks, but now they're put into a team that lines up well against them in the veto, and also have 1 or 2 extra maps to really threaten on the other.
Yeah, absolutely. As the teams, they are walking out now, looking to be like a brilliant matchup. XLG versus EDG. Volt, I want to hear your predictions. Which team do you think is going to win? I mean, I have EDG personally, but now I'm looking at the map vetoes and the possibilities they might have. XLG, they could have a chance. To me, it just depends on, are they going to pick into Ascent, or are they going to leave it open? If they leave it open, it means that EDG can maybe land on a couple of maps that both the teams are confident on, and I think maybe EDG would win out there. I think Ascent has to be picked, or Lotus, right? One of either Lotus or Ascent is probably going to be in the map pool here, and that could be the key here for Gili Gaming.
Yeah, and I feel like it's really going to come to those last two players before YOU stepped in. Viva and Coconut. A lot for me is expected from them because, you know, they're on their way to maybe be the first team ever in the world to make it through Ascension, into Tier 1 into VCT, and then into Masters. That's going to be such a big boon for them if they're able to do so. But, you know, from my end, I think a lot of it is actually going to come down to Viva in the maps themselves. Because as we discussed, you know, they got the advantage in terms of the map picks. They got more maps. Their map pool is more varied. They got the depth. But it just will come down to how they call inside the game themselves. Because I feel like the one real thing XLG are lacking is actually being tested by those best in the world teams. They've been excellent against everybody else. You know, their one loss in the groups came to a Bilibili that was absolutely firing on all cylinders. But maybe now they are faced with a higher caliber of opposition and an even tougher test, because this EDG comp got a renewed vigor, and like they really want to prove everybody wrong. They really want to make it to Masters, because then they will not have to worry about all the drama that's happening around them. And right now they're completely focused on the game, and I feel like that's one of the main strengths of EDG, is that they're one of those teams that feel like they just go into a flow state once they're in the game itself. And if they're able to get there, probably only one or two teams in the entire world can stop an on-form Kankang.
Yeah, I would have to agree. It looks like XLG, I mean, maybe they could win this. They are certainly coming out of the stronger group of the 4 teams in these upper bracket semi-finals. 3 of them are from that group Omega, with Bilibili, XLG, and Wolves, and obviously Trace winning their match yesterday as well. So realistically, that means every group Omega team is still alive in the playoffs, and right now there's only 2 remaining from Group Alpha. That's EDG, that's Dragon Ranger Gaming. The other ones are gone, and EDG did seem to maybe struggle a little bit in that group as well. So my hopes are high.
But here's the thing, though. That's the group of a lot of the paper tigers. I just have to call it as it is. You know, Nova, Titans, 2 teams that individually are excellent, but as we've seen in their games in the playoffs, they just feel a lot more shaky in comparison to the other end. So that's one of the things that I feel like maybe will become a problem for them. That, you know, you see the results of the groups and you think, oh, Group Alpha is probably a weaker game. Sure, in terms of macro, I would agree. But in terms of individual level, I think Group Alpha has probably stealed EDG a lot more than XLG, because they've had a lot of those teams that maybe it was only Bilibili and JDG that would actually stand up to XLG on a mechanical level. And I feel like a lot of their wins, they actually just aimed us. And now they're going to be in a situation where they cannot do that anymore. And that will pose a big challenge for them. A challenge that in this veto right now, they are hoping to make up for.
Yeah, let's see if I've been able to big brain it or if I'm completely incorrect, because the map vetoes should be on our streams very shortly. It's just the teams, they've already walked out and now huddling up the last preparations for this match. I'm certainly excited, and here we go. XLG with the first ban. We get the Lotus. EDG banning away Ice Spots, which is one of their best maps. So we have now Lotus, Haven, and the Ascent stays until the end, but Fracture will be the 3rd map. I'm looking like this could be a 2-1, but it looks like it might favor Gili Gaming here, Volt.
Yeah, I feel like Gili is definitely in a very good spot from that kind of veto. But maybe with EDG actually picking that one, I would actually hope that, oh, you know, like they picked not to ban it. I mean, They let it float. Maybe they're prepared for it. Even when they played the Lotus last time in the kickoff, it was an okay game. But I feel like really XLG have leveled up a lot in that Lotus. Meanwhile, EDG have been hiding their cards to their hands. So hopefully the scrim results are going to be something to expect. EDG are on the attack on this map, and the same for XLG as well. They chose to attack on the Haven. So already for those two, going to be such a big factor to be off to a good start, because I feel like attack side at Lotus especially, like this is Kang's element more than anything.
Yeah, I would certainly agree, but it can also, the attack side on Lotus generally can be very hit or miss, right? I'm filled with a little bit of apprehension, but it's the same thing with the defense. Lotus is a map that can swing massively either way, and of course Haven being in the pool as well. There's going to be those memories from kickoff, that 13-0 that EDG were able to inflict, and we've got the Yoru here from XLG, but Edward Gaming, the double duelist, Neon and Kang on the ISO.
Well, that is quite a monkey wrench to say the least, but ISO can actually, at least from my own perspective, from the few times that I've seen ISO on the Lotus, it can actually pose a very significant shift to the way you play some of those sites, some of those maps. Raga, of course, on the signature Yoru on this side, and well, the win rates are definitely in favor of XLG, at least on paper. But the one thing that I feel like I'll be on the most lookout for is definitely that double duelist. We haven't seen that in quite a while. It does actually take away from maybe a lot of the other options, and especially with the single initiator being a Sova, they don't have a Breach, they don't have a Tejo, so area denial is going to be a different factor that you really want to take the duels to XLG, and I feel like it's just going to be predicated on how those duels kick off this match.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. Obviously, Breach or Tejo on their own are not quite as strong, and you kind of want that information that you maybe would be getting if you had a Yoru on your side instead. So let's jump into Lotus. It's our first map here, semi-finals, and the winner is going to find themselves on the flight to Masters Toronto.
Yeah, everything is to play for. Upper finals and national events. Both are hands here, and XLG actually starting off with a big pinch towards the A side. This is going to be the weaker one, so they cannot really afford lose their ranks here quite so early on. That's why I feel like the retreat is good from Coconut, and it's just going to be a matter of whether or not they just let it go and play for the post spawn. Seems to be the case here. It's a 5-man rotate. Already, rotations are made from XLG. They can definitely go for a quick pinch if they want to, but seems like they're quite patient. Don't want to really pull the trigger off yet, but the spike is down, and all 5 players are now present. They're attempting to go for more here. Coconut is going to be off there for those double kills. Spike is being tapped. Chichu with the opener, but they need to close it out. The spike is going to be defused, and Chichu will not be able to do that much into that round. At least will keep their life, and that ghost, never mind. YOU just takes it away. Now we are in the game itself. It's an excellent start for XLG on the defense, and it all came from the back of them actually doing those set rotations early on. You know, they're quite so patient, and the openers were excellent, and despite the double tap, really, maybe not the best as far as a Kang, and that is something that we will completely have to be wary of in this kind of situation. Already a good start for XLG. EDG will be buying up some sheriffs, so they upgraded pistols and actually cause a bit of a menace. It's a repeat on the C site right now. Kenny is already in the site up close and personal. Could be playing in the smoke with that frenzy, but Wei seems ready. The spray down is good, and it's actually going to convert onto both. Not the kill though. So the spike is going to go down, but nobody's down to 19 points of health. And Kang really hungry to find a duel, but a beautiful play is perfect between Coconut and Viva. And it feels like while the spike plant is down, not a lot of damage has been done yet. Nobody at least is going to be able to find a pair. From there, that is going to be all she wrote. And XLG are able to hold on. Not a lot of casualties, just 2 players down. but the spike plant will at least accumulate enough money to make up for the pistols that they've bought up in this one. So it's off to a good start for XLG. And for now, definitely feels like EDG are slowing down a little bit, but it will come to this one. They can't really afford to lose a lot of numbers. The bonus from XLG is scary though. Whether it is the 2 Bulldogs or the Outlaw in the hands of Viva, can really do a whole lot of worry. They can do a whole lot of harm. And XLG again, they already pinched on the A side. EDG expecting that presence, but they're still committing to that A side play, trying to use space here with the reveal, and they've made some headway. Already into rubble. Coconut left in the angle. Viva there with the Outlaws, gonna find an opener, but a great response from Kong, and they'll make it a double. And now they're on their way to the site itself, where they might have picked an opportune time, and Kong already made it to the side itself. They cleared 3, but the backside is the problem, and YOU excellent on the Sheriff. The aftershock to maybe buy some space, and it's going to be a second answer. No, they didn't finish off that one, and instead it's going to be Chichu to be able to find another kill, and they keep it to a 2-on-2. XLG are within arm's reach, and spike is planted.
That it is. We jump into the post plant. So, as I have, my internet has returned from the void. EDG, they're in a tough spot here, but 2 versus 2. That opening fight is massive, but Smoggy cannot win it out. Now Chichu has to reposition behind the box. Happy Way starting to tap, starting to take away. Already half on Chichu's, right under Chichu's nose, and the Sheriff shot gets it done. A 3-0 start.
Yeah, 3-0 bonus win. It's expensive, of course, for the side of XLG, having lost most of their members, but they don't really feel hard done by that one. The fact that they're even able to win that bonus after that double answer from Kong is really going to be a problem for EDG, because they let this map get picked by XLG, and right now we're seeing XLG just bringing the game up in their elements. But it's not really working out for them. They'll need to switch things up again. They're back to another half buy here. They still got the hero rifle in the hand of Kong, and they got the kill contract and the steel garden. So if Kong is actually able to find an opener, maybe things will improve. But this is the second time that they play the exact same strat, and this time they have weaker weaponry. But they are allowed some space onto A main, which can actually pose a problem for EDG if they're not careful, for XLG if they're not careful.
Absolutely can. Jenny, just wants to go in there. Kill contract being utilized there by Kang as well. They're inside of the Shadow Realm, and Kang wins that one out. YOU back at the site. Steel Garden trying to take everything away from him, but Raga still there with the Outlaw. And finding a double kill. It's still absolutely possible for EDG, but now Kang's got to try and do it all alone, and it's not going to be enough.
Jenny here and Kong really did really well. They actually find a opening pair, but it came to the same thing again. After they get themselves into the site, XLG are quick on the pinch, and they got the high pace. Despite that, though, it was very good placement for most of the players on the side of XLG to actually be stationed around stairs, and then the Outlaw out of the range of the Steel Garden. Maybe it was the one unexpected factor for EDG as they were entering through 3. And as you can tell, like a lot of frustration on the EDG side, because more than once we see them really making their way into the side. They look pretty clean, but then they let up one tiny detail, and that one angle that they ignored, one position that maybe they half cleared, comes back to bite them.
Yeah. XLG, they played Lotus a couple of days ago against Nova. Now quite aggressive on their defenses, playing things a little bit further back this time around. Even still, they're trying to watch for this push on in. Jenny again, just sprinting straight on forwards. YOU, the cosmetic stun, and he's able to find that pick as well.
Well, that's a massive one there. And another one from Coconut onto the Spike Planter. Good work from Smoggy. Please keep it within range. And now they need to work their way into the side itself. Still an Arc Rose. Is looking pretty aggressive for the retake, but I like this from EDG. They know that they need it. They really need to find a pick here. And they find some space here. They got the seaside itself. It is Warga in mound, but Kang is run out of the double time. And instead, it's the interdimensional drift coming in from the Yoru, relaying the information to the rest of the team. But Warga doesn't really need to burn a whole lot more youths, I feel like. He can just wait and play with the rest of the team. And it seems like that is the consensus here. Armageddon pushed them off the side. They're trying to duel in through water. It's Shichu to find a trade, but they can't really find a whole lot more. It's going to be the rest of XLG. They shut it all down, and they're going to make it a clean 5. EDG are lost in this Lotus.
I'm so surprised that EDG chose to ban away the Icebox here instead of Lotus. XLG, they're obviously going to pick this map. And Edward Gaming, they've chosen to start on the attack here. And right now, it's not worked out for them. 5-0. There's not really anything that they can do right now to try and get themselves in. Yeah, sure, the double duelist is nice for the aggression, but you don't really have the utility that the two initiator comp like XLG has is able to provide you. And I'm not surprised we're seeing the timeout here because Edward Gaming look lost.
Yeah, absolutely. Edward just completely out of sorts. You know, there are good things in that comp, and maybe that's why they've been hiding it. The double duelist has been working pretty well for making space, but just once they get to the sites, this is where I feel like, yeah, it completely shows that they haven't had a lot of official experience, I guess I would say, because it's clear they've been scrimming it, but some of those pivotal aim duels that we were talking about with that kind of team comp, they haven't been able to get together, and that is going to be a problem for EDG because we were touting them to be competitive in this game on terms of their fragging potential, but they really haven't been fragging into that one. It's been a very quiet game from all of their members. XLG got all the answers, and the Yoru is actually coming out to be the main problem here. I feel like the Yoru is really problematic, and they don't seem to find any kind of real response on the side of EDG to the amount of util that is present from, you know, the flashes from him and Breach, the stun from the Breach, the Tejo area denial. They just can't cope with this amount of space control that is present with the defense.
Yeah, I mean, you make an excellent point. The two duelists on EDG, they're combining to just 4 kills between them. Really not been working out, and it's going to be a difficult task in this round as well. In round number 6, they've only really got a couple of stingers and sheriffs to work with. Not going to be much you'd back Shilai to be able to get up to a 6-0 start. The Hunter's Fury being invested, tagged up by the Sova drone as well. It's not going to be able to find any sort of tags. I think maybe one on towards Coconut, down to 70 HP. At least EDG, they have the control of the site now. It's the only question is going to be, what can they do with it?
Well, they're trying to at least plan a spike, extend onto spawn. It's accident from Jinny and Co. But can they recover back? Kang is already brought down, and it's a wipeout here towards the elevated position. That leaves the rest of the team to be dead to rights. It's a triple from Coconut, only nobody left. In a 1-on-3, 17 health and a stinger. It seems like a tall order. It looks like it shall be. 3 health. And it's all done. XLG to continue their dominance. The timeout didn't really do that much from ADG. At least they got the spike plant again, but they are really playing in XLG's world in this Lotus.
Yeah, they've used the Hunter's Fury though, and that's my main concern is an ultimate's been invested into that round. It only got 1 tag onto a player who is still able to get this double kill and a 3rd as well. It didn't work. Your Sova ult completely useless, and that's one of the strongest pieces in the Edward Gaming arsenal right now. What do they now have? A To the Shadows and an Overdrive from Jenny, which, let's face it, they're not the most impactful ultimates to have. And Happy Way has a Viper's Pit too. Everything is going the way of Zilai right now.
Yeah, I know it. Zilai is just having a dream here on this map 1. They're trying to find an answer back. There it is, Jenny and nobody. Finally, some real openers from EDG. They got the side itself, but they need to rotate in time. Kang, gotta be careful from Viva. This is the power of the ISO there. Taking that first shot off on the duel with that double tap, and they get themselves a real round, a real advantage. And despite all the economy, yeah, XLG already just stuck in tail.
Honestly, I really don't mind this from XLG. They know when to cut their losses, and crucially, we've already been mentioning about how poorly EDG are kind of doing with their ultimates right now. Kangkang's 1 away from that kill contract. They don't want to let him be able to take that ultimate into the next round, because that's when the snowball starts to roll. That's when you start to really get going. The problem is if he dies here as well, he's also going to be able to get that ultimate. At least it's a weapon taken away, and that's also going to be an advantage for G-Lite Gaming. EDG, they're going to lose their loss bonus after this round as well. They really want to make sure they can take all of these rifles in.
Yeah, and seems like they're going to be able to keep at least 4 out of those 5, and that's excellent. But EDG needs to find more of those kind of rounds. You know, they got the openers, they're confident on the duels, they caught XLG off with a pace and trade. And I don't think that's going to happen twice. I think XLG really got comfortable in their groove, and maybe more comfortable than they would have liked to be in that round here. So probably we're going to see them posture a little bit more further back. And that does seem to be the case here. A bigger pinch onto the A side. 4 players on that, leaving Wei alone on C. And he's got to be careful because the kill contract is ready from Kangkang if they really want to pull the trigger on that.
Yeah, if Happy Wei gets caught by this ultimate, he'll just be dead no matter what. Even if he wins out that 1 versus 1, an EDG player will be there ready, waiting to try and collect on that kill. So they're forced back in towards CT. Raga, now the one that has to try and be the sentry to try and take things down. Viva's been felled. Happy Wei dies in the ult, and Raga has to dip out of there. Uses a teleport to get away. Coconut up close. Nothing really working now for XLG. Edward Gaming are hitting their stride. With the spike now down, they're secure here on the C side.
Well, Kangkang seems to be hitting something. It's down to just YOU. And this kind of clutch here with Jine. Yanni being able to find a kill. And they really are ticking back again. YOU just left all the way back to the A site. And it seems that EDG might have found the answer here. You know, if they're just going to be playing those util dumps towards A, the C side is going to be completely open, and this is the second time that we see Shilai actually electing to not play for the coordinated retake, not actually make a whole team effort. Instead, we see individuals speaking, and that is the fault of that comp. You can't really do it in the same way that EDG are going to be able to, and without the rifle from YOU. It's going to be an expensive rebuy from XLG. They still got the buffer that they've made with their 6-round streak, but they are starting to show some signs of complacency, something that they will quickly need to address because we know how dangerous EDG can be.
Oh, for sure. I feel like 6 rounds on the defense, though, especially here on Lotus, is already quite a boon for the Shilai side. I'm just getting these statistics up now. Yeah, Lotus, a 51% attacking win rate in China so far. 6 rounds, that's kind of the minimum that you want, and they've got it already. Now calling the timeout because, I mean, the coaches can clearly see that complacency, like you mentioned, Volt. They do not want it to get out of control.
Yeah, and it really will also come down to EDG, you know, reading that read, because EDG got the explosivity in the Neon. They also got the very high dueling power on that ISO, and going to come down to those 2 players, you know, Gianni and Kangkang, and those kind of exchanges. And well, for XLG, it's been really the post plants. You know, I talked about this a little bit before the game, but their post plants were so good for the first 6 rounds. And then when they decided not to go for that and instead just try to maybe find a pincer, try to make something happen individually and not coordinated as an executing of some sorts, and it worked out for them. And now they need to fight back, and well, at least some of those players are back on good scoring numbers. We'll see 9 and 4 from YOU, but Chichu and Kangkang are really firing back now.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and that's what you want to see. Gianni has been able to get the opening pick in quite a few of these rounds as well, rushing in with the sprint from the Neon that she provides. Certainly has been helpful. Now EDG, they're playing this one a bit more cautiously. Post timeout, they know that XLG will have been cooking something. A spot there from Viva on towards Kangkang. Goes for a second jump peek just at the right time, because Kangkang on scopes, he's certainly expecting another one of those to come through, but wisely, Viva now just dipping away from that angle. Looking like we might see another C hit here from ADG.
Looking to be a contact play too. Happy Way dips away at the worst time impossible. And now they will have to be tested on the site. It's very close onto Coconut. He got caught slacking with a paranoia in hand. And it all falls down to the Viper, who gets aggressively scaled on. This is exactly how this comp should be playing for EDG. Ruthless and aggressive, but that one from Concon might be a big giveaway. Because now it's back to a 3-on-4. Definitely doable for XLG if they are able to find Gianni. This kind of range, they walk out, instant pick from Rarga, and they got some time to play for, but they'll need to be quick about it. Dimensional Drift is out, first flash in. The fake out is in position as well. The rest of the team is making their way from Mound, so it really will be on to Rarga and Salvo to make things happen. They try to clear off the angle, but they haven't tapped the spike yet. Now they're trying to push for peak, but they are being punished by Smoggy and Chichu. Beautiful from EDG.
Absolutely brutal there in the post plant. As soon as EDG are able to escape out in towards Mound, it's basically round over. Even in the 3 versus 3, they have those angles that they can just utilize. It really is just that expectation of the util dump yet again, but EDG, they're going from a different playbook this time around. It's the contact on in, and yeah, catches XLG completely unawares. 3 in a row now for Edward Gaming. They're certainly hitting their stride here on the attack half of Lotus. The real question is, have XLG done enough damage already?
I'm very scared for the side of XLG because in games like these, even if you get an early lead, I feel like giving away an early lead is actually a scarier sign than anything. And they got their lead. Now they got their opener as well. Great work from Rarga to catch these two off guard there. The Armageddon comes in with a Rolling Thunder. They're trying to overwhelm. It's going to be a double for Viva. That's 3 off the Armageddon.
Oh
and
my God.
Bye you go, EDG.
Well, never mind. I said, oh, EDG have all the momentum. Viva shuts that right in my face and into their faces as well. 3 kills with the Armageddon and the Sheriff follow-up. That's the eco-ram play that they were looking for, and it puts XLG right back into the driver's seat. The Rolling Thunder as well stuns them up. They cannot get out from the Armageddon's wrath in time. You can see nobody trying to escape. They just can't move quick enough. It works out beautifully. Rubble control, yeah, no worries. XLG had that on lock.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful from the members of XLG in that play. But that was a big ult investment there. It was both the Armageddon and the Rolling Thunder. It won them the round. It got them back into the game. It maybe have halted EDG, but EDG still got tools. They got the Hunter's Fury again. Gianni does have the overdrive. This time around, Coconut actually uses the paranoia at the right timing. And they keep hold of that C with both smokes rotating between the dark cover and the poison orb. And it seems like EDG might want to pull back. And A-Site is actually the one that is a little bit more scary. The pick comes out. That's the big investment from Wei. And the weirder part is that they even haven't committed a rotate behind it. Double time out for Kang Kang. It's a big duel to take from Rarga. They pushed him back, but they know that they have to be there towards that site. The Under Fury comes out, but it doesn't find a lot of connection. Instead, it just allows EDG to scale. So that's the second time that, you know, minuscule value has been found off the back of that. Sova, YOU with a big kill on the cross. They're trying to pinch onto that B side, but 2 players have already made their way between Viva and, of course, that being YOU in the angle. Rarga to find one on A. Now the rest of the players are here in the B side itself, trying to commit to a plant, and it seems like they'll be given that chance, but it's going to be a quick retake, I'm sure, from XLG.
Yeah, I would certainly think so. 5 versus 3, the first kill found, second as well. Smoggy, Chichu have now brought parity between these two teams. And XLG still have to scale, still have to push in. The smoke's in their way. Razor Thorns as well, blocking their path. And the timer of the spike, it keeps on ticking. Viva knows nobody's close, but even still, he's finding the fights. Again, the stuns don't work out as they should. And now here's the pressure, here's the scale. 1 versus 3 for Chichu, and XLG lock it down.
I was really coming close there. Of course, when that double duel came out from the side of the waterfall, the fact that EDG were able to win both, that was a big boon for their post plan. But then on the other end, once Viva got to that position, they held on really well, and that pick from Rarga might have actually won them the entire round, because if they were able to sneak into stairs, Viva wouldn't have actually been in play, and then that round would have been over for XLG. But They get over that hump. They get it over to 8. And now EDG are back into the suffering land. They need to at least try to make it an 8-4. They definitely have the power to do so. They still got the kill contract and the overdrive, something that I feel like they will need use in this round. But back to the same default, back to the same play. It kind of is telegraphed. But they got the power and pace to make it happen, and they do catch off Coconut in that kill contract. Double time for Kong Kong, but they still lose it at the end, and it's an excellent trade from XLG. Are they aware of Chichu's position, though? They see him not. Chichu is able to find both, and EDG are back in the driver's seat.
I thought he was about to whiff those 2 shots, but unfortunately for XLG, that didn't come true. Recon Bolt being shot out, and that's only the first 40 seconds of this round. EDG, they choose to slow it down just a little bit. Now pushing in towards C. Coconut with 1. The headshot onto the second, but it's not quite enough. 140 damage from the Phantom. Leaves Happyway 1 versus 2. 45-second timer started as that spike gets planted down. The push in from CT. Happyway, he's got to try and clear these angles one by one. Chichu's fallen. Smoggy Flow on HP, but still wins out the fight.
That is massive from Smoggy. I was really hyping up Happyway in those post plants, but they weren't able to do so, unfortunately. It's big there from Coconut to find that kill, but I feel like the pinch towards B, again, really came into play. Big work from Chichu, and EDG got it over to 8-4. And now that you feel like, okay, you know, 8-4, it doesn't really bode well for the comp with a double duelist. But it's not the end of the world, because they're back to firing on all cylinders in terms of their mechanical ability, in terms of their firepower, and they can still make use of that even when they're going to be on the defense.
What a wild half we saw. The big defining factor, I think, was that 6-0 start coming out from G-Li Gaming. They've established a 4-round lead as well heading into the second half, which is, I mean, definitely is definitely going to be a hill to climb for EDG. My real question is, are they going to be able to do it? Now they find themselves on defense, still with the double duelist though. There's certainly more potential for that aggressive defensive style that I was maybe expecting that we saw from XLG that we didn't, Volt.
Yeah, you know, that aggressive style. I feel like it came in a little bit too late, just because they were actually trying to get themselves off on a good foot, but it was a cold start. It was a really cold start from Gianni and Kong Kong. But once they actually got back into that situation, well, everything is good. Apparently the translation for what was there on the screen was like the biggest lie in comms. The left was there 1, and on the right side, I got your flank. And well, I mean, for me, it's always he's 1. I just got bad friends. That's all I'm gonna say. I got bad friends, and they always told me with that one. It's like, well, on classic, don't worry. Like, okay.
Wow. And now you've just called them out on broadcast. So there we go. That's the. How are they gonna feel about that one?
Honestly, probably the same way that I feel when I right shot them with a classic and they don't die.
Fair enough. Well, second half underway, and speaking of classics, a few of them online in this round. Of course, it is that pistol round. This one feels like maybe it's must win for EDG. They definitely don't want XLG to have a similar start to the momentum as they had in the first. And you know, at that point as well, if they win the follow-up 10-4, that might just be too big of a comeback to try and muster.
I'll just have to wait and see if they are able to pull that one through. XLG apparently repeating the exact same play that we've seen from EDG. The big pins on C, but there's 2 players on side. The Chichu and Gianni. And they pulled it off. They pulled the Vice Wall there. So that's actually such a big win for XLG, because they can still play the map. They got an entire minute to play for, and they got their options open. They pulled some rotations into C and now away from it. So if they double dip back into that C site, they should have a good time, but it's all going to come down to whether or not they can break that crossfire between Chichu and Gianni.
Yeah, this choke point is going to be the key factor here. Utility coming through, stuns, flashes, everything. They're trying and fight this, but Chichu, Gianni, they're finding the kills they need. Coconut left 1 versus 5, and EGD take it flawlessly.
Oh, that is absolutely disgusting from Chichu there. That's 4-man stun. Come in from Gianni. Completely made it easy for Chichu, but he made it look buttery smooth on that drop down. Excellent work from EDG. Came down to that crossfire, and they couldn't get past it, unfortunately, for XLG, despite them starting off well. So I feel like they wouldn't really feel as hard done as maybe they would have otherwise felt, as like, oh, we couldn't get past the site. It was just such a good play from EDG. But the thing is, from XLG in the second round, you know, EDG were able to buy sheriffs and make an investment and then get the spike plant. XLG are trying to do the same, but just with the classics. They got themselves into a good position on the B side. The spike plant is probably the paramount objective, but Gianni is going to be shot down. Kong is also going to be traded, and this is starting to be a little bit risky for the players of EDG. They need to hold strong. It comes down to Chichu again, and he backed off like a master. He knows how to play around those corners. EDG Chichu is such a genius.
But it just had that last wallbang. I'm just completely baffled by. I mean, yeah, sure, it's the follow-up round. You don't necessarily expect too much to come through from XLG, but I mean, Chichu, he just gets his second kill, just straight through the wall. Had no side of him, but still, the game sense, top notch, making sure that EDG are not out of this map just yet. They left Lotus open for a reason. They picked onto the attack, which didn't quite work out, but now they're just 2 rounds away from tying up the scoreline. Early fight over towards Rubble. EDG, they're going aggressive yet again.
Oh, Larga. Such a good timing there to pull back with a gate crash, but now it might give a chance to Gianni and Co.
Happy Way 2?
Happy Way. That is big from them, but they need to break Chichu, who again seems to do no wrong. What is that?
Ridiculous, and Kang on the flank as well, coming through from the attacker side spawn. He's flashed up into the salvo missiles. Now a 2 versus 2. It's costly for G-Light Gaming, but then Chichu's still alive. The Guardian in his hand seems to be a magic wand, it feels like. I have no idea how he's able to pull these ridiculous stunts off, and yet he's been able to do it. 17-9, the real shining light for Edward Gaming here on Lotus.
I know, I feel like without Chichu, this game would have been nowhere. 17-9 on the Vice. That should tell you enough. Now that they're on the defense, though, I feel like they've kicked things into full gear. But there is a chance here. If they're able to beat Smoggy, they might be able to find an opportune timing, but it's only 20 seconds left. No smokes, so they have to double peek it, and they lose a player in the cross. And now it's all on to YOU, who at least might be considering going for a spike plant. It's good sneaky play. He might catch Chichu off guard, and they will be able to do that. That leaves it to the final 4 seconds, which probably should mean a one-on-one between him and Smoggy, which would be rather winnable. It's only a Guardian. A well-placed headshot will be enough, but YOU got the fault line, and they got enough space to back up. They can just play for the spike tap. It will be a walk in the park for YOU because it's a shift peek from Smoggy, and he was really lazy in clearing that one.
Really nice 1 versus 2 play there from YOU. Is just isolating the 1 versus 1s, making sure that he was in a position where he could not be traded out. I mean, that shot's ridiculous. Chichu. He's just been so good with this weapon. Unfortunately, wasn't quite enough in that first gunfight. And like I said, YOU, he isolates the 1 versus 1s. It's smart play, but a costly one for XLG. We got a Bulldog coming in from Viva. The rest of them have been able to buy up. Oh, sorry, no, and a Guardian as well from Coconut. It's quick, aggressive towards the C site vault.
Well, again, it comes down to the same play. They know where Chichu is positioned, and I feel like he's very valuable. Take away as much utility as you can out of that Vice, but the wall is actually placed towards B, not C this time. They get confirmation with the fake out. And whether or not they want to commit now to the C side itself will be one of the main factors. They pull back towards A. Smoggy is at the angle. They got the paranoia, and now they got the rotations coming in as well. So it might be a disaster for XLG if they're not able to hold on, but for EDG instead, use that opportunity to pull back, and now the scale will start.
Yeah, EDG, they've read this rotation over. The Aldrone just spotting them going over from C to A, and this is where the spike is heading, but 2 players on the lurk in towards B, and Kang is perhaps aware of this one. Now the push on in through the baby door, and Kang falls to the hands of Raga. Still Garden being invested there by Chichu. Doesn't catch onto anyone. The stun not quite perfect either. And now the spike has been planted on this B site. Rolling Thunder, why are you? He's pressing ahead of this, trying to catch them out. And Raga's found a second on the round. 30 HP now left to his name. And as Happyway falls in A, maybe EDG, they have a way back into this.
Well, they're trying to clutch it up, but the elevated position from YOU is too difficult to deal with from Gianni. Instead, it's going to be Smoggy to find that one, leaving Chichu and Smoggy to attempt to clutch this one up. Chichu got the right read in the position of Raga, but there's salvos coming in to deny any chance of a defuse, and they'll have to pull back probably for good because there's very little time left. And XLG are going to be able to post up double digits. EDG got the right rotation, but when it came down to stopping them from that seaside plant, it really was the Rolling Thunder from YOU to facilitate that duel. I don't think it was the best usage of it, but the fact that they were able to find a duel there from Viva onto the stairs was everything.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. And like you said, it made sure that the spike plant was safe. It ultimately decides them the round. 2 in a row now for Gilai Gaming. And that 4-round lead re-established. They were looking good for the first bit of this half. Still do need to try and fight back. Kang's only got a Sheriff.
Kang though, maybe can put himself in a good position if they are going to play into that B site. Might be unclear. Then they're in a good off angle. Whether or not they'll elect to actually push the B halls will be a real consideration, but it doesn't seem to be the case. EDG quite reserved the buy that they have, but they still have the 2 rifles, of course, from Chichu and Smoggy, and they might come into play. One of them is already, as we said, in Smoggy, stationed on B. Chichu is making the rotation. Probably will make it towards the A side. It seems like that's the move from EDG now, and again, they've read XLG well. They know where XLG are going, and they're going to be 4 strong in that A side. But even though they did that the last time, they weren't able to hold on to that B site. So now it's a new test, and they will need to succeed.
Yeah, pushing in through Treat. Nobody's up close, but shoots the drone instead. They walk past him, still falling, but Chichu again goes massive. The Sheriff from Kang can't land, but the spike is in the middle of nowhere. And Chichu has the watch over this. Smoggy with a Vandal now as well. 3 versus 3 is a difficult one to try and navigate for Gilai. Are they going to be able to get this one across? Happyway's planting, but Chichu the spam through the box. Viva with a double. Jenny has to try and clutch up big, but there's no time. The Stinger works up magic. 1 versus 1. Coconut up against Jenny, and the time's run out. He's got to find the kill, and Jenny knows it. Hiding back, falling away. EDG get the round.
EDG keep the dream alive here. In a round that looked like it was completely desperate, but who else but Chichu to step up and get the round for their team? Gianni are excellently positioned there to just stall for as much time as they can after finding that first duel, but it was that double from Chichu that really held that round together. Kang, sure, used the kill contract, but I feel like that was just the buy time for Chichu. And they bought enough time for the entire timer to run out, which seems to be a problem for XLG. Their defaults are pretty slow, but that will change completely now. We got an interdimensional drift, and we got a chance to just pivot completely on that B site.
Yep. Gathering all of this information, sends out the flash as well. There's 2 players in towards CT. Have been spotted out. Now Gianni's taken down as well. B site under the control here of Gilai Gaming, but Kang takes down Happyway. That's the first kill that they need. Nobody, another, YOU, Raga, it's all on Raga, and he wins it out.
Big for Raga there on that double. Another multi-kill for both of the duelists. Both him and Kang. But the very explosive attempt at the post plant, again, coming down to the detriment of the team that is trying to play on the defensive. Maybe if they waited just a little bit after getting that trade, that would have worked out well, but the players from the side of water, actually, from C-Link, came in just a tad too late. Not being able to trade in time, bought enough time for XLG to find those trades, and them tucking in on the left side as the whole part of the team really punished EDG, who are now on the brink. It's 11 rounds for XLG, and this is the final timeout for EDG. And even when they used the last one, they still weren't able to win.
Yeah, I mean, that's very, very true. I'm wondering, I didn't get a look as to how the economy was going from EDG. I'm assuming maybe they might be on a half buy for this one. But that would mean that XLG get up to 12. I feel like instead of forcing and losing, you kind of have to just accept that fact and hope you win the 5 in a row needed to get to overtime. It's certainly a tough pill to swallow, but I feel like that has to be the play that EDG go for here, because if you force and lose, at that point, you've just handed the win over to your opponents. Yeah, sure, it's their own map pick, but it's still been worrying signs, I feel like, from EDG. At the same time, though, I am just worried, considering how this matchup went in kickoff. It was in the lower bracket, and it was a close-ish first map that Gilo were able to win out, and then the second half of map 2, they just unleashed the pure fury that EDG were going to be able to deliver to them. And yeah, it's the half by only Jenny here with a rifle.
I remember last Lotus took the OT between the two teams. It was a very different calm though. Kangkong was still on the Neon back then, and they still had Simon. Now without Simon, Jenny's trying to step up to the platter. EDG are trying to hold on with whatever meager pistols that they have, but they haven't been able to keep the A site, and they will not be able to find a kill onto Coconut. Good damage onto the Omen though, the Armageddon. really denies any attempt from the elevated position, and they take over Heaven from the side of XLG if they want to. They can go up on the platform, happy way, they find the right timing, and it feels like EDG just can't muster up anything. They got one rifle in their hands, but I don't know if Smog is going to be able to do much. It seems like they just might want to save it and try to play the final round with that gun. They're still fishing for picks, and they're going to send Gianni, who actually is able to find a kill, but instantly shut down by XLG. It's looking clean, and looks like it might be all over for the champions here. Because YOU, while they will die, they bought enough time at Chichu. We'll just have to run away, and even when they do, they shall be caught, and that Vandal is gone from EDG. It's a good dribble from Chichu, but XLG are already on match point.
Yeah. That's what they had to do, though. That had to go for the save, and now this is where the investment really begins. They did quite a decent amount of economic damage to the side of XLG as well. Only one player staying alive. It certainly could have been better for them. I mean, that's a Neon moment right there. Chichu did some good work at the end as well. EDG, this is where the comeback has to begin. 5 in a row needed, or everything ends here in round number 20. GLI Gaming on the attack, and they're heading towards C.
And they got big ultimates as well. If they get on the side itself, it might be doom and gloom for EDG, because they already got the Viper spit onto Happy Way. So it feels like a lot of weight is onto Smoggy. Not to let that side go. EDG might want to make a pincer from the door. Yeah, just, you know, just looking at, is it you? Is it really you, Aria? No, it's probably never going to be. And for now, they'll buy some information, so they know there are multiple players on the rotate back towards the A site, and it's Chichu stationed there. They got their full kit of util, and they haven't actually pulled that much. Instead, EDG still electing to play their own default, but there's still 50 seconds left for play, and EDG can definitely make something happen with the Steel Garden and the Overdrive and the Hunter's Fury.
Pushing in. There's the door being opened up. It's fake pressure on towards A. The re-hit towards C comes on out, and Braga can teleport away. EDG, maybe they're a little bit suspicious of this. Smoggy reclaiming this space, and as the salvos come on in, and the stun too, that should be the confirmation. He wants to get out of there, though. Group up with the rest of the team for the retake. In comes the Hunter's Fury, being dodged and weaved around. Happy Way still able to survive as well, and time is there for them to get this plant started. And first kill comes on out from Raga. Jenny with 1, but that's the only success that EDG have found so far. Kang Chichu answering back as well. Now into a 2 versus 2 as the Viper's Pit still in play from the attack. It's up to Happy Way. We've got to try and succeed here, and he's been taken down. Jenny, 2 massive picks in the end of it. He's going to be able to get the defuse on lock.
And they really needed that on the side of EDG. The Steel Garden came in clutch from Chichu again. And it was Gianni who actually posted up a pretty good round on that retake. And they needed to get a good hold. Of course, them getting into the site was good, but the quick movement from Gianni was really big on their end. And Chichu completely denied any attempt of reclaiming Waterfall. And after that was done, they had very little place to maneuver. The Steel Garden came in and they shut it off. And now EDG are back on what should be a big advantage for them. But XLG actually might still steal it away. They got the Rolling Thunder, the Interdimensional Drift, and the players on B have got to be careful because I am scared for Gianni when I see that kind of setup prison.
Yeah, it's... I mean, the problem is, though, is the weaponry, right? Viva does have a Bucky. I mean, if VCT MEA yesterday was anything to go by, you can still do quite a bit with the Bucky. I certainly wouldn't hold out too much hope for that being the case, though. The spike has been planted here. EDG happy.
You got the Rolling Thunder,
XLG,
though.
all of this space. And now here comes the picks on in. Yeah, okay, EDG, they're cleaning up. They're cleaning it all on up. It's flawless. They're now just 3 rounds away.
Yeah, and I feel like there would have been a better play to make from the side of XLG. They tried to hold on to the power positions, but you can't really hold on to too many of them with how little of a firepower advantage you have. I thought the play would be that we got the site, and what we can do is that we can make a play off holding that site, but they didn't expect the triple pincer with Concon and Co. coming in from the stairs. 2 players, of course, from the side of A-Link. And that play on connector just completely ruined any chance for XLG, who were maybe hoping that it will actually be more of a stairs and waterfall kind of retake from EDG, and they wouldn't actually come from Link. And that would have actually allowed YOU to use that Rolling Thunder, but they keep it in for the gun round. EDG still needs 3 more, but with the pace that things are going, it might not be out of the cards, and Happyway gotta be careful. They take out the Viper early, and they might even add more to that tally because the kill contract is on, but Rarga will win that one-on-one, and that means that they got the ace site, but they need to make it quick because EDG are right on their tail.
Yeah, look at this flank. 3 players over here. The Owl drone coming through from stairs just to try and gather more information. But Jenny had no idea about Viva's positioning, who's even found a second. Nobody now trying to push in, and Viva causing havoc, taking them away. Now 2 versus 3 EDG, still with the deficit. Now just 1-man difference. It could still be possible.
They got the Rolling Thunder.
They absolutely do. XLG, they're dipping away in towards heaven. They know this is the safest avenue, the safest opportunity. Nobody heading towards stairs. This flank trying to come in. But the time is going to start to tick down. And here comes that ultimate, like you mentioned. That's the first. Nobody. It's all on your shoulders. A 4K needed in this round. Aftershock to try and deal some damage. But it doesn't get anything done. Stun now coming out. XLG. The sharks, they smell the blood in the water. Rug with 1 swing. The time is too low. And Sheila Gaming draw first blood here in the semi-finals.
Sweet, sweet revenge for Sheila Gaming. They take the Lotus yet again. Second time that they were able to win it against EDG. This time, it's actually a whole lot cleaner, Charlotte, honestly. This was a much better look for XLG. And if it wasn't for Chichu, that scoreline would have been a whole lot more messier. It would have been completely ugly. And honestly, the start from XLG was just stellar. The fact that they were able to get as many rounds as those 9 is already a feat in of itself. But we'll just have to wait and see how map 2 goes, because I feel like maybe outside of Tichu and Kong, we've seen a very slow EDG into this.
Yeah, I would have to agree there with you, Volt. I mean, EDG, yeah, sure, they kind of warmed up to it in the end. Jenny especially, I think, had a much better second half than first, that's for sure. But even still, XLG, especially in those first 6 rounds, they just had their numbers. Everyone on EDG, realistically, was just getting completely shut down. As we can see the map highlights here, this 4K from Viva is ridiculous, with 3 kills coming in from the Armageddon. Certainly a highlight for sure, but I think that just goes to show, even in the macro game as well, the micro moments, everything was just going Gilai's way.
Yeah, completely. It was very beautiful from the side of Sheila in terms of that macro. But we see like Chichu there in those replays. Absolutely disgusting at times. But XLG able to hold on strong, and this is the second time that they've done this in just this map alone. They get a big lead, EDG threatens the comeback, and they're just able to find the right adaptation to shut it down. And it came down to what I would just have to say. My MVP for this game, fragging aside, is going to be FIFA, because the calling on the attack side especially was much better than what we've seen in the gaming kickoff.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. I don't know if the IGL has been Viva the whole time. I think he's very recently taken over the reins from Coconut, but either way, what a stellar performance from the calling, and from the sounds of things, everyone on the team is getting involved in the team comms, right? It's not just that one prevailing voice, which is such a positive, because you can tell that despite everyone talking, they still know what they're doing. They still have those game plans on lock, and
look at the comms though. Did you hear that? They're talking about the breach. Oh, they were very aware of that attempt there on that final round, and I feel like comms are such a big factor in that level of play, and I still actually will always give massive flowers to XLG in that regard. That despite being an international team and them having to speak in English, they have one of the best comms that I do see in the entirety of the Chinese VCT. Like, I would say maybe some of the teams are close second, EDG being one of them, but like the fact that they're able to be this clean on a secondary language is such a big boom for the team. It's going to be Rarga to take the MVP. It was a stellar performance on the Yoru, and that is one of the things that maybe the composition we can like talk about a little bit more.
I would agree.
The Yoru in comparison to the dual duelist, I feel like just the Yoru probably have more efficient value, not just in terms of fragging, but in playing as a whole.
Look at that from Chichu though, 336 ACS for a 13-9 loss as well. I mean, stellar work, but unfortunately, the rest of the team weren't really able to pick up the slack. Kang -8 in terms of the KD, and Gianni -4 as well. Those aren't the stats that you really want from your duelist players.
That's right.
It just really isn't there. And the post plants as well from EDG weren't working out. You can see as well in the bottom of the screen those 6 retake defuses that XLG were able to get on the board.
Yeah, and the fact that there's only one clutch on either side really shows you the kind of game it has been. Usually you would see big clutches out of either teams, but didn't happen to be this time. And honestly, it was a stellar start from XLG, but with the way that things have actually gone though, maybe that's my one worry, is that once we move over to the Haven, that's going to be a much more comfortable map for the side of EDG, and they can just bring their own team comms that they're very comfortable with, and then we wouldn't have that shenanigans of the double duelist. I'm just going to be completely honest here. This is EDG's basically digging their own face, because they could have had a better team composition. They went for the double duelist, and the slow start on the attack side especially, even tenfold as punishing as it would have been if they started on defense.
Yeah, I would 100% agree, because I feel like with the double duelist comp, you're setting yourself up for the attacking half, right? It's to try and get aggressive, those punches into the site, and sure, they got the spike planted 10 different times, but unfortunately, they then lost the round after that 6 of those 10 different times. So it's that thing again of you don't really have many information gathering tools, you don't really have the tools to actually keep them back in the stall. But they did have Chichu on the Vice as well, right? Yeah. So certainly questions have to be asked about that first map. And again, I'm still very baffled that Lotus was able to get through this map veto at all.
Well, it got through. It was not as close as it was in the first time, of course, but really close, really competitive from EDG. We'll just have to wait and see if Chichu is going to repeat that stellar performance, and maybe the rest of EDG are going to step up to the platter, because XLG are one map away. Make it from Ascension to a Masters event. We will know if they're going to be able to do that or not right after the break, so don't go anywhere. on the precipice of greatness that we stand here. Welcome back, everybody, to Project Horizon. XLG, Charlotte, are one map away from being the first Ascension team to make it to the international stage. And they have got the Haven ready. Team Comp's looking much more humane now, and Kong, like, crucially enough, is on the Yoru. And I'll just have to reiterate this. Last time I've seen Kong on the Yoru, it wasn't a good look. So hopefully they're actually able to.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. We've got a mirror composition here coming up for Haven. Obviously, we know the history of Haven, right? A 13-0 from EDG the last time that they played it in the VCT. And in fact, I think that was the start of a 32-round win streak, something like that on this map. Certainly one of the better maps for EDG into kickoff and VCT and Bangkok as well. But I will also say, not to like actually you, but G2 have made internationals. I feel like we forget, considering how storied that roster is. They're also an Ascension team, right?
Yeah.
So G2 have made it before, but it certainly would be an achievement. And certainly, actually, didn't Dragon Ranger Gaming make Madrid last year? Am I misremembering that?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, certainly it has been done before, but Gili certainly would be an impressive feat, especially considering how good China is and has been recently. The opening fight in towards Garage, though, has been jumping straight into Haven, in towards Garage, but XLG, who are on the attack here, now looking over towards A instead.
Yeah, and well, they've already bought off the rotations towards Garage. It's going to be pulled back here from EDG, but it should be good timing for XLG to get an entry on Kong. They're able to find a position. Instead, nobody in backside is able to buy the time, and the blind side is not good enough. What are you? You turn on back and find that kill, and they got a whole minute to play for. They just need to get the spike down, and it's in an excellent position, but that duel from Chichu going to dictate how the rest of this round is to be played. They know that there's a player on the left side. Chichu, as patient as they usually are, to clear off the angle. The wide swing from Viva is just on the money, and it leaves Smoggy with 3 points of health. Probably no way in hell for them to clutch this one.
A big factor on this map is going to be whether Kang and Gienny, but specifically Kang, is going to be able to get up to the form that we know that they can hit. Realistically, had a -8 KD in the previous map, which is really not ideal, and is starting things off with an early death here as well on Haven. The big player for EDG in the previous map was Chichu, 336 ACS, but this time couldn't really get anything done either. Obviously, it is only the pistol round, the first in the map, and that is just nasty from YOU to help XLG find the first round here on Haven. And again, they got a 6-0 start over on Lotus. What are they going to be able to do here?
Well, I think that they're going to be able to do a whole lot. It's just classics from the side of EDG, and it shouldn't be that much of a contest. You know, Chicho spotted the information, but they're making their way on the C side as quick rotations from EDG, and they might have good adaptation with that paranoia. They might be able to fish for a kill or two, and from there, it can go completely wrong. That's why I'm really worried, but Raga gets an opportune timing there onto Gianni. Pride itself is open. They've backed up completely. And, you know, I think it should be a non-contest from here, so I'm just going to go back to that one and say, you know, from EMEA, where I'm from, our Ascension teams are something else. So I'm just going to hold my hands up and then say, I'm not much of an NA viewer, but, you know, a team like Boom, for example, is such a pleasure to watch. Same can be said for DRG, but right now, this is not the ADG that we expect to see. They seem like a shell of the champions of 2020.
Yeah, part of that could be down to the sort of roster mishaps that we've certainly heard enough about so far in this stage. Obviously, Gianni coming in for Simon as a result of that, but hasn't been putting up the worst performances historically. That goes the stun. We're certainly aware of these two players, and first kill from Beaver. It's going to be a flawless follow-up round here from XLG. They're just looking to stamp their authority really on this. But if history is anything to be repeated, it's the second half of map 2 where Edward Gaming will really hit their stride in a matchup against G-Li Gaming.
Well, this kind of G-Li though seems to have kicked into a new gear ever since we got into stage 1. So no time to wait for EDG. They need to at least deny their bonus, because them getting the bonus on the first half of the Lotus was a big part of them running away with that game. And XLG are definitely dangerous. They got a Guardian, they got a full rifle, and 2 Bulldogs. So their buy is definitely dangerous enough. And it's going to be a big worry on the members of EDG. Not to go away too much space. They make their rotate over to B. It's Jenny in a good position to catch them off. Almost lined up for the breach. Instead, it's just going to be a one and done. And they're trying to make a quick move onto XLG on the B side. Instead, it's going to be denied from the side of stealing. So they'll have to run back. 2 players in Garage and EDG. It's a 4-on-4, sure, but it feels like they're completely locked out. They're spending a lot of time just to make it back onto that window position, and when they do that, it's going to be perfect timing for Happyway. That should be able to shut down that play, but instead nobody is actually open another play, and it's all left onto Happyway, who's trying to make something happen, but in the smoke is Smoggy to find that kill. EDG to secure their bonus, only a single casualty, but at the start, it looked very shaky, but they really reined it back at the end.
That's a lot better from Edward Gaming. That's the team that we know and love from being world champions, from being the team that's won China every single stage so far. The unrivaled kings of this region. Again, they fell into the lower bracket in kickoff. They might just do it again here. If the first map is anything to go by, of course, we've still got quite a long Haven ahead of us, and then potentially Fracture as well. The series is by no means over, and now we head into the first proper gun round. The full buy round from both of these sides, where we really get to see now the tactical brains working.
Yeah. Now we're back to that IGL into IGL battle, and have to wait. That is actually going. Case of course that's a game like this, because nobody has not been having the best of games to call on Lotus, but they are known for their calling ability on this Haven. They get the right read on the A side too, so already off to a good start. But XLG are set in such a good position that maybe all they need to do is just to slow down the round, get the ult orb, and then pull back. They got 50 seconds to play for, and they're trying to make something happen on the other end. Yoru, they make a movement, forced into hell, but 2 aftershocks of both breaches, but they get into the side itself. No attempt of a re-entry from EDG. Instead, they're waiting for the right timing. After the spike plant, we got all 5 members there ready to play, and it's going to be such a difficult round to retake, but they got the numbers and they're trying to burst it.
Oh, Rolling Thunder in as well. Everything being invested, the kitchen sink being chucked at this. And Kankang's found the opener. Only good for 1. As Grog is there for 1, 2, 3. Ridiculous work, and Coconut answers in as well. Chichu now left 1v4, and he might just have to save. Indeed, that looks to be what he's doing. Dipping away. XLG get that round. And I have to say, Edward Gaming, they had the right read there, but and that's all down to Kankang exploring down C long, spotting no one. They know that instead the hit is going to be on towards A. They're forced to try and retake, and retaking in the current meta, well, as you just saw, it's pretty darn difficult, especially on that Haven A site.
Yeah, and it was a really difficult take. Honestly, after the Rolling Thunder didn't do much for YOU, I was ready to see the round being wrapped, but Rod got there just massive onto that crossfire hold, and Coconut came in the right time. EDG are still stuck in that same play that they were stuck into in the last map. The Rod came in, but this time the timeout a round earlier than before.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's not quite as disastrous this time from EDG either, but they've seen what's happened before. They know what happened on Lotus, don't want it to happen again. Pumping the brakes early on to try and catch any of these idiosyncrasies, any of these mistakes that keep creeping in.
Oh, for now though, shouldn't be the case for XLG to make so many mistakes. It's EDG that maybe need to change the way that they're approaching the game. because they've been playing a lot of those post plants more than anything, and really it haven't worked out so well on the second map. And Voya, as you can tell on the other end, very emphatic. He's known to be one of the more vocal coaches about their opinions of the game. And really, XLG, I feel like one of those teams that, you know, they are a very good mix of individual level, but not too much individual level for them to peek into the EDG style of play, where, you know, it just, you rely on the individual sometimes a little bit more than you do on the strats.
So jump in again. Dimensional Drift ripped early on by Raga. Spotting out one player on the B site, spotting out a second player on the B site. Out goes the stun, the flash, and Gianni, all he can do is just die in that situation. Raga continuing with these multi-kills, and Happyway's getting involved as well. Chichu at least able to get one, but it's the only thing that EDG will get in that one. Obviously, it's only a save round, but the way it was so fast, the way it was so direct, G-Like Gaming, you can tell that their confidence is sky high right now.
Yeah, and they just want to kill EDG while they're down. They don't want to give them the opportunity to actually climb back, maybe make their way. Something that might happen, but well, for now, pretty clean for XLG. They invested an ultimate into what was just a pistol round from EDG. EDG now are actually back on the full buy. Kong got the operator in their hand, but they're forced to back off by the whale of util coming in from XLG, and that left the A side open for a little bit. They might have wanted to exploit, but instead pulled back, and they're playing a very slow approach here. A much different, really, construction of the way that they play in their default in comparison to the past few rounds, where they had their eyes set on lobby and then playing on the extremities. For this round 6, they have been focusing on making sure that EDG don't get control of middle. And they've given it back away. They might end up in A anyways. But at the very least, they've given themselves a lot of freedom when you see the amount of map control that attackers do have.
Yeah, the smart of that round was so smart there from XLG. And now we have two players rushing in towards A, but the Yoru TP's out pretty instantly. Might have hoped for a quicker reaction on this other side, and Edward Gaming, they are remaining stalwart, not franked at all by that fake out play, and Kang has the opener. There's the second. Get the operator in this guy's hands, and he's a force to be reckoned with. Still two more players up on main, and Viva is able to shut him down. It's going to be a difficult one, but maybe not with Coconut hitting shots like that. Jenny, there's 1, 2, and Smoggy shuts it down. EDG back on the board.
Back in business they go. It started off really well on that A side itself because they got the right read. They knew it was actually a fake coming in from the side of XLG, and then they're able to hold that well. It was excellent there from Kong on that double, and even after being picked off, it bought enough time that when you look, they already had the side again, and it had no chance in hell being in an XLG round from the time that it got to there. And now EDG seems to be back in business. They're keeping this game much closer. XLG haven't been able to run away with it yet, but the one worry is that I still don't think that they've actually broken up the early part of the defaults. The amount of map control that XLG has will allow them to have several permutations of their current gameplay strat.
Again in that round, the salvos being used over towards A, trying to deny the player that may or may not be trying to fight them, but it's instead over towards Garage, where Kang's gonna fall to Happyway. The 5 versus 4, C-Site in the hands, the control of this attacking side, and Rocket's pushing forward. He wants it, and he wants to find the kills, which of course he does. Absolutely on a tear right now. 9 kills already in this game. Another multi-frag for him. Pichu and Smoggy, they're in such a tough spot. Fight goes down.
I think it's just going to be a safe call here. If you're Chichu, if you're Smoggy, there's no way back into that one. There's no way back. Chichu is at least maybe trying to fish for a look, but I don't think that they're actually going to ever commit to it. They're just waiting to see if they're going to be able to find exits. Maybe get the operator back if they're able to just stay around this garage area in time. But Doesn't seem to be the case. Happy Way is gonna shut down Chichu before they get the operator. At least Smoggy should be alive, but now they're spotted by Happy Way, and they will be dispatched as well. And that's both guns taken out, and they got greedy for the operator, and they got completely punished for it.
One thing I'm really liking from XLG so far is just that early round utility over towards A. Because we've seen it now where twice in a row an EDG player is looking to explore from that A main area onto the ramp, but Salvos come in and just completely deny that entire lower area position. It means to EDG they can't play with the proactivity they want, and in a couple rounds ago in round 6 it denied the operator that space, and then in the other one it denied the lurk to come through from Smoggy and Chichu. Really nicely done.
Yeah, quick play there from XLG with the interdimensional drift, but they take it back towards the A side. They pulled all of the rotations back, and sure, Kong does have a gate crack, but it's actually very far away, so they will have a lot of time to make up for that one. It is pistols only with a one hero rifle from Chichu. So it was important on Raga to hold onto that one, and Chichu will be shut down. Just a single kill for them. It's really well played from XLG. They contained those sheriffs, and they gave them no way to look back into this round.
Well, that was chaos, wasn't it? and Raga comes up with 3 kills this time, just applying that pressure to EDG, and Jenny is, I would say, probably going to want to die to the spike here, just looking for a couple of exit frags if XLG go hunting. But EDG, they've actually been fairly proactive on this defense. The rotations from C came over quite quickly. Unfortunately, it just wasn't to be. Jenny has spotted Raga here, so it's going to fall. Could even collect a Vandal into the next round instead of dying to the spike. He's going to save that weapon instead. 4-round lead for G-Light Gaming. Yet again, they find themselves in the driver's seat in this game. They are on the attack. A 55% win rate for that side. Maybe that's to be expected there.
A lot really expected off the other end, and I feel like EDG, they're just gonna rely on their ults in this round because there are no other real options for them that they have been able to solve. Kong aggressive, might be caught off, spots a jump spot attempt from Raga, and the flashes don't really push Kong as much. It's an excellent opener from Raga, and again, this is, by the way, probably the second time in this day that I feel like Kong is just starting to maybe not lose confidence, but lose uncharacteristic duels, and the rest of EDG are suffering beyond it. The 2 players that were the double duelists of the last games are the first 2 to fall, losing individual 1v1.
Yeah, XLG, I feel like they've got the read on how Kong likes to play on the angles he's likely to try and hold. And you can see it there, Raga expecting it, and an unfortunate last moment micro adjustment from Kong moving his feet. He gets taken down. Now the stun's on out. Nobody's fallen. Chichu still inside the smoke towards Garage as Raga just finds more kills. It's just stat farming at this point. I think, I can't remember what it was, 346, I think, ACS on map 2 the other day. Maybe he's trying to beat that, and right now it certainly seems like he's on his way.
Yeah, absolutely. So we just have to wait and see if EDG are able to climb back from that one, because we're starting to reach the same point that we have reached before in Lotus, where we see XLG just able to completely read the play, and that one just felt a bit too puggy for my own liking there from EDG. They're still there with a weaker buy, 2 more rounds left in play after that one. They might be able to claw it back to a 7-5. They find an opener, but instead it's the fake out there on the angle. Raga again to find a good opener, and YOU will deny the trade attempt from Gianni.
Just complete chaos in A.
Oh no. That's a disastrous timing, Charlotte, and they're still fishing for more.
Nobody's pushing ahead of this. Chichu also finding one. Raga's got a clutch up. We've been saying his name every single round, it seems like. And now we have to go again. Spotted out tagged up. Waiting, watching towards heaven. He's spotted one. That's Smoggy going down. Dimensional Drift now in play. He can pick up the spike here, I feel like. He can just get out inside of the defender spawn. It's a race to the C site, and one that Raga's going to win.
Well, they got themselves another gate crash that they're trying to send down C long, and I'm really intrigued in whether or not they will actually be able to read that play. They use the gate crash, but they still use the stealth drone. That's the perfect read attempt, and they spot where Raga is on 30 points of health. Should be no contest. It should be nobody and Chichu closing off that one. No way for Raga, but they've bought enough time. Almost won that duel, but the double peak is just perfect from EDG. A must-needed round, and they get it under control at the end.
Well, that I honestly believed for a second there. I'm going to be honest, Vol. I thought he was going to be able to pull that off. Oh, that's so unfortunate from Coconut too. It's the ultimate into heaven and quick TP up. Omen on Omen action, and unfortunately for the Ascension team, it's Smoggy that comes out on top in that duel. Maybe a way back into this half, because it was looking rather dangerous for EDG. They've got 3.
Yeah.
They could get 5, and that wouldn't be the worst position to be in.
Absolutely. There will be still a fair lot more work be done even after the 7-5.
I mean, it's still not fantastic.
Yeah, I know. But still, you know, you're getting 5 on defense on Haven. I still feel pretty good about that one.
Yeah, I'd agree. I would certainly agree with that.
Well,
here. He's so aggressive, Volt.
Yeah, and they're really trying to set them up. Kang should be spotted there by the stealth drone once it makes its way through. So they push him back out of lobby. And with lobby control being slightly conceded there by EDG, you can tell they're trying to pull more of those rotations. Pulls on the angle, of course, is nobody. One off the Armageddon. Kang uses another flash. Still got one more, but got no more gate crashes. So that is going to be something to maybe look out for in the later part of the round, because they won't be able to rotate. They won't be able to make a lot of moves until they find another couple of kills. And that opens up a play for Chichu, who might have just got the perfect timing there. They got 2 at the end of that one. Chichu is ridiculous. And XLG will now have to fight an uphill battle with only 30 seconds left. They try to make their way to Garage, but Smoggy with a perfect paranoia that comes in with a rolling thunder, and they will roll over XLG on this one.
How on earth did Chichu find the second kill there? If it's a 4v4, maybe it's winnable, but that second pick, absolutely unreal. It means that the fate of XLG sealed inside of that round. I get the feeling that maybe Raga popping off this much might be a bit of a detriment to XLG at this point in time, because everyone else is either really like +1 in the KD or not really hitting. They're gonna call the timeout here because you want to make sure that everyone's on the same page. Yeah, sure, Raga's warmed up, but everyone else, it seems, is still fairly cold inside of this game. It has just been the Raga show so far. You need the other members of XLG to even just be given a chance to pop off, because Raga's been going in first and just killing everyone.
Yeah, and you know, it works well when Raga is able to find those frags, but when you need the trades from the rest of the team, that's where I feel like it has been a little bit lacking. But on the side of XLG in this Haven in comparison to the Lotus, their trades don't look as clean. Meanwhile, on the other end of EDG, I feel like they've just been playing this one as a unit. Again, Chichu just continuing to be the hero for them in this best of 3, but they will really need push through to get that 5th, because I don't think that it's just going to be easy for XLG. And if XLG are going to be able to get 8-4 again, it might be a little bit worrisome. It's going to be a full buy from either side. Kang back on the op, and they still got the Armageddon. The closest thing that XLG has is one of the Rolling Thunder, but everything else is not going to be here in round 12.
Yeah, feels like maybe the upper bracket semi-finals is a bit of a thorn in the side of EDG, at least this year. The same stage as they found themselves losing inside of kickoff as well. Oh, look at this ult combination with the salvos as well. It actually only catches one. Everyone else was able to scatter to the wind. I thought for sure there'd be more dead than that. Trying the Viva special with the stun Armageddon salvo combination. But it's the rest of the kills to come on in. 2 versus 4 now for G-Li Gaming to try and wrestle with, as Coconut and Viva left against the world.
Yeah, 2-4 now. Gianni is down. McConkong got a beautiful angle to hold here. I'm thinking that they will actually be spotted by the stealth drone, so they know where Kangkang is. They should be aware. He might be on the arm, but Coconut does not respect the chance of him holding the angle. And instead, this is going to have to back off as Viva back in a 1-on-4. And I'm not sure if they have the right kind of read onto that one. Still waiting for them to bounce back here. Kangkong got the angle, got the double. EDG got what they came here for. They make it a competitive first half, and that might actually lead us into that decider.
Yeah, it absolutely might. You can see that the kills coming through here. 7-5, pretty good, and Kangkong, he's hitting again. He's shown up. This is the world champion, the champs MVP Kangkong that we know and love, right? This is the player that we have been expecting to see so far, and finally he's waking up. I'm so worried that we get a repeat of history, because it's now the second half of map 2. This could be where EDG, they fight back. For map 3, Fracture, it does seem like it could be fairly even between them. Both teams have lost 1, XLG 1-3, EDG 1-2, and they've got the exact same round difference on this map as well. It could not be closer if we get to that decider.
Yeah, it is already on a hair as it is, but I am certain that this pistol is going to dictate everything. I feel like if XLG are able to win that one, they should have an excellent position. What we've seen from them on attack at the end, I would agree with you there, Charlotte, was a little bit complacent. Especially like we've seen in that round 12. That very, very lazy entry into Garage that gave over another free kill to EDG. It can show you like how maybe they're starting to run out of steam on attack. Maybe a side swap will actually reinvigorate XLG and they'll be able to get that one. But I feel like EDG, with Kangkong being able to find success on the off, that was good on defense. On attack, I don't know how much that will translate over. So that's the one thing that I'm like just slightly
concerned. This is Kangkong we're talking about here, though. He is.
That's fair. That's fair.
He's still pretty good with it. It's a bit of an iconic weapon for him. Maybe a bit less on the Yoru. We'll have to wait and see. As the pistol half, the second, or the pistol round, sorry, of the second half. Pistol half of the second round. Yep, that's. I'm getting my first. I'm getting my.
Speaking of difficult, that's what I'm know for sure. Well, what is not difficult though is aggression. Ruthless aggression out of Rarga there. Almost got happy way off that peak. Still down to half health, so good damage done from EDG. Almost equivalent to a kill, but they couldn't convert on either. And they got their slides on the C side itself. We see, of course, Gate Crash coming in very deep from Kangkong and everybody else. They're actually going to be working their way up. They clear off the C side itself. Not spotted by the camera. Util is there, but happy way. I feel like reasonably electing to stay back because look at the rotation. It's going to be a very long rotate over from the A side all the way to C. But they will need to set themselves up quick because there's only so little time left in the post ban.
Oh, that's so unfortunate from Happy Way. Looks away at just the wrong time. The timing working out perfectly, but Rockner! Ridiculous play! And now it leaves Kangkong 1v3. Made it a 1 versus 2, the low HP player. Classic coming on in, but Coconut starting to stick on the defuse. Kangkong, you've got to try and push forward. You've got to go, my friend. And it's not going to be enough. The pistol round to XLG and 8 on the board.
Rarga's absolutely being monumental. Speaking of like some of the best duelists in the world, Rarga is besting who is, in a lot of people's eye, the best player in the world in Kangkong, and he's been doing it in style as well. Yoru doing excellent work. And right there, maybe we're seeing just a slight tad of hesitation that will be very scary on the side of EDG. I feel like that they actually might put down the other end. But that's like something that I'm very concerned about, that, you know, that hesitation might seep into the rest of the members, especially if it's Kong, you know, the show off, the player that you feel like when they get in the server, they get all the confidence in the world. But that's not the case for now. They're all on Classic. There's a single sheriff out there, and it's very easy for Rarga to farm. It's going to be less easy over Viva because the Util is coming in, and they're completely pushed off the angles.
Oh, Kang, he's going in, looking to maybe try and reclaim his #1 duelist in China title. Nobody finds another kill onto YOU. But here we go. Here is the Outlaw putting in work. Kang falling. Viva a second. Just like that. The kills come on in. XLG. 4-round lead yet again, as we saw on the first map. And looking dangerous.
Yeah, honestly, like, this was pretty clean from XLG. It was a good attempt from EDG there on the first kill, but they gave away maybe a tad too much space. Poor Happy Way to just back up and find that kill. They almost got the spike plant, something that I feel like maybe they would have really wanted to. And that is going to be the 700th kill on the Outlaw in the VCT China. And that's already a big number. I feel like the adoption of the Outlaws actually improved a lot. The time that people pick it, where they pick it, the positions they play it. But, you know, it took a while for people, especially I feel like in the VCT level, to adapt to all the things. The Neon, the Yoru, the Outlaw, when and when not to use it. But now, we're kicking into high gear. Internationals are going to be coming in, and Coconut is going to be careful. It's a lot of util rating in, but instead EDG are just going to use that to fake up and go back to the A site, and it's a big commitment from XLG. The A side is completely open, so they'll need to make a rotation there. They are pulling back numbers already to see Viva. That part of the map. It might be a garage rehit, absolutely.
Oh, but Happy Way's up close on the angle. With this, the rat in the corner, exploration in towards B as well, and XLG are going full commit on that rotation. There's the first. Kang goes down, but traded back by Gianni. Raga has to clutch up. Oh, nearly a collateral, but he's still able to get one. Can't dip down and can't use the dimensional drift in time. It did count as him using that ultimate. That's taken away. Stuns go out. Plant down here on C, and a 3 versus 3 post plant.
This is the bonus round for XLG, and maybe they're going to be trying to pick up one of those dropped guns on the other end. XLG, make sure the garage is clear. Get that gun, but now their position is known, which does mean the Paranoia is going to buy plenty of time. Viva and YOU are going to be the entry pair. They need to make their way before the dark cover. They disrespect the smoke, but it's going to be Chichu to hold it and seal it for EDG.
Really nice work there from Chichu. That's the player, again, who was had the highest ACS in the entirety of the last map. 336, by the way. Again, nearly the collateral, but couldn't quite work out for him. And that was really the key moment. Brilliant utility there coming through from nobody to stop that dip away. It keeps EDG in this.
Yeah, and that's going to be very important for EDG to stay in that game. But it's the first buy round between the two sides. XLG, aggressive on C-Long. Don't spot that much, but Coconut has snuck into a dastardly position. Beyond that veil of that dark cover. Don't spot that much, and they'll back up, smartly so, because the rest of EDG are still all along. Stacking up. If there's an aggressive play to be made from Rarga, there are 3 players to be coming into them. The flash is perfect. The flash of Kang. Nowhere near as beautiful as Rarga. He is lights out in this game, but EDG are fighting back. Chichu and nobody find a kill each. They find some solace on that A site, and there are no ultimates on the other side to deny, but there are plenty of util that they will try to play for.
Surely EDG don't pull this round back. They still haven't quite gotten the spike planted, but nobody will have that locked down now. 3 kills from Raga, but 2 in response from EDG. Happy Wait up close and personal with them. And Chichu falls. Nobody, you have to clutch up. And he finds 2, but the 3rd is not quite enough. Viva saving XLG's skin from what could have been a massive capitulation.
Leader standing up there for their team. They played the early part of the round pretty well, Rarka, honestly. Like, you would think that there is an answer for this Yoru, but it seems like Rarka found the perfect way. The master set agent, and really for Viva, that trade was everything because they really needed that round. And I feel like without it, maybe the EDG would have found their way back. And as you can tell, this was a crucial round. It was either 7-9 and EDG are able to break XLG's economy, and then it's 8-9, 1 round difference. You're EDG, you're putting the pressure on XLG. Instead, XLG find themselves 4 in the lead against a team that their best chance is a Kang with a Bucky.
Yeah, dimensional drift from Kang going in. Spots out A, goes, maybe not. Let's try the C site. This is where the focus is. He's holding it down so far, and the spike making its way through long. They are going to be able to get this spike down, but XLG, they're posturing up for this retake. Like you said, Volt, they do have the better weapons for it. Armageddon, another one as well, and the kills just come on in. It's a flood through, but a 1 versus 2, nobody. Ridiculous work even after death. Post-mortem frags with the ultimate, and now Smoggy, he's an absolute demon, and he's found the first kill. Been spotted up, fagged up, suppressed, can't TP away, has to use his legs instead. Has the Sheriff, and they kill each other! The spike being down is what gives EDG the round. What on earth just happened?
Count on EDG to clutch around from the brink. That was ridiculous to come in there. Of course, the double kill from nobody is really where I'll be looking forward to the most. Maybe they didn't respect it because there was a kill from the Aftershock, 2 kills from the Armageddon, and it was a millisecond. You see it there, it's like 25% replay speed. Just a single frame more, and it would have actually been XLG to find 11. Instead, EDG steal away that round with minimal investments. And now
back in the game,
they push them back in this game. As he said, there's still a rifle in the hands of Rarka, and seeing how much they've been able to do in the past 17 rounds, I don't want to discount XLG yet.
Oh, but this is the thing. EDG, are back in the game after that round. G-Light Gaming down to a save. Like you pointed out, it's only Raga with a rifle. You'd certainly back him. 29-12 is a ridiculous scoreline to have. Hathaway's been spotted out. Gets a bit of the information and nearly tagged up through the door. 60 HP, can get away with his life. A-site, the point of focus here for Edward Gaming. The world champions Edward Gaming. Salvez come on in. Raga displaced, but he's still trying to fight against the pressure. It's not going to be enough. He goes down, and it's just the pistols for XLG to try and deal with. YOU, there's 1, but it's not enough. Kang, he's woken up and finding 4.
Well, speaking of Euro masterpieces, Kang really found their element there on that round. Of course, it was a weaker weaponry round for the side of XLG, but it just feels really good for Kang to win that head-to-head against Rarga there, face-to-face. That's exactly the kind of momentum that they need, but still need to push a little bit more. We talked about it a little bit. It was the second half of the second map that drove XLG against EDG into being a washout into the third map. EDG still behind, but they got the economy and they got a fair amount of good ultimates to play for. Instead, XLG is electing to take full control of A lobby, and EDG is just gonna give that one away for hopes to maybe make a C commitment here. They got 4 players strong. Chichu is still alive, and he's gonna keep his life for the time being, but Kang and co are pressuring Coconut in this match.
Nobody spots the player backside as well. Coconut and the drone going in. That one is a clone. You're not playing against Durka this time. But Hathaway has been able to cut inside the corner, finding 2. Neural theft invested, and Raga with a double as well. 1 versus 4 for Chichu in what looked like it was going to be a clear round for EDG. They had the sight, they had everything in their favor. But a ratty play in the corner and ridiculous frags takes it over to the other side.
Yeah, that double there from Happy Way. Kang just being very, very complacent on that angle. They really needed to check that. They needed someone to look at that single box, but they didn't. And now Chichu's all alone. No one to be a clutch master, and it starts off is ridiculous. Still got 3 more players in 20 seconds though. So even for someone as storied and trusted as Chichu, this is a bit too much for him, and even he will just say, this is enough. I'm just gonna go back to save. I keep that one rifle because we've seen what wasting rifles have done for them on the Lotus. They keep that, and at least they keep an off chance that maybe they're gonna be able to find some damage, maybe even steal a round and deny match point from XLG in the next one.
Rounds away from Masters Toronto though. XLG, like you said, get up to 11. This is certainly on a precipice right now for the side of EDG. Such a nice double kill, and Raga as well. So nice. The timeout being called from EDG. They know how difficult the rest of this half is going to be. Well, what are your predictions? Because right now I feel like XLG, they might just take this one.
I feel like this is probably gonna be it, unless there's like some heroics coming in from someone on the side of EDG, which is what you usually rely upon. But in this series, it just feels like they've really lost that element that XLG not just are up to a par to EDG mechanically, they're really reading their game plan, and that's the most important thing.
Sure. Well, it's like I said, on a nice edge. The timeout, I mean, I feel like timeouts haven't actually been that effective, at least in the round straight after. And again, it feels like maybe this could be a situation where EDG, they're heading into this with a bit of a half buy. They do still have that rifle that they took over from the previous, but no.
They're investing on the back of it.
Full stuff, full kit. Timeouts, they haven't really worked out for the round straight after. We'll have to see whether this one is the difference. For EDG, they might just have to try and save to keep themselves in the upper bracket.
Yeah, one final dream for XLG. At least out of the Ascension teams that are in field right now, them winning this, they'll be the first
that's big.
to make it to the international stage. Happy Way might just be sealing the beginning of the end. It's another one from Raga. EDG seems completely out of sorts here. Unable to find any opportunity. No penetration of that defense. And they're going to have to back off even more. And they got to be careful. They got a chance, though. A big position in garage for nobody. And they can definitely make something happen out of it.
Wow. 3 versus 5. Already down 3 rounds. 5 needed to take it in regulation, and all those 5 in a row. This one certainly seems unlikely. We've seen Stranger occur in the past. Like starting to go down. Smokey swings ahead of it and gets shut out. It's all on to nobody. There's 1, 2, but the 3rd isn't enough. And it's map point, qualification point even for XLG. They're 12 up here on Haven.
Even Hercules will fall at one day, and they're aiming at the king, and they have not missed on the side of XLG. It's been an excellent game back and forth from the entirety of the team, and despite the heroics, they can only take you so far. Nobody really was not put in a position where he had any chance into that clutch. And we are on the precipice of greatness for XLG. They have been fighting the whole way. Everyone on the Chinese scene has been touting them to be one of the strongest rosters. And this is a lights out game from Raga. 32 kills in 20 rounds of Valorant. Can even add to that tally a little bit more. Could be the beginning of the end of EDG. The interdimensional drift from Kang is going to actually open up the C fight for them to maybe plan the spike. But Kang had to back off and had to leave the space. It's going to be a 5-on-5 post plan, but EDG are much weaker in firepower.
Oh, they absolutely are. There's the first kill going the way of EDG. And Raga can't find that one onto Chichu either. Flash goes out. Now 3 versus 3. The Rolling Thunder was invested as well from the side of YOU. And Yenny has his in pocket as well. Happy Weight starting to trudge on forwards into the fire, the flames, the fury, tap on the spike, and that's going to be the trigger for the Rolling Thunder, the Breach ultimate to come on through. Flash on out, Jenny, 2 massive picks. EDG, they're just about going to stay alive here on Haven. 9-12.
Okay, maybe there are some heroics. Maybe everything is actually going to be pretty dangerous when things come to it. EDG are not out of that one just yet. Could they force it though? Could they force OT? I don't know. We've seen them get close on Lotus. On this one, it was real heroics from Gianni there. That was a beautiful transfer. And then the jump in the smoke onto Viva. Still a little bit too close. But Gianni's definitely making a name for himself in this roster. EDG, you know, they had a lot of chances mid-stage. They're still looking good, but definitely not at their peak yet. Maybe an overtime here can be the start of something greater for them, but they need to get through Rarga first. So still holding on by this cubby on the left side, and going to be very, very difficult for the rest of the team to maybe work it out. At least they're going to push Rarga out of that aggressive position in long, but they still got a minute on the clock, and I feel like they've invested a fair bit of util just into clearing that very little space, but they can definitely still make an A exec if they want to.
Absolutely can. In towards the B side as well. Any possible options for them. And you'd certainly think that they have this one on lock as well. Kang taking down Raga. And now only the one Guardian on the side of XLG. That's all they have. And Chi-Chi's in the back of this B site. Not being expected. Neural Theft has been invested here by Chi-Chi. It gives him the information that he needs. Open up. Not quite being felled. And there we go. Finally gets on to 1 kill. Nobody planting. And it's just Coconut with a Vandal. Surely not. It'd be basically a 1 versus 5. 3 players left alive. He might even be going for this one. Smoggy, I don't think he's expecting this reposition. He's found him, and Jenny could fall as well. Just about dips away. Surely not. Surely Coconut can't get this one across the line. The smoke comes in, trudging forwards. TP in towards it, and Paranoia invested as well. They're dipping away, playing the smart, and Jenny locks it down. It looks scary, but not today. EDG now just 2 rounds off from overtime.
Yeah, they are absolutely locking it down in that kind of position. Excellent play there from Jenny again, and Kang just with that opener there that made it really clean for the rest of EDG. But it was Coconut that definitely made it expensive on the EDG side, but they're still not gonna really fuss about it that much. They're gonna be on their tournament lives anyway, at least their Toronto lives for now anyways. So they'll keep fighting, and this has gotten much closer. So I feel like the timeout just come in the right time. XLG got 2 chances to close it out, but let's see if they're gonna be able to, because they are, again, just like the end of the first half, they've cooled off a bit, and it seems like EDG are starting to figure them out.
Oh, I'm so worried. I'm so worried that we're gonna see a repeat of history here. XLG, please exercise your demons, please. It would be so tragic to see them fall to the same fate again. Obviously, Fracture is a close map as well between these 2 sides. Oh, and I'm scared. I'm so scared, Volt.
Absolutely, it is terrifying to be put in that spot. The chip is on XLG's shoulders, though. EDG, of course, got the expectations on them as the reigning world champions as well. But they have been going through a lot, so maybe them dropping this one wouldn't be the end of the world. But for XLG, this will be a new beginning. For a team that has fought so hard, they just want to make something count for them, and this might be the round. They're back on the bye, and they got the Armageddon and from the shadows, so they can definitely make something happen in the post-plant. I'm just excited to see how they're gonna pull it off, because again, it's post-plant C, and it seems like that is the way that they really want to play this map. But they have got to be as careful as one can be, because the push might come in. EDG take reign off that C site, and they'll be putting the spike down. But as you can tell on the minimap, XLG already all stationed towards ceiling.
Yeah, it's a similar sort of setup, realistically. Cages and tripwires in the same place. Kankang's up close, and Raga falling. There's the Armageddon being invested. Happyway ahead of this though. Nobody! What is that shot? Guardian straight to the dome, and Chi-Chu's flank coming up big as well. Viva, you've got to try and make the play of your life here to save it in this round. 1v4. Made it a 1v3.
That's it.
Perhaps he's just saving this weapon. I think he is.
Yeah, there's no time.
EDG, get us to round 24.
And I play all 24 of this regulation. EDG seems to have found the answer there. As the commitment on the C side, XLG's retakes are starting to weaken and weaken. And they have been dwindling at the end of both halves. But they got a chance to maybe steal everything away from EDG. All their effort, all their hard work are just a step away from them to take. But in this round, it's excellent work from everyone. Chi-Chu finding the flank timing will be something that XLG will just have to keep in their mind.
Oh, look at the buy. Buy. They've got a Guardian, a Spectre, and a Stinger. Oh, this one looks like we might be heading to overtime, Bolt. So much utility over towards A main. Raga, he might just get caught out here. There's life for now.
Just like little mosquitoes there, both cell drones colliding into each other. And EDG got to be careful. It's a very aggressive position off Raga. Will they clear the right side? That's gonna be everything. Raga might be stationed to win this whole round. It's gonna be a double for Raga. He's going to shut down EDG, and the world champions are just a step away. It's down to Smoggy and Chi-Chu, two players that have built that team on their back, that have relied on Kankang to be the hero. They will need to step up. They will need to wear that mantle today. This might be the coup de grace. They've opened up the sights for them, and EDG have been pristine in 5-on-5 pulse plants, but 2-on-5 without any big ultimates from XLG. There's a sliver of hope, but they will need Chi-Chu to go nuclear in this round.
Oh, the cage whiff though. Wanted it to go up towards heaven. Instead, drops right down to the ground. Smoke coming on in as well. Everything seems ripe for an upset here today. The swings come in. We thought that the door for Toronto was open for EDG, but XLG have slammed it shut in their faces. 13-9, 13-11, a 2-0 smattering of the world champions. And the Ascension team have booked their plane ticket to Canada.
Just like the namesake, fortune does come to those who persevere. XLG take over this game in a stellar performance. They take down the world champions to the lower bracket. They will be moving over to Toronto. EDG will have to go through a grueling lower bracket with very dangerous teams, whether you're talking DRG, Trace. This is a stacked lower bracket, and I feel like EDG in the middle of everything need to refresh and restart, because their run in the lower bracket is going to be everything for them. They cannot afford to miss an international.
Yeah, we will shortly be getting the interview translated for you live here, but I mean, it's the upper bracket semi-finals again that EDG falter. The difference is, though, they still won kickoff after getting to this exact same spot. There's still a chance for EDG.
Yeah, well, let's take it over to the interview, guys. It's going to be translated live, so see you then.
And like last
挺开心的，对，因为最后一张图打得这么接近，然后 Raga 最后一波3杀把我看激动了，
一直都是这么高水平的状态。那确实，其实我们可以说，不光是 Raga， 感觉你最近的状态也是非常火热的。因为感觉可能曾经在去年的时候，你有经历过属于自己的低谷。那如何调整自己的状态，不断进步，同时在加入到这个队伍之后，又为你带来了怎样的改变呢？
就保持平常心吧。对，因为以前可能面对到 EDG 的话都是比较紧张，但是我今天面对他们就是像训练那种心态跟他们打，就对。
心态永远都是最重要的。第一次大师赛有没有比较期待交手的队伍？
期待交手。其实我想跟 G2 学习。
想跟 G2 学习，因为同样是晋升赛是吗？
对对。
OK， 那接下来 Hello， 也想问一下你此时此刻是什么样的心情？先跟大家分享一下吧。
无法形容，
赛跳得很快啊。
还是很紧张，就像刚才那把非常焦灼的比赛一样。今天也是和团队一起击败了赛区强队，拿下了关键的门票。我想问一下你，有什么话是想要对当初想要成为职业选手的那个自己说的呢？
多努力吧，只有努力的话，就一定能站在这个舞台上面。
是的，你也是经历了这么多的努力，拿下了今天的成果。有没有什么话是想要和身边这些并肩作战的队友说的呢？
我爱 Raga，
我爱 Raga。不知道 Raga 有没有听到你对他的表白？
完全不管了，他好像沉迷在自己的世界啊。
是的，因为大家此时此刻真的都非常的开心。
And the viewers has grown with the CN scene since it's
因为 Viva 其实也是陪伴 CN 赛区成长的初代选手，从 RA 的第一场比赛到这一季的季军，再到今年来到了 XLG， 迎来了属于你的第一次大师赛。所以想问一下你，迎来了这次站在最大舞台上争取的机会，这个机会对你来说有怎样的意义呢？
职业没白打。
Is there anything you'd like to say to the audience?
职业没白打。这么长时间以来的努力都是值得的。
And thank you everyone for supporting all this way.
是的，那还有什么想要跟观众说的话吗？
只能谢谢大家能一直以来支持我。
And he's like very happy to bring the best results to his fans.
最重要的就是把最好的结果带给了一直支持你的粉丝们。感谢 Viva。
Yeah, as XLG's earliest member.
接下来 Happy Way 也是作为
And you've like evolved so much in the past few months.
从全国大赛到晋升赛，再到今天多伦多大师赛的门票，你们实现了一个巨大的蜕变。这其中有经历过一些挣扎。
And he says that there was a period of time where they were having roster moves.
有一段时间换人嘛，然后
And he was like the performance was kind of very up and down.
就刚开始的时候挺挣
扎。But now everyone's playing very well.
有输有赢嘛，然后。
And Roy is really like the big brother of the team.
大家都状态都很好，然后加上我旁边这个 Raga， 真的是队内大哥。
大家真的每一个人都表达了对于 Raga。
And everyone was calling your name when we hand you the microphone. What do you want to say to the fans?
在麦克风交到你手上的时候，也听到大家在呼喊你的名字。
Yeah, it was like thank you everyone who supported me from the beginning when I was just an unknown player.
默默无名，然后。支持到现在的粉丝们，谢谢你们！
再一次感谢所有人的陪伴，是你们的支持和陪伴让他们走到了今天。接下来 Raga， 其实就还是作为晋升赛的队伍拿下了珍贵的门票，这一路走来有多不容易，其实只有自己知道的。而且不光是在这赛段，包括在今天的比赛里 ，Raga 的个人状态都是无法让人忽视的。每一位
with so many of teammates just hyping you up and supporting you, how do you maintain your composure and your performance in game?
То есть ты всегда хорошо играешь, и вот только что наши друзья, наши уже тебя похвалили. То есть поделись со всеми, как ты храняешь свою форму, то есть ты всегда хорошо играешь.
Я очень много тренируюсь по 10, по 12 часов в день.
And he says that he practices a lot, like from like 10 to 12 hours.
他说他非常多的训练，在每天可能是10个小时、12个小时这样，这样的话就可以让他尽量保持在一个相对稳定的状态。
是日以继夜的训练才能达到今天这么好的
And now about the coach, previously he was a player, now he's a coach.
接下来Hoya教练，其实Hoya教练曾经是选手，现在是这帮选手的后盾。
And now how do you feel leading like this team of youngsters to the national stage?
就是带领这帮选手进入到了大师赛。也想问一下，此时此刻又有什么想要和大家分享的心情呢？Please give it to Hoya. And you used to be a player, now you are the one who carry those boys, the strongest coach behind them and support them. And today you got another achievement after the championship of Ascension. So what would you like to share with us as this meaningful moment?
I would say it's not an achievement yet because stage didn't finish yet as a playoffs. So I really wish to win the stage and become best Chinese team right now. And I'm so proud that we finally qualify for an international event. And it's going to be an honor for me to represent Russia and China on an international stage. And I want to say big thanks to my team and to all the fans for cheering for us. We all try only because you guys are here. So see you in Toronto and Beijing.
OK， 贺外教练也是说，其实对于他们来说，现在还没有完成属于他们的成就，因为就像大家所见，季后赛还没有结束。对于他们来说，最终的目标是可以夺得这次比赛的冠军，成为 CN 最好的队伍。而且对于他来说，他真的非常为这些选手们骄傲，感觉他们真的打出了属于自己非常好的成绩，也希望可以代表 CN 之后在多伦多打出更好的成绩。同时，在最后也又一次感谢了所有现场的观众们以及选手们，是你们的支持和鼓励，
Looks like that's it for the interview. Bring this back to the casters.
再次感谢浩亚教练。
Thank you very much, BDOS, for that translation. And again, you can see the congratulations to XLG for beating the world champions. Edward Gaming down to the lower bracket where they face the other Ascension team. Dragon Ranger Gaming is their next match up down there. That will be at the same time as this game was tomorrow. As for XLG, they're into the top 4 against Wolves, which is not something I expected to be saying, Volt. Oh, he's still muted. No! Tragic. Volt is muted. No!
Never mind. Hello guys. Okay, so I'm back. So yeah, as I was saying, you know, it's excellent to have 2 new teams from the Chinese side. And XLG are such a breath of fresh air. We've seen such a stellar game from their side. And now what we got seeing is going to be a very tough draw in the lower side. Of course, he said it's going to be EDG, DRG. On the other side of the lower bracket, the winner of Bilibili Trace is going to be playing the winner of EDG Dragons to get the final deciding spot to Toronto. But we already got 2 teams, and I feel like this was a very fair result, honestly. Like, with the way that Warga has been playing, the way XLG has been playing as a whole, this is fair to them. But you must feel that, you know, players, especially like Chichu, for example, will be feeling very hard done by because they've had a stellar series, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I really do want to see what the stats are from this map and like the series overall, because I mean Raga had an incredible couple of maps. I'm so worried for what his ACS is gonna look like, because I'm scared. Well, I think he had like at least 32 kills. Few more, and this is the sort of stuff that was just happening the entire time with Raga. There's multi-kill after multi-kill after multi-kill, and so was the rest of XLG, really.
Yeah.
They were all hitting, and that's not to say that EDG weren't, but unfortunately, when you're up against a force like XLG were today, it's very difficult to overcome, and with the cooling from Viva as well, just a perfect, complete package, I feel like.
It's crazy. Like, I think we're only 8 rounds into the highlights package, and already this is the 3rd or 4th quad 3K from Raga. That's the kind of game that they've been having, you know? Like, in one half, they pretty much dominated the entire game, and I feel like this triple kill here, that was the transforming point of the game, because EDG was fighting a bit of a comeback, and that shutdown was immaculate. It was a very close game from EDG, you know? Smoggy, Chichu, Kang, all of them came alive at different times in that game, but unfortunately for EDG, it was mistakes like that one right there that allowed Happy Way to find a double that shut down another one. Those 2 mistakes, I feel like, was really what cost them the game.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that one. XLG, they put in quite a bit of work. We can hear the team comms coming in here as well. Let's just give us a little second to listen into what they were saying in this moment. No, well, not.
Okay.
It's gone.
There we are. There we are.
Maybe okay. They have an off. Maybe. 哎，真的吗 ？Nice. I got flash. I got flash. I see. I smoke kill lobby. I smoke kill lobby. One more. Come back.
Fairly calm, actually.
Yeah, and very, by the way, that's the one thing that I feel like is important. Very decisive and very incisive.
Yeah, they were like, come back, and not really letting him overheat.
Instantly, I feel like the important thing here, Coconut and YOU communication is perfect in that kind of spot. They just let Larga play, do their own thing. They call for the flash. Visa calls for him to come back instantly at the right timing. And I feel like something like that, you know, It's very easy to see when, for example, you're watching teams in EMEA or the Americas, where they are very, very used to communicating primarily in English as their main language of communication. But for XLG, most of those players, I think that this is their first year, really, actually communicating and putting it in English. Warga, insane. 2.5 KD, 432, 260 damage per round. That's a kill and like 2/3 around.
Yeah, ridiculous. And 13 multi-kills as well. Yeah, wild, ridiculous moment. I mean, we kind of knew that he was going to be the MVP for this map, right? And look at that, 432 ACS is wild.
Bonkers, absolutely bonkers. Because you look at the rest of the field, everybody else is on even playing fields, you know? Like, sure, XLG are slightly ahead in terms of the frags, but I feel like if not for Warga, this would have been EDG's game, because they are looking very solid on the board. Same can be said for XLG. They needed that X factor. Usually you would think, oh, EDG needs someone to step up. It's gonna be Kang, but on the Euro, unfortunately, maybe not as iconic as he is on the Signature Neon, the other Asians, and I feel like really the composition changes for EDG is what is really biting them right here. Maybe I would have actually preferred Kang to just play the Neon and for them to run the standard comps instead of that Yoru, because as good as the Yoru is on paper and as good as Warga makes it out to be, Kang just looks very uncomfortable on it the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. You're even back on the Jet where he kind of made his name the first time. It's ridiculous work, and you can see that it's a very even game, I feel like, as well. The main difference is in, I think that lower one is the flawless rounds. And that is the main difference. XLG were getting cleaner wins. It meant that their economy was in a little bit of a better spot. But even in that last round where they had a bit of a weaker buy, they were still able to win it out. And you can see there, 13-9, 13-11, a thorough thrashing. It feels like, even though the scoreline is close, think back to the first half of Lotus. Think back to really like the series overall, just looking at that 2-0. It's a bit of a thrashing there, especially as EDG are the best team in China and have been every single stage so far. That may be about to change.
Well, a lot has changed on the side of EDG, but really, I'm really excited to see the birth of the new, maybe mythos there in China, because a lot of the teams have been trying really hard. Billy didn't look that good. Nova didn't look that good. They both, unfortunately for Nova, got completely eliminated. Billy got knocked to the lower bracket. They're playing okay. And I feel like that's really the main important thing. We got one more set of games, and then the next set of games are going to be on May the 2nd. So for EDG, just to get over this initial hump, get to the lower final, fight for the remaining spot on Toronto, and then you're going to have maybe a few days where you can actually completely reorganize, because their veto against XLG is going to be something that I'm sure, whether it is DRG or the winner of Trace and Billy on the other end, they'll be looking to exploit that exact same kind of map.
Yeah, I again, I have to raise questions about the map veto. I was so expecting Lotus to be that permaban from EDG, to stay that way, and they've played it twice this stage. They've lost it twice, a 13-8 to Tech, a 13-9 to Gilai Gaming, and
Raga.
Look at that, Raga, 358 ACS. Is this for the stage overall, or is that just today? I think it might just be today. Just today. Okay, yeah, we do have the confirmation there. Top 5 players of today. And Raga miles ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the one stat that actually somebody's really competitive in is clutch percentage. Hit you very high on that, and you know, considering the roles of everybody that is here, you know, YZ, for example, and everybody else that is on that side, it's very respectful from them. But Raga definitely kicking it up a notch. Just like the difference between stars and a superstar in there. And as we can tell, this is the final state of the playoff bracket. We got 2 games that will be tomorrow in the same times as today. Whether it is, I think, 10 CEST, and then the other one should be 1 p, like 12. It's 11, and then, you know, the other game is gonna be 2 hours off of that usually. It is a rolling schedule. The breaks are pretty brief. So if you're tuning in for the second game between for EDG and DRG, you need to keep eyes on the other one on VLR, because as soon as it ends, it's like only a 5-minute break between.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a quick turnaround, and it's some quick games actually today. I think they despite how close these maps were, just a couple of 2-0s today. In fact, we've been able to get off a little bit early. It seems like from the rest of what was going on. I just want to give congratulations to Gilai Gaming again, Volt, because they played incredibly today.
Yeah, it was an absolute stellar map. And honestly, from that kind of perspective, I'm excited to see Wolves XLG more than anything, because we've already seen that once before in groups. But I think now when they feel that confidence of like both teams already made it into Toronto and they're just playing for the championship points, it's also going to be a very important factor. Sure, stage 2 weighs more than stage 1, but maybe getting those extra 5 points can actually lead to a difference, and maybe you don't need to work as hard at the end of stage 2 and you're just gonna make it anyways, which is a big boon for you, because that means you can hide a lot of strats, something that a lot of those teams, especially coming into champions, will be looking to make.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like EDG, they've been at the top of China the whole time. Now, finally, the rest of the region starting to catch up. That's the storyline that we're going to leave you with today. I've been Charlotte. I've been joined, of course, by the wonderful Volt. We've also had, obviously, BDOS on the translations. Magnum has been producing today. And I just want to give a quick shout out to our casters earlier, which were Madante and Snow. And we have a couple of special people to shout out as well.
It was Mike, by the way.
It was Mike, yes, of course. I forgot about that.
But everyone forgets about Mike, and that makes sense. Sorry, Mike.
Brutal. Okay, well, sorry, Mike. A double shout out to you then, I guess, for that. And also, we had a couple of shout outs from TMV, Sliggy, and Shio as well. And Sliggy, for the raid, we just want to say thank you. We obviously appreciate all of the support from the community, because of course we're all volunteering here at Project Horizon, making sure that this Chinese broadcast can be over to you, the English speaking, or I guess English listening audience. So we'd like to all thank you at home as well for supporting, for watching. And with that, we're going to let you go. Thank you all very much. And we'll see you tomorrow for more VCT China.